What's good, True Troop? How you doing, man? True Troop said, I agree with America equals Atlantis. You must be the type of person that does a lot of reading to agree with something like that. Son of, we appreciate your comment. Um, just because you can't prove us wrong, that doesn't mean we're dumb, though. Just so you know. If we're dumb and you can't prove us wrong, that actually makes you dumb. Yeah, we're so dumb that you can't prove anything that we're saying wrong. And I'm looking at your comments from the last time you were in here. The last time you were in here, you said, "I'm done with this guy." If your last comment when you were in here is "I'm done with this guy," why are you back in here? Sounds a little obsessive to me. Yeah, it sounds a little obsessive. I'm gonna go ahead and send you back to the lobby in the off chance that there's some weird fatal attraction thing going on here. Shout out you though, bro. We appreciate it. Yeah, here you go, bro. This is for you right here. This is for you.
I packed that thing too. So you come around this way, you will get caught.
We appreciate you for tuning in. A West, what's good, A West? A West said, sit back and learn something. Yeah, A West, because you use the GUN word, because you use the GUN word, that's why it censored your comment, just so you know. See, little stuff like that is, kind of what's at the back of my mind when I'm warning you guys about TOS. Michelle Ramirez, your comment actually didn't come through. And so I read it on here. This is my response to you.
I packed that thing too. So you come around this way, you will get caught.
Shout out you, Ramirez. A West said, glad to learn another day, real O. I'm glad to see you another day, A West. For real. How's everything going with you so far today? Transmission, no negative spell casting, please. Now you're all good, A West. Again, it's always good to see you in here. By the way, thank you everybody so much for tuning in. I appreciate you big time. Like the video if you don't mind, and sub if you like the content. I love and appreciate every one of you. If you have honest questions, as you guys know, I will answer them. Brick, what's up, Brick? I'm sorry that my mere presence enrages you. I know you would rather live in an area of the world where people like me don't have free speech. But unfortunately, I do live in an area of the world where I do have free speech. So regardless of how you feel about that, regardless of how angry you are, I'm going to continue to exercise my free speech, if you don't mind.
You know, I packed that thing too, so you come around this way, you will get caught.
Yeah, but if it makes you angry, the best I can do for you is I can send you back to the lobby so you don't have to worry about this anymore. Giggle, you're a troll, so I'm going to go ahead and send you back to the lobby if you don't mind. We might not be African, but you for sure are. Who is that? Any God said that is not free speech. That's just cringe bullshit. I agree. You up here telling me that I'm African is definitely cringe, bro. Yeah, it's cringe, especially when you're probably from Europe, especially when you're actually probably not even from Europe. You are from somewhere else and you're pretending to be Europeans who are pretending to be wherever country you're technically from now. But I'll go ahead and send you back to the lobby since you're upset, bro. Rodrikel, are you up here to troll us? What's going on with you? Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and send you back to the lobby, Rodrikel, since you're up here to troll. It's all right, A-West. I sent him back to the lobby. What's good, Pete? How you doing, man? Blade said change the battery on that smoke detector. Honestly, Blade, I thought about it, but then I realized that it's an easy way for me to identify trolls. So I figure I'd leave it in for an extra day or so. Shout out Outback. Outback said Earth is not moving. That's correct, Outback. And I'm only speaking scientifically. I'm not speaking to your scholastic religion. Okay, I understand that you guys believe in school the way that preachers believe in the Bible, but I'm not judging you on that. Okay, you're more than welcome to that. But if we're speaking strictly scientifically to the scientific method, no, the Earth is not moving. Thank you for that comment or question. Shadow said, as above, so below. Jim Bob said, Earth is a polygon, not flat or round. I mean, I guess technically you're correct. Yeah, technically you're correct, but we don't know what shape that polygon is. We don't like, you know what I mean? It doesn't have a clear, definable shape, although it may be made of multiple different shapes put together. Yeah, you might technically be correct on that. I don't make a comment on whether or not the Earth is round, though. You know what I mean? I don't make a comment on that. Orange said, opinion on the big files. First and foremost, Orange, I appreciate and respect you for asking it like that. You know, thank you for having at least a basic level of intelligence. My opinion on the big files is the same opinion that everybody else should have on it. As disgusted and horrified, I guess, as we all are, is the exact same way that I felt looking at it. Now, as you guys know, I also operate off the principle that where attention goes, energy flows. So I choose to not give it more attention than is necessary. But yeah, I read some of the most disturbing things that I ever read in my entire life, reading some of those things, and it confirmed what I felt like I already knew, and a lot of other people felt like they already knew about a certain group of quote unquote Europeans. Again, it doesn't mean that we think all Europeans are like this, but it confirms what a lot of us have been made to look crazy over about the way that certain groups of people view us, not just dark skinned people, but the average person. It really puts it into perspective how the elite view the average person. It is what it is. Orange said, W conspiracy theorists. Okay, right, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, in this case, the quote unquote conspiracy theorists were right. Because people who heard about this maybe a year or two ago, there have been people that have been talking about this for over 20 years. Legitimately over 20 years at this point. Pete said, question, how far the rabbit hole do you usually go? Plum Island? Just as far as the things that we can confirm for sure, Pete. Yeah, I hear everything that's out there. Do I take it seriously? No, I don't take everything that I hear seriously until evidence starts to pop up for it. So, but if you're talking about the stuff that I expose myself to, there's very few things that I haven't heard or read something about. Yeah. All of the things you have on that island, I've read or heard at least something. I mean, all the things that you have in that comment are something that I've heard or read something about. Catnip said, fix your smoke alarm, your detector. Cat, I thought about it, but then I figured it would be an easy way for me to identify trolls. So I left it in there for an extra day. None yet said, are you saying there's no evidence that the earth is round? None yet. I never disputed that the earth was round. Francis, do you believe that giants used to walk the earth? Honestly, Francis, I still think they do. Shout out Escabara. All the world is a stage. Absolutely, Brandon. Peter is certainly of high intelligence. I think everybody that watches this live and at least has the ability to understand where I'm coming from must be of high intelligence. Must be. Here we go. Um, Maz, Mahs. As an African, I'm laughing out my blank to you. Well, that's hilarious because all of us are laughing at you, not just because you guys, have the reputation that you have. Although that's a good enough reason, no offense. But the reason why we're laughing at you is because Africa is the name of a European that came to your continent and changed the name of your ancestors. So every time you call yourself Africa and you are allegedly from that continent, you disrespect your ancestors in every way, shape, or form because they never called themselves African. So why would you take on the name of a European and then laugh at us because we don't want to call ourselves after the name of a European? The reason why is because in Africa, you guys are in love with Europeans. You guys are in love with your captor. You know what I mean? That's what you guys are. Yeah. Every time a European tells you something, you take it as truth. And if a black man comes and tells you something, you think, oh, I'm laughing my ass out of him. I'm laughing my ass at him because a European didn't tell me this, so it can't be true. And as an African, you only trust Europeans. And I understand that, but it is what it is. All right. So you can laugh at us all you want, but you're only laughing at us because you want to you want to be cool with the Europeans that colonize your land. And that's embarrassing. That's fully embarrassing. I'm just saying, ask yourself, who named the continent of Africa? Was it the people in Africa or was it the Europeans? Who gave the continent of Africa that name? Right? You know the answer. So you can laugh at us, but it's your own insecurities that you're trying to project on me. And I understand and I don't judge you for it. All right. Like the video, guys, if you don't mind, please double tap the screen and sub if you like the content. What in the No, I'm not tripping. It must. Oh, what the? What the? I swear to God, I just saw a mouse run across my floor. Oh my God! What the? Oh my God, bruh, bruh, this is not New York. Oh hell no, mother. Oh my God. Maybe I'm seeing stuff. Oh my God, I pray to God I am. Buddy is sick. Buddy, no, this ain't no rat, all right? This is not New York, okay? Hell no. Bro, I ain't never seen a rat or a mouse in my house ever, Nick, in life. I mean, that like in all the houses I've ever lived in, that has never happened, bro. I must be seeing stuff. I have to be seeing stuff. There is no way. Bruh. Bro, I swear to God, when you guys saw me stand up the first time, it's because I seen something run across my floor this way. So that's why I stood up. I'm like, hold on, what the hell? I started looking over here, and then I seen it run back that way. Oh, hell no. What the hell is going on? Oh my God. Boy, I swear to God. Oh, I swear to, yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Mosquitoes like pack up and move the whole house. No, that's 100%. That's how we feel out here. I'm like, dog, what the hell? This is not New York. No offense to my people out of New York, but y'all used to this type of shit, all right? I'm not used to this. The hell? I have to be seeing. I'm just gonna assume that I'm seeing stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna assume I'm seeing stuff because holy that's the most improbable thing that's ever happened. Oh my god. No, it definitely would have been a mouse. Yeah, it definitely would have been a mouse. Yeah, it was too small. It was like barely like and like I said, I only caught it for a second out of the corner of my eye. So it's still early in the morning. Maybe I am just seeing stuff. I'm sorry about that, guys. All right, I'm sorry about that. We we're back now. Okay, we're back. Jesus Christ. Um, R Travis. Earth is an ellipsoid. Travis, there is no physical evidence of this whatsoever. What's up, Scotty? XX said, was it a roach? Honestly, XX, that is even less probable than it being a mouse. Although, like I said, it did look pretty small. But yeah, I highly doubt that. Yeah. Do you live in the woods? No, I do not. That's why I'm tripping like this. I'm like, no, I live in a neighborhood. Yeah, I live in a neighborhood, not in the woods. That's why I'm like, this is not. This is the most. This wow, what the hell? Yeah, if I lived in the woods, then that'd be one thing. Shout out Curious. Curious said, as a 20-year airline pilot, I say that flat earthers are stupid. Okay, well, number one, I never said the earth was flat. Curious. But number two, curious. I'm curious. Why don't you guys take off and land the plane as if the earth is curved? Number one. And why doesn't your pitch data reflect flying over the curvature of the earth in the gyroscopic readings? So that's my question to you, curious. I want to know, why are those two things true? Benjamin said, all right, I'll try again tomorrow when you're actually talking about the flat earth. See you later. Bye, crybaby. Ollie said, what is your strongest argument for flat earth? My strongest argument is that I never said the earth was flat. Benjamin, who was just crying and saying that he was going to leave, I'm sorry, but is there physical evidence of round, flat Earth, or even space other than a handful of people telling me so? No. Guillermo said, if Earth ain't moving, then explain earthquakes. Guillermo, we're talking about whether or not the Earth is moving around the sun, not whether or not trees sway back and forth or sometimes the ground rubs against each other. So, as a part of the Earth, me and you moving around would technically be the Earth moving. But we're talking about whether or not the Earth is moving around the sun. Ugh. Raquel said, I was in a laundromat once and one ran across the floor. I screamed and a big country lady stomped on it. That is so gross. Yeah, the only time I've ever been in a house in California and a mouse has been in the house, I was at my cousin's house one time. Oh, this is so funny, but this is true. I was at my cousin's house one time, and me and him was going through the pantry trying to find something to eat. And when we got to the back of the pantry, a mouse jumped out, right? And my aunt was sitting there right behind me and my cousin. My aunt was sitting here, me and my cousin were right here looking through the pantry. As soon as the mouse came out, right, we started like screaming. And by the time we got off the counter, my aunt was already in the room with the door closed. Like, get it. She done locked us out the room. Like, no. Y'all handle that. Oh my God. I swear to God, that's real. We look back, she looked like Usain Bolt in that bit. She was Usain Bolt, straight to the room, closed the door, locked it. Y'all handle that. Oh, anyways. NVC said, if Earth is not a globe, then what is it? The Earth is a much smaller part of a larger plane. All right, the Earth is a plane, but the Earth that you live on is a smaller part of a bigger plane. Benjamin, crybaby ass, yes, you can pay to take a trip to outer space and the international space. Oh no, that wasn't Benjamin. That was Def. My bad. Here's crybaby Benjamin. Also, I don't agree with gravity pretty much. All of it can be explained with electromagnetism. Thank you so much, crybaby Benjamin. I appreciate that. Mr. MB said, can you explain your hand tattoo? Oops. Yeah, my hand tattoo is a reminder to stay focused in the current moment. All right, that's all it is. Yeah, you see, I have a yin and yang symbol, and it just says now. It just says now on it, like right now. So it's just a reminder for me not to focus on the future, not to focus on the past, but to focus on right now. And if you focus on right now, you know what I mean, then you can make miracles happen, like a genie. Yeah, that's it. It's just a genie's lamp letting you know that you can make miracles happen. You can make anything happen if you focus on right now. That's it. A. West said, I've noticed we get a lot of earthquakes. I'm under the impression that the earth is expanding. But I look at the measurements of how long the circumference of earth is, it never changes year after year. Earth doesn't spin under clouds. Gas is independent of anything and must be contained to give you any pressure. Okay? Without a container, we would not have gas pressure. We would not be able to breathe, is what Jeff is saying. Orthodox, he said, can you talk about Eastern Orthodox? No, I cannot. This is not a religious space. Daff said, thinking about the future causes anxiety. Thinking about the past causes DEPR. I can agree with that. Yeah, I can agree with that. Guillermo, I was going to respond to what you said, but you're just too angry for me. You know, you're just too angry. So we're going to send you back to the lobby. What the? Ross said, what about T-Rex being a for real dragon? Yeah, if you basically take a T-Rex and you put a pterodactyl's wings on it, it's literally just a dragon. Bobby said gravity is a theory, not a fact. This is for them. Here you go.
So wait a minute. What you're saying is that you want us to put water on the crops.
Yes.
Water. Like out the toilet?
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be out of the toilet, but yeah, that's the idea.
But Brondo's got what plants crave.
It's got electrolytes.
Yeah, that's them talking about gravity. I'm like, listen, things fall because they're heavier or they go up because they're lighter. No, it's gravity. No, it's Brando. No. Brando makes the things go down. No, it's not Brando. It's just weight. No, Brando's got what plants crave. That's you guys, literally.
But Brondo's got what plants crave.
It's got electrolytes.
Okay, look. The plants aren't growing.
The plants aren't growing, guys. All right, the plants are not growing. Jeff said the only time the earth moves is when we have an earthquake, and that's usually a sign that something has gone horribly wrong. Yeah, that's not like a regular occurrence that we just experience every day. No, when an earthquake happens, that means a big disaster. Oh my God, I just saw it again. Nigga, I swear to God, I just saw it again. Oh my God. Oh my God. What the Dude. Oh my God. 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 All right. Okay. All right. Hold on. What the fuck? Oh my God. What? Oh, hell no. Oh my God. Dog. And I just hurt my knee. Mother. There's no way I'm seeing stuff. Dog, I need. Oh my God, they're winning again! Ah, it's right there! No! Oh my God! Oh hell no! Dog. Oh hell no! Oh hell Oh, hell no. 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 Oh, my God. Bruh. Bruh, oh, hell no. Bruh. Oh, bruh. Bruh. Bruh, how am I supposed to finish this shit, man? What the hell? Dog, it's a mouse in my room, bruh. Dog, I've never had this happen to me in my life. Bro, I never had this happen to me in my life. I don't even know what to do. Oh my God, this is craziness. Bruh. Yeah, I seen it go into my closet. So I closed my closet. I don't know if that's gonna work. Oh hell nah. Ah, bruh, bruh. Mike said man up. Yeah, all right. The hell is my bruh. Bro, I knew I wasn't seeing shit, bruh. I knew I wasn't seeing shit, bro. This is. I'm gonna try to focus. All right, I'm gonna try to focus. Buddy said, "Grow a pair and get them." Listen, bro, I'm not from New York. All right, all right. I am not. This is not a regular occurrence out here. Okay. Ugh. City said, "Me neither. I'm from Louisiana." Yeah, City. I know you guys are used to that out there in Louisiana. I know for a fact y'all used to that. Buddy said, "Go grab the mouse and throw it outside." How about no? Freak. All right, let's get back on topic, guys. Charlie said, Mr. Gravity is just a theory. What is the inevitability that we will all experience? Bruh. Oh my God. Ross said, why are big creatures afraid of a little mouse? The same way that's the same reason that Smog, the calamity or the calamitous, should have been afraid of Bilbo. All right, you see how Smog didn't think about Bilbo and that was his downfall? Exactly. That's why intelligent big creatures are ultra aware of small, tiny things because those are the only things that we can't see coming. I'm not afraid of you because I can see you coming. That's why. Ah! Ah! Yeah, Jamie, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. No, I'm not gonna do that. All right. Uh, mother effer. Benjamin said in 1997 they tried to prove gravity and all they did was prove electromagnetism. A West said, bro, I'm terrified of bees and I'm a big guy. Yeah, see, I'm the opposite. I actually like bees. Yeah, I like bees. I do not like rodents. I don't like rodents or insects or nothing like that. Scotty said gravity equals earthly ties, the frequency of Earth. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that, Scotty? Yeah, the European guy, thank you. I appreciate that. All right. I literally just saw it this morning. Okay. I'm going to take care of it later. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Oh my God. Raw said, back to the real topic. T Rex is a dragon without the wings on it. Jeremiah, what's good, man? How you doing? That European guy back to the lobby. Michael said, thank you. I'm glad you realized there was no dinosaur or the earth is not turning. There was no people alive on earth before last Sunday. And the biggest lie of all, people with glasses are smart. That was very informative. Thank you. What's up, Linda? How you doing? Mirror, mirror, how you doing? Why? I said, so does the sun rotate around the earth? I don't know if I would say rotate. I would say maybe the sun revolves around the earth or the sun circles the earth. One of those two. Yeah, mirror, mirror. Listen, I'm trying not to think about it. I'm trying not to think about it. Clay said, genuinely, what is wrong with people in today's time? Clay, unlike in previous times, in today's time, it's a lot easier to do your own research. So we don't live in a time period where all of us have the same library of books that we're reading off. So that way we are all forced into reading the same information and we're all brainwashed. Nowadays, we can come up with our own information by reading different books from different countries. 50 years ago, when everybody thought the same thing, I couldn't find a book from France and translate it from French to English and then read that French book. I couldn't do that with Spanish books or Portuguese books. But now we can do that. And so that's why you meet a lot more people that have different opinions than you because we're not brainwashed anymore. We're not zombies. Um, Down said, debate me on why history is fully lies. When I say history is lies, I'm talking about history textbooks exclusively. Donnie, no, we are not African. There are no proven facts that suggest this. '23 said the earth is flat. Plum said, bro, America is not Atlantis. I respect your opinion on that, Plum, but my position comes from an educated place, not just what I believe, which is where your position comes from. Down said, how do you know history is fake if you didn't live back then? How do you know it's real if you didn't live back then? Yeah, the reason that I know what you learned was fake is because it was never written down anywhere by the people involved in the situation. The people who wrote the history that you know, that history comes from their imagination. They never got that from reading the documents of the people who were actually there. Jeff said, have you ever noticed stars are spinning around us in winter and summer? Impossible if we were on a globe. Yeah, Donnie, again, I respect that you believe that, but you can't bring any of those facts in here. And not only can you not bring them, you won't be able to validate those facts either. Yeah, guys, do me a favor. Please like the video if you don't mind. Sub if you like the content, all right? I love and appreciate every single last one of you. Broad said, these are all opinions, not facts. Well, that would be your opinion. What's up, Cosmic Web? Bro, don't assume everything is fake because the past has so many things. I didn't assume everything was fake, stupid.
Stupid. I'm not going to let you get the chance.
I said what is written in history textbooks has not been written down by the people who were involved in the situation. If anybody is assuming, that would be you who is assuming that it's true merely because you were taught it in school. You haven't done any extra research. I've done the extra research. So I'm not the one assuming. You're the one assuming because you are a literal zombified brain infested zombie. All right?
Stupid. I'm not going to let you get the chance.
Again, Broad, that would be your opinion. So thank you for your opinion. We appreciate that. Lewis said, I've never heard about America and Atlantis. I love to hear, my man. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Joshua said, how is the world not moving? I'll explain that after the Atlantis one. Mick Real said, you only need to compare the footage from different space agencies to realize it's all just different movie making techniques. Conspiracy videos aren't necessary anymore. Look at Josh. Well, I asked first. All right, well, I'm not answering you now, Josh. How about that? Since you're such a crybaby. All right, Lewis. So let's talk about America being Atlantis. Number one, the etymology of the word Atlantis should end the entire conversation. Just like when you use the term Africa, you're speaking English, not an African language. When you use the term Atlantis, you're speaking an American language. So you can go look at the etymology of the ATL letter grouping and confirm exactly what I'm telling you right now. Not only that, you have the ancient stories and you have the ancient maps that also confirm, like if you look at the actual stories of Atlantis, it is not even a question whether or not they're referring to America because they describe what America looks like and its physical geographic location. This is a fact. This is according to people like Plato, Diodorus, Francis Bacon. You understand? So you have the ancient stories, the ancient maps. I already talked about the etymology. And then when you look at the travels of the European explorers, you have the golden cities and all the technology that was found here. All right. When they were looking for Atlantis, they described it as an ancient civilization of gold and technology. And that's exactly what they found here, on top of places here that had that name, places and people. So it's not even a question. All right. They heard about Atlantis, not just from American people, but about American people. OGDM said, what is taught in school is a farce. History is usually written by those who have won and favor their point of view, far from factual in most cases. Absolutely, OG. And not only is it far from factual, a lot of times it is purely fabrication. You understand? It is a 100% fabrication on purpose, not just a misrepresentation of events, by accidental exaggeration. Lewis, Plato, Diodorus, Francis Bacon. Let's see, Mercator. Yeah, I mean, like, if you go look up the actual writings of Mercator, who else? Let me see. Yeah, go look up Timaeus by Plato and Critias by Plato. I don't have the names of the writings from Diodorus or Mercator on hand, but Timaeus and Critias is where Plato describes America almost to the T. Linda said the older Britannica encyclopedias have real history. Linda, you are so right. I was going to bring this up yesterday, Linda, but they backed down once I called their bluff, and so I didn't go into it. But I was going to bring this up yesterday. I was going to bring up proof that the European convicts were being sold into slavery in America based on what it says in the Encyclopedia Britannica. But, I don't like to talk about that too much because, it's very triggering for a lot of our audience. It's very triggering, so I don't like to go into it unless I have to. But, every now and then they'll come in here and say, you don't have evidence of that. You can't prove that. And I'm like, yes, I can. Joshua, if you think the Foucault's pendulum proves that the earth is moving around the sun, then this is you.
Stupid, I'm not gonna let you get the chance. Stupid, I'm not gonna let you get the chance.
Yeah, the Foucault's pendulum does not prove the earth is moving around the sun. Maybe you should look it up before you come in here suggesting that we look it up. All right?
Stupid, I'm not gonna let you get the chance.
Super Jared, I never disputed that the earth was round. Okay, so that is a moot point. We're talking about whether or not the earth is a sphere right now. Michael said, please cite the scientific research that says the earth is not moving. Michael, are you not aware of any of the scientific experiments that have attempted to prove the earth is moving and failed? How are you participating in this conversation, but you're not aware of all the experiments that have attempted to prove the earth is moving and failed? I understand if you want to know that information, you shouldn't be trying to get it from YouTube. Well, I'm asking you a question. Are you, yes or no, aware of all of the experiments that have been done that have attempted to prove the earth is moving and failed? K-Dog said, my daddy, Neil deGrasse Tyson, will destroy you. Now, my daddy's stronger than Superman. Look, this K-Dog. My daddy, Bill Nye the Science Guy, is stronger than Spider-Man. He can pick up a whole car. Oh yeah, K-Dog, your daddy can pick up a whole car? Well, thank you for letting us know. I'm sure your dad is very strong. Phil said, trick question, there are no failed experiments to be aware of. Phil, you're exposing your ignorance right now. Yeah, one of them is actually called Aries failure. The name failure is in the name of the experiment because of how spectacularly it failed and changed the laws of physics. Icy, thank you for the $2. Are you a Somali? No, I am not. Thank you for that question, though. I appreciate the compliment. K-Dog is hilarious. My daddy can pick up a whole bus. Yeah, Michael, I'm not going to answer your question first, bro. And if you don't want to answer my question, then I'll just ignore you for the rest of the time. I don't care. Yeah, just like I'm doing Josh. You see how Josh is an idiot? And now Josh is spamming, so I get to send him back to the lobby. But yeah, like, oh my God, it's right there. It came back. Oh my God, somebody help. Somebody help. Mother effer. Oh my God. Dude, what the F? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Son of a bitch. Bruh. Son of a. Lord, please help me. Lord, please help me. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude. There is a freaking mouse in my room, dude. What the hell? All right. I do not know how to handle these type of situations, okay? I am not from New York. All right. What the hell? Dude, this is crazy. Buddy said, turn off your computer and clean your house. I will admit that my house is a little bit dirty. Yeah. I will admit that. It's not completely my fault, but I will admit that. Yeah. My God, this is crazy. Yeah, I need to stand up now. Sorry, guys. I'm not sitting down for the rest of the time, all right? I'm not sitting down. All right, fuck that. Son of a... Oh, my God, dude. I swear to God. Mother effer. Yeah, I'm standing up, all right, for the rest of the time, because... Yeah. I'm going to end up... H down said, oh, there it is right there. Oh. Should I try? I don't want to try to catch it right now. I'm not in the right mindset to do this. H down said, you live in the hood? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I live in the opposite of the hood. The exact opposite. Oh my God. I don't have to look for a poop trail. It's right here. I don't have to look for a poop trail. It keeps running in between my freaking my closet and right here behind my computer. It's right here. Jesus said, change the smoke alarm. Jesus, I left the smoke alarm on just so I could see who I need to block. All right? My God. Buddy said, this guy is a lizard. I wish I was. If I was a lizard, then I'd have dinner over here. H down, back to the lobby. I'm sorry, we're going to get back on the conversation. We really are. I'm not used to this. All right? I am not used to this. Glove Art Giovanni, is that what it says? Giovanni says, we are Aboriginal. Yeah, there's no trail. Yeah, XX, there's no trail. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is the first time I ever seen anything like this. Yeah, there's no like that's what I'm saying. I'm like, even though my house is dirty, it ain't that dirty. Hell no. Hell no. I'm like, and we just shampooed the carpets in here. Arnold said, I'm with you on the dinosaurs are dragons. Shout out Orion, back to the lobby. The Bobcat said this guy needs professional help. I do need professional help. If there are any professional rodent removal services. Oh my God. Michael said, big talk like you, so strong. Then a mouse goes by and you act like a little child screaming. You just expose your true nature. Oh, you got me. Guys, like the video, please, if you don't mind. Like the video and sub if you like the content, all right? Sub so I can get a studio and leave here. Yeah, sub so I can go get another studio. Rye Guy said, what do you mean America equals Atlantis? America equals Atlantis because of etymology, ancient stories, ancient maps, and of course, the reported gold and technology that was discovered here by the original European settlers. Mirror said, looking into the experiment he was referring to, it was done in the 19th century, and then they put a crying face as if that's hilarious. Right. See, I bring up an experiment. Their response is that experiment was done a long time ago. And you have how many experiments? You have this many. Do you understand? Even if I only have one experiment that was done a long time ago, that one experiment that was done a long time ago is more than your 0 experiments that were done never. All right? Cosmic said, can you talk about Nikola Tesla? I mean, I don't really want to talk about him too much. I will say that a lot of his ideas were stolen and redistributed to other people. I want to say most of his patents are owned by JP Morgan Chase, and the rest of them that aren't owned by JP Morgan Chase are owned by the Edison Company. Sam said, can I join the Discord? I have a good theory I want to talk about. What is your theory that you would like to talk about? Linda said, what do the tides have to do with us living on a plane? Zach said, I just joined. What is the base of your channel? The base of my channel is the truth. All right? The base of my channel is the truth. Disma, what's up, Disma? How are you doing today, beautiful? Yeah, I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing, gorgeous? In Rule said the truth isn't a base. Yeah, maybe not for you because you guys come from the lineage of evil who are constantly lying about everything. Linda said dinosaurs never existed. DA said the psychic potential of humanity is being suppressed. Famous back to the lobby. Disma said, so nice to see all of you today. Absolutely, Disma. It's nice to see you as well. Guys, like the video, please, if you don't mind. Sub if you like the content. Cyan said, a flat world can't exist because of gravity. Cyan, number one, I never said the earth was flat. Number two, gravity is not a scientific theory. So if gravity doesn't exist scientifically, then according to you, I guess the world can be flat. Well, I guess you are admitting that the world can be flat since gravity is not a scientific theory. Cyan. Buddy called me brother. Brother. Look, this is basically what he was doing. He's like this. He's like this. Brother. Gravity is not a theory because it's a law. Hey, imagine going like this to somebody, brother, and being 100% wrong. Ain't that the craziest thing ever when people do that? They're like, my brother in Christ. Buddy, you were wrong. All right? Don't you put that on Christ's name. All right? Don't you put that on Christ's name. Okay? Christ's going to strike you down where you stand. Christ about to strike you down where you stand. Talking about my brother. Shut your ass up. You ain't even right. Doing all that dramatic shit. Like the video if you don't mind, all right? Like the video and sub if you like the content. All that dramatic shit. Brother. Like, boy, you're not even right to be doing all that. What's good, Antoine? Mirror said, if you say history is 100% lies, then every other claim is self-defeating. No, that's not true because when I say history is lies, I'm referring to history textbooks. And every other claim that's up here is not taught in the history textbook. As a matter of fact, we're taught the opposite of these in history textbooks. I wish you could exercise some critical. You had the ability to exercise some critical thinking on your own, so I did not have to explain that to you, but it is what it is. Okay? It is what it is. T8 said he means the ground does not move around the sun. Yeah, that's mainly what I'm talking about. There's also no evidence that the earth rotates, but even if there was evidence that the earth rotating but not moving around the sun doesn't actually make sense, and it doesn't work in the globe model. So I don't know why you guys would bring up the Foucault's pendulum before you bring up evidence that the earth is moving around the sun. Because the earth cannot be rotating in a circle stationary. That's what you guys are basically claiming when you bring up the Foucault's pendulum. You're like, okay, well, we got proof that the earth moves around in a circle. Do you have proof that it moves around the sun? No, but it moves in a circle. So it's moving in a circle but not around the sun? This is stupid. This is complete ignorance now. Shout out Ian or I Am Mother. Shout out I Am Mother. RTH said the earth doesn't spin, the sun moves. Then how do you know Atlantis existed? Because people spoke about it in antiquity. Like the video, please. Sub if you like the content. X Shadow. We know people lied through history. Half the stuff people said already got proven false. It's already been proven false. I Am Mother said, I love you, my guy. I Am Mother, I love you too. I really do. I appreciate every single last one of you. Disma said, are we hitting on the host? No, Disma, we're not doing that, okay? We're not doing that. All right? This is a very professional space. All right, we're very professional and serious up here. Now, afterwards, in the DM, yeah, I can't promise what's going to happen in the DM, all right? Twisted said that nose, though. Twisted, I appreciate you complimenting my nose. I need this giant nose for utility reasons. It's the reason I could smell all the bullshit, all right? The reason I could smell you guys coming a mile away, the reason I can read your guys' thoughts is because of this giant nose. You understand? I could literally, I could smell the thoughts as they come out of your brain. You know what I mean? I could smell every single heat registry as it comes off of your brain. And that's how I know you haven't showered in 3 days, my guy. All right? Yeah, I got this giant nose because I can smell your thoughts and you haven't showered in 3 days. I'm going to need you to go handle that today. All right? Do not wait another day without taking a shower. All right? That's why God gave me this giant nose. Sand said, so I sent you my theory in the Discord if you want to check it out. Why don't you just tell us what your theory is right here? What is your theory? X Shadow said he is right about history, my guy. He's right about history, guys. SR said thoughts on blank. SR, we choose not to talk about that up here because it's a highly censored topic. All right. That is one of the things that they are very invested in, making sure people do not find out the truth. So I'm not going to discuss it on here, if that's okay. RT8 said history is his story. Mirror said subscribe to The Real Offended and like the video if you guys don't mind. What's up, Krista? Krista the scientist, what's good? Any response to the Sagnac effect proving the Earth's rotation? Dan, I do have a response to that, and you're not going to like it, all right? The Sagnac effect does not prove Earth's rotation. The Sagnac effect does the exact opposite, okay? It does the exact opposite. This is not up for debate. The Sagnac effect proves that the Earth is not moving. The Sagnac effect does not prove that the Earth is moving. Okay? Let's do this. First of all, let's look at what the Sagnac effect is. All right? The Sagnac effect. George Sagnac set up this experiment in 1913 in an attempt to prove that the Earth was moving. Hold on. My bad. No, that's not what it says. It says, in an attempt to prove the existence of the ether. That's what it says. Right. Sagnac effect realized an experiment with light rays whose results, according to him, proved the earth was moving. Nope, it doesn't say that. It says, according to him, it invalidated the theory of relativity. It invalidated the theory of relativity. Hold on, which theory did it invalidate? It invalidated the theory of relativity. Well, let's read about the theory of relativity. So if we read here from the book Einstein's Relativity, right, you could see that before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled to this negative result. Well, what is this negative result? This negative result is the fact that the motion of the earth cannot be made perceptible in terrestrial experiment. You understand that the theory of relativity attempts to explain why we can't prove the earth is moving. So if Sagnac effect invalidates the theory of relativity, what does the Sagnac effect do? It proves the ether that Einstein's relativity makes superfluous. It invalidates the theory of relativity. So if it invalidates the theory of relativity and we come back here, that means that before the theory of relativity, which is now invalidated, right? According to the Sagnac effect. You brought up the Sagnac effect, okay? I didn't bring it up, you brought it up. So if you believe in that, then you're saying you believe that the Sagnac effect invalidates relativity. If it invalidates relativity, then that means that we cannot prove the earth is moving from Earth. All right? Bing bong. Bing bong. Bing bong. So I appreciate you for bringing that up. I do appreciate you for bringing that up. However, the Sagnac effect proves that the earth is not moving, not the other way around, all right?
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
I do appreciate you, though, for tuning in and for participating in the conversation. All right? Like the video, please. Double tap the screen and sub if you like the content. All right? If I were you guys, I would not bring the Sagnac effect up again. I'm just saying, if I were you. Now, you can keep bringing it up if you want, but that just strengthens my position. And I love you. Disma said, like the video, guys. Thank you so much, Disma. I appreciate you so much. Rich Bass, I love this platform. Shout out Mirror Mirror. This is for you, Mirror Mirror. KIG, I don't know what you're talking about, but let's calm down in the chat, all right? Let's relax, guys. Levi, thank you for the 2 jewels, Levi.
Donations, gifts.
KIG, also thank you for the 2 jewels.
Donations, gifts.
Sand said, my theory is that people have their own minds and realities than others, and also dreams are possibilities of another life. Is that what you're saying, Sands? You're saying that when we dream, we are remote viewing the other possibilities of our lives, or are we remote viewing other dimensions where different versions of us exist? That's an interesting idea. Yeah, that is an interesting idea. I will say, oh my God. I mean, on that note, right? On that note, this is what I'll say. When I have dreams, because I am an active lucid dreamer, all right? I'm a super active lucid dreamer. Hold on, before I get into that, let me make sure I didn't miss any other comments. Dan said, according to Sagnac, it invalidates relativity by proving Earth is rotating. Are you a moron? Are you a literal moron? if it invalidates relativity, then that means it proves that the earth is not moving. You understand? Because relativity is explaining why the earth is moving even though we can't prove it. All right? So you're an idiot, dog. All right? You don't understand the theory of relativity or the ring laser gyroscope and the Sagnac effect. You don't understand the conversation we're having. Okay, yeah, so on the dream thing, right? Listen, I swear to God, at least every other day when I'm lucid dreaming, I have dreams about me being physically married to one of the people that I used to be in a relationship with. And the fact that I have those dreams leads me to believe that I'm probably just remote viewing somebody else's life. Yeah. Because that's never happening in my life. I mean, this is just, I'm never, ever, 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 ever getting married to anybody that I was ever in a relationship with or have kids with. All right. That's never happening. I'm like, no. So when I have dreams and in that situation, I'm like, oh, this must be somebody else's life because this for sure ain't mine. Yeah. I will say that. I will say that. Very often when I wake up from those dreams, I'm like, oh, whew. Oh, thank God. I'm like, thank God. Oh, I don't know what the hell I was thinking. But the crazy part about it is those same people, it's not far-fetched that I would have married those people because as you guys know, I'm a lover, not a fighter. You know what I mean? I'm a lover. So when I'm in love with people or when I love people, I love them forever. You know what I mean? There's nothing that could ever happen to make me stop loving them. So because of that, I could imagine a different reality where a different me could get married in that situation. But me, this one, hell no. Yeah, hell no. That ain't never happening. Okay, I could guarantee you that. Anyway, that's the only reason why I think sometimes that our dreams maybe are us remote viewing somebody else's life. Because it can't be like, you know what I mean, what I'm envisioning. Hell no. I know what I'm envisioning, and that ain't it. Okay? That is not it. It's a fact. Indian said, no, I'm not. I was born in I was born right before them, which means I get along with a lot of them. You know what I mean? A lot of my good friends are CANCERs, you know. But no, I'm a Gemini. I was born right before that. Tony said, are you black or Indian? Well, Tony, if you go far back enough in America, black and Indian are the same exact thing. Disma said, I'm an Aries. Shout out all my Aries in the chat. GB said, I'm a Taurus. Shout out all my Tauruses in the chat. CJ, what's good, CJ? Yeah, a KIG, it is reoccurring. Yeah, it's not with the same girl though. Yeah, it's not with the same girl. Like at one point or another, there are like 3 or 4 different women that I was in serious relationships with that, you know, I could have married. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, depending on how our relationship went, it's not far-fetched that I would have married this person, you know, because of, you know, how long our relationship lasted. So that's what I'm saying. Like, usually it'll be one of those people. It's not the same person every time. No, it's not the same person every time. But it'll be one of those 3 or 4 people, and it'll be like I'll wake up and I will have been married to them. And it's just like, it's awful. It's absolutely awful. Yeah. Oh my God. It's borderline a nightmare. RT8 said, yeah, I know how to research. All your research is just reading books That's the same thing people do when they research the Bible. Yeah, Dan Smith is an idiot. Yeah, you got to just ignore him. He's a moron. This is Dan Smith right here. This is Dan Smith.
Stupid, I'm not gonna let you get the chance. Stupid, I'm not gonna let you get the chance.
Shout out Dan. CJ said, one time I actually spoke to a girl. Good for you, CJ. Good for you. Darren said, who bullied you? You talking to me, Darren? Who bullied me? Darren, the only person that bullied me was my older brother and his friends, all right? Yeah, I have an older brother that was a senior in high school when I was a freshman. So I got bullied by my older brother, you know what I mean? But at the same time, that's why nobody else could bully me, you know what I mean? That's why when I was a freshman, I used to get in fights with seniors all the time because I was at home fighting a senior. I was at home fighting the most dangerous senior in the whole school. So that's why I'm not afraid of you. Yeah, I used to get the paws put on me all the time. I'm not ashamed of that. You know what I mean? Yeah, real men have lost fights before. That's what happens. Yeah, I got beat up every day by my brother when I was growing up. That's why I ain't scared of you, Jack. Dan said, sorry you think what I'm saying is nonsense because it actually is. Yeah, I'm not sorry about that, Dan. I'm not sorry. I'm used to you idiots coming in here by now. You know, I'm used to it. You guys are idiots. You don't know anything. You don't read anything. And so you assume everything that you were taught in school is true. And when somebody challenges that, you can't even comprehend how a difference in opinion exists because all you know is school. You're in love with school. Life is Good said, I fought all my childhood friends. Yeah, I'm not like that. Life is Good. I'm gonna be honest. I got in a fight with maybe one or two of my childhood friends, but any of my friends that I was cool with, if we ended up getting a fight, we're not friends no more, homie. No offense. Like I said, you know, your brother is one thing. You know what I mean? That's one. But if we just cool, we homies. There's no reason for us to come to a point where we're physically trying to harm each other. And if we do, then we're not cool. You know what I mean? Yeah, we're not cool. Yeah, I got friends that I hang out with still from high school. We've never even once thought about getting physical with each other. Never even one time. Never even thought about putting hands on each other. You know what I mean? Yeah. Bobby said, I view alternate universes as a pyramid. The top cap being our full selves, and at the bottom in 3D, we are fractional pieces of our whole self. And we have to ascend putting our pieces back together. KIG, thank you for the 100. I appreciate that.
Donations, gifts.
I appreciate that. Basilic said, I'm not a sheep, my guy. Good for you, Basilic. Good for you.
Donations, gifts.
KIG, thank you so much for the gift. I appreciate that. Alex, I'm going to send you back to the lobby if you don't mind. Well, even if you do mind, you can still go back to the lobby. Yeah. Disma said, if you like yourself, like the video. If you don't like yourself, then don't. We understand. Shout out Disma. I appreciate you, love. Non-buoyant said, are my chats not even visible? I don't know. Are some of your chats getting censored? Yeah, I don't know if your chats are getting censored. Morris said Atlantis is in Mauritania. There's no physical or historical evidence of this whatsoever. I understand that you saw a documentary and that's what they said, but that doesn't make it true. Non-buoyant said, trying to tell you move your big head. Here. Guys, like the video, please. Double tap the screen and sub if you like the content. Shout out KIG. I appreciate you, dog.
Donations. Gifts.
Ugh. CJ said sometimes not getting what you want is the biggest blessing. CJ, I agree with that. Oh, wow. CJ, I agree with that 100%. Yeah, sometimes not getting what you want is the biggest blessing. Let me back up a little bit. Is that better? KIG, thank you for the high five, man.
Donations. Gifts.
The earth is a donut and we must eat it. Shout out Disma. I appreciate that. I mean, I guess technically the earth is a donut. If we're talking about, the shape of our magnetic field. And I guess technically we do eat of the earth. America equals Atlantis. Yes. Why is your channel what? HAR? Are you just hating? Is that what that is? Is that a pure hate comment? Dang, that is just pure hate, huh? Wow. It's very rare that you see an open hater in the flesh. That's crazy. Yeah, back to the lobby. Back to the lobby. None of that hater shit over here. San said, can I join in on Discord and talk about the theories that comes up? Not at this moment, okay? Yeah, I'm not ready to let people in the Discord yet. When maybe in the next 20 minutes or so, I'll be ready. But if you want to wait in the Discord so you're the first one that I bring up, you can do that. The Discord is on my page, and the live show tab is where I will be in a few minutes. So if you want to be the first person I bring up, then you can go to the Discord and wait for me to get in there. Or you can just wait until I tell you that I'm going to go in there. Yeah, KIG, thank you so much. I really love and appreciate you. I really do. Yeah, so America being Atlantis. Number one, it's the etymology of the word Atlantis. Number two, the ancient stories. Number three, the ancient maps. Number four, all of the gold and the golden cities that they found there. And number five, the ancient technology that was found in Atlantis and repurposed. It was repurposed as American technology and is still being used around the world till this day.
To this day. To this day.
Thank you for that question. Vadim said, dude is so delusional, he actually thinks he won all these arguments. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you for that comment. Yeah, like the video, guys, if you don't mind, please. Double tap the screen and sub if you like the content. RTH said, a ball earth is finite. Flat leads to control of thoughts. Oh, that leads to the control of thoughts. Very interesting. Isn't the etymology of the name America from the explorer? Nope, that is actually not true. Mark, you see why I say everything you learn in history class is 100% lies? Literally everything you learn in a history textbook is a lie. So yeah, America being named after an Italian explorer, that's 100% a lie. 100%. Maya said, I don't believe you're being sincere. Well, if you don't believe I'm being sincere, then you can go back to the lobby. That way you don't have to contemplate that anymore. Yeah, KIG, let's calm down, okay, if you don't mind. Please relax. Thank you. Donald said slavery never happened. Donald, that is a lie. Slavery certainly did happen and it is still going on till this day.
To this day. To this day.
This is a fact. As a matter of fact, here you go. Watch this. There you go. I bring this up from time to time. Yeah, let's mosey on back to when they allegedly outlawed slavery in the United States, right? Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for a crime, except as a punishment for a crime, except as a punishment for a crime. You understand? Slavery was never made illegal in America. There you go. Bun said history is entirely lies unless it's convenient for you. Nope, history is entirely lies unless it is not written in a history book. Are you from Canada, bro? Is that why you said it like that? Exactly. RT8 said slavery wasn't outlawed. They just put a stipulation that you first had to be convicted of some made up bullshit crime. Oops. What the? Ugh. RT8 said, no, the sun moves around the ground. The ground does not move. Thank you, RT8. I appreciate you for dropping that game on us. Bobby said the workforce from the blanks, you can read his comment, is also slave labor. So the name of America came from Atlantis? Nope, that's not what I said. I didn't say the name of America came from Atlantis. Okay, I need you guys to pay attention. Disma said Plato mentions Atlantis, right? Correct, Disma. Plato mentions Atlantis in Timaeus and Critias. Um, just be cool. The Native Americans that are in America today admittedly come from Siberia. Yeah, that is correct. Johnny said, but he himself never saw it. He learned through stories. That's correct, Johnny. Yeah, now, Johnny, let me ask you this. Whose stories did he learn from? Since you're so smart, Johnny, right? Plato didn't see it himself. He learned from stories. Who told him those stories? Johnny, I'm curious if you know the answer to that. I mean, you could Google it, you know what I mean, if you want to cheat. But if you don't know and you don't even attempt to Google it, then come on, bro. Like, you could at least Google it, you know what I mean? Go ahead, cheat, bro. I know you don't know the answer, so you can cheat and Google it. Mark said Socrates. Fish said, based on what Plato said. Johnny said, excellent question. I'm not going to Google it because well, you shouldn't have to Google it, Johnny. If you are aware that Plato got the information from somebody else, why don't you know who the other person that he got that information is from? Don't Google it. Just tell us the answer. Who did Plato get that info from? Where was I at? Fishaholic said, according to Plato, Atlantis is west of through the Pillars of Hercules or the Straits of Gibraltar. That would be across the Atlantic Ocean, which takes you straight to North America. Timaeus and Critias. Those are the books that Plato wrote that in. Pepsi says Socrates. Shout out the Ethereal Yapper. I like that name. Johnny, are you going to answer us or no? If you don't know the answer, Johnny, it's fine. I'll give you the answer. I just want to see if you know first. I don't know. I'm here to hear your point. All right, Johnny, I'll tell you, okay? Okay, so remember how you said Plato got the information about Atlantis from somebody else? And I told you that that is true, and he talked about it in Timaeus and Critias, right? Fishaholic just said the same thing, that's where Plato talked about it, in Timaeus and Critias. All right, so the name of his ancestors that he got this information from are Timaeus and Critias. Just Cool said, can we speak on how dinosaurs aren't real? And now Plato's full of shit, right? Okay, well. I'm willing to accept that, but if Plato's full of shit, then there's a lot of information that you guys learned in school that needs to be thrown out. If we're going to say that Plato was lying, then all right, I'm okay with that. Yes, I did give him the answer, Christina. Right, like the answer was right there. And if he had actually read this, then he would know that. Like anybody would know that if they had actually read about this. You're like, why is the book called Critias? Well, because Plato's talking to Critias. Live Well said dinosaurs used to be real. Live Well? No, they were not. Dirt Track said, that's true. School books are trash. Just Be Cool said, dragons were real, my boy. That's a fact. Just let's talk about it real quick. Dinosaurs were provably made up in the 1800s, way past the time period where anybody would have been able to see a dinosaur. All right, dinosaurs were made up in the 1800s. after they were allegedly already completely gone. That's how you know they never existed, because nobody ever saw them. Dragons were talked about all throughout history from different people that never met each other, different cultures that never had contact. They all talked about dragons. All right, there's more evidence for dragons than there is for George Washington. Yeah, no, dragons were not made up. Those were real. Steven said, because it's a stationary flat plane. Talking to Willie Jedi. What did Willie say? Willie said, explain why you think the earth is not moving. Willie, the reason why I think the earth is not moving is because I know for a fact that all scientific experiments that have ever been done on the subject have failed. So scientifically, the earth is not moving. If you believe in the theory of relativity because you're a religious person, then maybe the earth is moving religiously. But in reality, the earth is not moving based on all scientific experiments ever. Thank you for that question. Ninja said, wait, hold up. He might be cooking with the dinosaurs or dragons. Listen, this is not my opinion, by the way. I don't want to take credit for this, okay? I got this from reading ancient text. I read ancient texts. I read the writings of people from the 18 and the 1600s. They were still talking about dragons in the 1800s. They were still talking about seeing dragons in the 1800s. Ada said, how is slavery a lie? Thank you for that question. The reason slavery is a lie is because the slaves in America came from America, not from Africa. As a matter of fact, there were more slaves sold out of America than were sold to America. There were more slaves sold out of America than to America. Ha ha. My brothers and sisters, there were more slaves sold out of America than were sold to America, my brothers and sisters.
Donations. Gifts.
Like the video, guys. Please double tap the screen and sub if you like the content, okay? If you think I'm wrong, prove it. If you can't prove it, then shut your ass up. Willie said, this last fact is very true. See, you see how pretty much everybody in the chat, if they disagree with me about 5 things, they all at least agree on 1. Like, that is literally all of my haters. That's why they watch me. Because some of them agree that history textbooks are lies, but they still believe everything in the history textbook. You understand? That there have been people that have come in here and said, okay, I agree with you that history textbooks are lies. But then they go and argue with me about all the stuff that's written in the history textbook. You see, you guys actually agree with me. You agree, you're just not ready to accept the truth. You are experiencing cognitive dissonance. The Hound's Fang, you are correct. I'm not going to bring that up for the obvious reasons, but you are correct about what you're saying. Jacob said the earth moves at 1,000 miles per hour, and yet we can't feel it, but somehow I'm slow. Steven, you're responding to Slava? What did Slava say? That name already is weird, I ain't gonna lie. Slava. Slava said by your, oh, okay, thank you. Thank you for bringing my attention to that. Slava, back to the lobby. Like I said, that name already is kind of, you know what I mean? The ethereal yapper. This is all accurate. Dirt Track said exactly. Drop the sources of the experiments that failed. Pantaflas. Are you telling me you're not aware of any of the experiments that have been done attempting to prove the Earth is moving? You're not aware of any of these things? Steven said this dude knows what's up. Shout out Steven. Muzan said Black history isn't just America. It's the entire world. Slaves weren't just in America. You guys don't take into account what wasn't documented. It wasn't just America that had a lot going on. Exactly, right. All of those slaves that were captured and sold out of Africa, just because they were captured and sold out of Africa, that don't mean that they were sent to America. Do you guys understand that? That just like the slaves in America were captured and sent to other parts of America, that the slaves in Africa were captured and sent to the other parts of that same landmass. Yeah, they weren't traveling across the ocean with slaves that were barely making it alive a few hundred days. You have any idea how expensive it is to transport slaves for weeks at a time? You have any idea how expensive it is to feed slaves for weeks at a time? You're not doing that. Yeah, you're not doing that. They would get slaves from Africa, get on a boat for a few days, and then sell them slaves off after a few days. You're not going to hold slaves for months. That's the dumb. And if you starved them, they wouldn't have made it. Idiot. Well, they didn't feed them. Then they wouldn't have been able to walk or move or nothing. Idiot. They would have passed away right away. So this defeats your dumb point. All right? They did not keep slaves for months at a time. They kept slaves for days at a time. And maybe they did starve them for days. If you starve somebody for weeks, they won't make it. Stupid. Sorry, I love you, okay? I don't mean to get turned on, but this is you guys are ridiculous. You're ridiculous.
Stupid. I'm not gonna let you get the chance.
Like the video, guys, please. Like the video and sub if you like the content, okay? I'm saying you guys got to use your brains. Shout out Mystic. Mystic said happy Friday. Peace, host, mods, and chat. Even the haters. Even the haters. Sean said the Foucault pendulum stops. I agree, Sean. I don't know why they're not aware enough to realize that the Foucault pendulum does not move indefinitely unless you have it on a motor or a magnet. Mark said, how are we not African? Mark, the reason why I'm not African is because African is the name of some Europeans. And I don't name myself after Europeans because I'm not European, Mark. Do you understand? The people of the landmass of Africa never called themselves that. So even if I was from that landmass, which I am not, even if I was from that landmass, which I am not, I wouldn't call myself the name Africa because that's the name of some Europeans. This is a fact. Ada said, is Juneteenth a lie? Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, probably. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I never got taught about Juneteenth in history class, to be honest. Yeah, maybe they talked about it in my African American studies classes when I went to college, but in high school they didn't teach us about Juneteenth. So I'm talking about what we were taught in high school history class, okay? High school history class. I guess if you want to add college in there as well, then we can do that. But most of you guys didn't take college history classes, so there's no point in even talking about that. Yeah, I don't celebrate holidays. Me personally, I don't celebrate any holidays out here. Darius said, anytime, love y'all. Oh, Darius, was that you that sent all them gifts? My bad. Somebody just sent a bunch of gifts and I didn't even call it out. My bad. Hold up. Yeah, Darius, thank you for all them gifts, man. Darius just sent a whole bunch of gifts, and I appreciate you, Darius. Thank you so much.
Donations. Gifts.
Darius, we love and appreciate you so much, man. Yeah, you sent so many gifts that they're not even showing up on my thing. I'm gonna send you. Thank you so much, Darius.
Gifts. Gifts.
Oops. Gerald said the oldest tribe in Africa. The Dogons say that nobody is from Africa. Are you saying that the oldest tribe in Africa to this day is claiming that they migrated to Africa and that they're not from Africa either? Is that what you're saying? Shout out EA. EA said the earth is not a ball, it's an infinite plane. Fees said no one living today can say they were a slave in America. Actually, Fees, every single person that has a job in America today can say they were a slave in America. And just by the way you talk, I can tell that you don't actually read anything, right? Because if you read the 13th Amendment, you would see that slavery was never outlawed in America. Do you understand? Slavery was never outlawed in America. So every single person who is punished with a crime, whether it's a violent crime, a non-violent crime, a made-up crime, you know what I mean? Whether they were falsely in prison, whether it was, you know what I mean? If you are incarcerated, then you're still a slave. So there are millions of people that can actually claim they were slaves in America till this day.
To this day. To this day.
I don't know why you would say something like that when it's so easily verifiable. The Hound's Fang. Thank you for the $5, my brother. I appreciate that.
Donations. Gifts. Gifts.
The Hounds said our entire history is a lie. This guy is spot on. Imagine seeing this background and getting hung up on slavery. What about all the missing blanks? Thank you, the House Fangs. I appreciate you for that. Plot J said, I'm not African. Black Americans from the South haven't been on that continent in half a millennia. And, excuse me, not Plot J, Pilot J, I'm going to go a step further than you. The Black Americans in the South were never on that continent. Never, ever, ever, not even one point in history, all right? Those Africans, at one point, they were on the American continent, and then they migrated from America to where they are today, Africa. Though that's why whoever said that comment that the oldest tribe in Africa claims that nobody is from Africa, because they know that they migrated to Africa from America. Yo mama's boyfriend said that information is not true. Now that information is 100% true. And again, there was a random person in the chat that commented that. Yeah, there was a random person in the chat that commented that the people who are in Africa today all migrated there. And there are ancient petroglyphs on the walls of ancient temples and pyramids in America that explicitly state that the Americans or the Atlanteans were leaving America to go to Europe, to go to Africa, to basically create civilization in these places. This is written on the walls of the ancient temples in America. Yeah. Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah, that's a fact, by the way. Are all the people in the chat saying I'm wrong? No, that's a fact. I'm 100% right. Do me a favor, guys. Please like the video and sub if you like the content, all right? Like the video and sub if you like the content. All right. Ugh. Oh. All right. My bad. It's getting a little hot in here. You know what I mean? I had to shake my hat hair out. Travis said, here's a fact. Just because you read it, it doesn't make it true. Well, that's interesting. Well, how come you don't treat your history textbooks like that? Why do you think that everything you read in the history textbook is automatically true then? I'm just saying, if I'm reading primary documents and you think it's not automatically true, I could say the same thing about your dumb history textbooks. As a matter of fact, I am saying the same thing about your history textbooks. I'm saying just because you read it, that doesn't make it true. Thank you. Pantel said Ethiopians, though, do exist in Greek history. Right, except what you are failing to realize is that the name Ethiopia at that time did not denotate modern day, what is that, Mauritania? Isn't that what Ethiopia used to be called back then? Back then, Ethiopia wasn't called Ethiopia. America was called Ethiopia back then. This is why they take the names of America and they give these names to other places. That way you guys think that the history that actually happened in America happened somewhere else. Same thing they did with India. Yeah, you know that India wasn't named India during the time of Christopher Columbus? Did you know that during the time of Christopher Columbus, modern day India wasn't even called India? So he could not have been looking for Hindustan, or else he would have said Hindustan. He was looking for India, which was in America at the time. Same thing with the term Ethiopian. Modern day Ethiopia wasn't called Ethiopia during the times of the Greeks. Anyway. Thank you, Jason. That's all mine. Listen, I'm not making none of this up. This is the fact. Yeah, you're right. Plato and the Greeks did talk about Ethiopia. They were talking about Western Ethiopia. You understand? Western Ethiopia. John said, why are you so angry? Because you're so stupid, John.
Stupid. I'm not going to let you get the chance.
What's up, Truther Peter? How you doing, man? Jason said he's telling the truth, people. They lied to us about everything. Jason said, is all that you said used as documents from history or no? No, Jason, they aren't. That's why what we know about history, for the most part, is just a lie. Because they don't give us the actual documented evidence in history class. So I'm claiming that history textbooks are full of lies. The Ethereal said, I hope you have content on your page totally about the binge. I definitely do have a lot of content on my page. I've been trying to flood it with clips from the lives, but I only have so many of those. So if you go far back enough, you're going to see me talk about current events. I don't know if you like that kind of stuff, but I find it funny. So, you know. Live Well said, jokes, love your work, brother. Live Well, I appreciate that. And I love you too. I really mean it. Jason, thank you for the star. I appreciate that, Jason.
Donations, gifts.
S-Con, I'm referring to all history, but please do not bring up any known censored subjects on YouTube, okay? And as a matter of fact, the fact that you came in here and that's the only comment that you said, and you said it twice, I'm going to send you back to the lobby because you're clearly a troll. You're clearly a troll. Disma said, question reality. That's it. Very simple. Oh. Ooh. Excuse me. My bad. I was like starting to sweat. I was starting to sweat under that hood. I need to air. I gotta air this shit out. Uh, bro, why do you do this? Why do I do this with my hair? It's because I was sweating a little bit. You know what I mean? And sometimes your hair gets smashed down. You know what I mean? And you gotta just like, you gotta like spring it up a little bit. You know what I mean? You gotta get the spring going with the hair. You know what I mean? Gotta spring it up. You know what I mean? That's why I'm doing that. I'm like, gotta spring it up. I've been wearing hoodies all morning, you know? Mr. Eggnormous said, the Atlantic slavery did exist. I agree, it did exist. But these slaves that were being sold across the Atlantic were being sold from Europe. All right? It was being sold from Europe, not from Africa. And yes, I have showed documented evidence of this up here ad infinitum. All right? If they were sold from across the Atlantic, they were sold from Europe, period. T. Brock said, hey, good luck to Norway in the football championship. DSR said, yeah, the black nobility. This is correct, DSR. The black nobility of Europe were being conquered and sold into slavery in the 15, 16, and 17, and 1800s. As late as the 1800s. This is fact. This is a fact. EA said, what are the next steps now that we have this information? EA, hit me in the DM if you want to know about what we're doing actionably to remedy the situation, all right? EA, when you're in the military, the first thing you learn is never to give away military secrets. Laura said, where can we find this information? What books? Well, it depends. What information are you looking for, Laura? Be specific. What information are you looking for? English people enslaved the Scottish. This is a fact. They enslaved the Scottish and then they sold them to the islands and to Virginia. Documented. Okay, documented. Mirror said, I'm jacking that phrase. Mystic said, are you talking about aura maxing? Is that what I'm doing right now? Am I aura maxing? I guess technically I am aura maxing, right? See, this is what Clavicular and all those other weirdo dudes don't get. See, they think that being an attractive dude is about having a beautiful face. It's not about that. All right, being an attractive guy is not about having a beautiful face. It's about the aura. It's about the ambiance. You see, Jeremiah? See, we know this already, all right? It's about the ambiance, all right? See, like when I come up here with my hair looking like this, when people know that I could easily just take a shower and then I would be shitting on absolutely everybody in the entire YouTube space. Like when I come on with my hair like this, it is aura maxing because it's like, I don't care. You know what I mean? I don't give a damn. Focus on what I'm saying, not what I look like. All right? And I don't want you being attracted to me anyway. That's why I got to come up here and make myself look less beautiful. All right? I got too many of y'all on me anyway. So relax. All right? I got to come up here looking ugly. So I guess technically it is aura maxing when I do that. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. I'm trying to take my aura down, and in the process of trying to lose aura, I just keep gaining it. I keep gaining it. Oh. Shout out Disma. Disma said it takes confidence to stream on YouTube. Respect for doing what most of us cannot. General is right. Napoleon Dynamite is upside down. Jeremiah said a blessing and a curse. This is a fact, Jeremiah. This is a fact. I gotta tell my little brothers this every single day. Well, I promise you, if you ever meet my little brothers and you ask them what is the one lesson that your brother makes sure that you learn from him, it's that don't be confused by the fact that women like you just because you're attractive. All right. That's the main thing I tell my brothers. I'm like, listen, bro. The hardest thing for you is going to be the fact that you can actually get the women that you like. And that is not good. It's not a good thing, all right? Trust me, you would rather be in a situation where you just can't even have access to these women. That way you can stay focused. The fact that you can go up and talk to any woman and get access to her, that is going to be your downfall, bro. You're going to have to use some discernment. Just because women like you, because the way you look, that don't mean that they like you, all right? I'm like, that is the main, that's the main thing. I'll be telling them that's the main thing. West End said, you're a 2 out of 10, though. Right? I could be a 2 out of 10, but that just strengthens my position. You don't have to be beautiful as a man to be attractive. You understand? Even with a 2 out of 10 face, I'm still incredibly attracted to women because of the aura. It's because of the sauce. You know what I mean? It's because of the sauce. Yeah. Oh, shit. All right, minus 10% aura. Oh my God, that was hilarious. Bro, you literally cannot write this shit. I'm like, yeah, it's because of the sauce. Oh my God. Buddy is too sick. You see, this is why I don't brag, all right? This is why I just bask in the ambiance of my beauty and I don't talk about it. Because the minute you start talking about it, yeah, exactly. Oh my God, yeah, I'm slipping in the sauce. I'm slipping in the sauce that's just falling off me on the ground right now. Oh my God. Thank you, Disma. I appreciate that. Okay, let's see. Uh-oh. T. Brock said we in Scandinavia are not black. We had no black nobles. You know what? I don't know if that's true or not, actually. Hold on. You know what? I got some books in here I was reading yesterday, right? I haven't looked at them all the way through. And so I wasn't prepared to actually bring it up today, but for some reason, I feel like I was reading about Scandinavians. Let me see. Yeah, yesterday, when somebody was on here, they asked me to basically get the documented evidence that the original people who, not even just the original Anglo-Saxons, but the people who were in the area where the Anglo-Saxons are before them, the original Europeans were dark skinned. So that's what all this is about right here, right? They're talking about how they know that the original settlers of the Anglo-Saxon area were not just dark skinned, but the people who were there before them were also dark skinned. And in the middle of me reading this, I read something about Scandinavia. I'm gonna see if I can find it real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find it real quick. I'm not gonna read this whole thing, like I said. I'm just looking for that one part. But that's what this is, though. For those of you that are wondering, this is the name of the book. Hold on. This is the name of the book right here. The Origin of the Anglo-Saxon Race, a study of the settlement of England and the tribal origin of the Old English people by Thomas William Shore. And it's difficult to read. What's going on? What? Okay, here we go. It's difficult to read, but his qualifications are on here too. You know what I mean? He's like the author of a bunch of different books related to this title, and then he's the head of a bunch of different genealogical societies. Like I said, it's hard to read, but they have his qualifications on here. You know what I mean? Either way, like I said, in this book somewhere, he was talking about Scandinavian people and how he believes that the original Scandinavians were also dark-skinned. Like I said, I might not be able to find it right now because I got a bunch of pages on here that I was reading, and I don't remember exactly where it's at. But I do remember reading that. I don't remember exactly what he said, but it's in here somewhere. If I don't find it, I'll just read all this and then figure out what exactly what page it is tomorrow. Oh, by the way, yeah, I don't want to read most of this because a lot of this is like censored stuff, right? But look at this. Look at this right here. In A52, we are told that, what does that say? We are told that my bad. I don't have it on here. See, this is what's irritating me. All right, in A52, we are told that 8 of the Finn Genti arrived and fought against the Dub Genti for 3 days, and that the Dub Genti were victorious. The Black Vikings. The Black Vikings appear at this time to have had a settlement in or close to Dublin, and during the 9th century were much evidence on the, my bad, it's being blocked right there. On the blank coast in 1877, a great battle was fought at Loch Cuan between them and the Fair Blanks, in which Alban, chief of the Black Blanks, fell. You see, they're talking about the war between the light-skinned and the black and the dark-skinned Europeans. The Black Vikings. You understand? The Black Vikings. Yeah. Anyway, I didn't really come up here to talk about that. Like I said, I had read all this the other day, and I took a bunch of screenshots because I did want to come up here. I didn't want to come up here and bring it up. I wasn't planning on bringing it up today, though. So, but when he said the Scandinavian thing, I'm like, hold on. Didn't I just read something about that somewhere? I swear I did. Yeah, I swear I did. See, right here, what they're talking about is, if you look at the original, again, I'm not going to read it all right now, but if you look at the original charters of these Anglo-Saxon groups, right? This is what this author is saying, okay? He's saying if you look at the original charters of these Anglo-Saxon groups, it is not even a question whether or not they came from dark-skinned people because of the nature of the etymology of their names. So you see how he's talking about, look, you have all of these names, right? Black men, and then Sweetus. Others are mentioned like Sussex. One named Black, Blackmans, Swartingus, right? And in here, of course, they talk about how the word swart literally means dark skin. So he's like, anybody with the name Stuart or Swart or Blackman or Black, these are all have to be dark skinned people. That's basically what he's saying. You know what I mean? Anyway, let me see if I can find the Scandinavia part before we move on. Look, here we go. Again, right? Borders of Saxony and Prussia at present day, some of the darker winds may well have been amongst the Black Vikings, referred to in the Irish annals. There were no Black Vikings. Shut your stupid lying ass up. All right, you don't read shit. Shut your ass up. The Black Vikings are referred to in where? The Irish annals. As well as in those of Wales, and may have been people. Oh, my bad. May have been people who have left the Anglo-Saxon name. Black men, which occurs in one of the charters. Do you understand? The actual charter of the Anglo-Saxon group in Europe, they're like, if you read the names, there's a name on there called Black men. We know this comes from black people, so we're assuming that the Anglo-Saxons were trying to include the original Europeans. This is literally what this is saying. They're like, when they got here, what was that name? The Winds. All right, the Winds is the name of the group that they give to the dark-skinned tribes that were there before the Anglo-Saxons came. And then when the Anglo-Saxons came, they look at the names and they're like, okay, well, some of these names translate to black person. So some of these Anglo-Saxons had to be black, or if they weren't black, what they were doing is they were including the original people who were there, the Winds. Anyway, like I said, I didn't really even bring this up to talk about this today. But hey, since you brought it up, I'm like, we might as well, right? Yeah, we might as well. See, here you go. There is another old word used by the Anglo-Saxons to denote black or brown black. The word swart. There is another word used by the Anglo-Saxons to denote black or brown. The word swart. The personal names swart may have been derived from this word and may have originally denoted people of a dark brown or black complexion. Some names of this kind are mentioned in the Domesday record of Buckinghamshire and Lincolnshire. These may be of Scandinavian origin. I'm sorry. Yeah, hey, that's what I was looking for. Yeah, that's what I was looking for right now. I was looking for that. Yeah, I was looking for that. Yeah. Hey. So smile for the camera. All right, smile for the camera. Yeah. No pictures, please. No pictures. No. Anyways, I'm. Listen, you guys always get mad I don't read shit, right? All right, fine. I'm reading. You want me to read? Let's read. Let's read. All right, let's read about the history of the Anglo-Saxon people. Anyway, like I said, I didn't really come up here to talk about that today. Somebody mentioned this the other day when we were streaming. They were like, bring up the books to prove that the original Anglo-Saxons were dark-skinned. I'm like, I don't have it right now. That's what I told them. I don't have it right now. But if you come back tomorrow, I'll have it. Oh, how convenient. And I'm like, all right, fine. Well, don't come back tomorrow, all right? I'm going to block you since you're a crybaby, and I'll still bring it. That's literally what I told him. I'm going to block you so you can't respond anymore, and I'm going to bring it anyway. Because that's what I do. Anyway, here you go. So this comes from this book right here. This book, The Origin of the Anglo-Saxon Race, a study of the settlements of England and the tribal origin of the Old English people by Thomas William Shore. It was written and edited by his two sons, T.W. Shore and L.E. Shore. Of course, his qualifications are right here. He was the head of a bunch of different British educational societies. So this is a British person telling you about the history of his own land. This is not my information that I'm giving you. I did not make any of this up, all right? Like the video and sub if you like the content. Ugh. Ugh. All right, sorry about that. All right, guys, do me a favor. Please like the video if you don't mind. Sub if you like the content, okay? Anyways, so yeah, that's why I brought the Scandinavia thing up. I'm like, sir, I don't think you know the history of your country, brother. I'll be honest, I don't think you actually know the history of your country to be commenting on what the royals were and were not looking like. All right, because I can tell you right now, at a certain point in history, every single royal family in Europe was dark-skinned. This is not even up for debate. You understand? It really isn't up for debate. Yeah, shout out all my German wild men out there that have converted. You know what I mean? Shout out all my German wild men. You guys know we love you. You know what I mean? We do love you. Okay? And just because we point out the actual history of our world, that does not mean that we judge you or we look at you as less than human. All right? We do not look at you as less than human. Even though that's how you look at us, right? Imagine these people looking at these people as less than human. Ain't that hilarious? Ain't that some hilarious shit, right? We do not, but listen, as these people though, we don't look at you as less than human. No, we welcome you in. Yeah, we welcome you in. We show you how to shave. We show you how to put on clothes. We show you how to bathe. You understand? We show you how to bathe and live longer than 20 years. We literally show you how to live longer than 20 years. And now we're subhuman, huh? How ironic. You know what they say? They say you can take the animal out the jungle, but you can't take the jungle out the animal. Oh, man. When they said jungle fever, was they talking about this side or that side? Oh, my God. Let me calm down. All right, that's not right. All right, that's not right. All right, that's not cool. I distance myself from that type of joke, all right? That's not right. That's not right, all right? We shouldn't make jokes like that, okay? I do not approve. Oh, my God. We should not joke around like that, guys, all right? Anyway, so yeah, at one point, every single royal family in Europe was dark-skinned. That's why the last king of Scotland was really just a dark-skinned man. Right? Sam said, who is really the R word here? Honestly, it would be the people that go around calling the other group subhuman. Yeah, whatever group calls the other group subhuman, that group is the R word. All right? You understand? So what group do you hear coming into my live, right, calling me subhuman? Do you hear me going into other people's lives telling them that they're subhuman? I never do that. I've never done that even once in my life. Do you ever hear me go into other people's lives and call them the N word or call them the C word? Nope, I never do that. But you guys do that in here a lot. You come in here a lot. You call me the R word. You call me the C word. And you call me subhuman. You say that I shouldn't have free speech. You say that they should lock me up. All that stuff that you guys say. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't have a problem with telling the truth because you guys are in here lying on me. All right? Don't tell a lie on me, and I won't tell the truth about you. Like the video, please. Like the video. Double tap the screen. Sub if you like the content, all right? I love and appreciate every single one of you. T. Brock said, you were pretty rude to me. Yeah, that's because I'm a rude person. All right? I'm a real rude boy. All right? I'm a real rude boy. What's up, Terry?
Bag up, Terry. Put it in reverse, Terry. Put it in reverse. Oh, Lord. Lord, Jesus. Oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus.
Terry said they are truly the evil ones. Again, Terry, not all of them, right? Not all of them, but a lot of them are incredibly evil. It is what it is. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Terry, my dog, Fuzzy said, boss, these viewers are bringing 12 years of lies into the chat room. Please forgive they ass. Shout out Fuzzy. Jeremiah said, right back to the lobby. Darren or DSR. There was no J in Hebrew, and Christ was a man of polar. His feet were of burnt brass. Were they not? Samson had locks you could count. What white people's hair grows like that? Well, maybe Samson had hair like Chet Hanks. Yeah. Maybe Samson was walking around like Chet Hanks. Did you ever consider that? DSR? Huh? Maybe he was Chet Hanks. Maybe he's one of those white dudes that pretend to be Jamaican. Jehu, what's good, Jehu? Bringing Christ said Earth is flat. Live Well said it's the programming, it's not their fault. They're ignorant, be fair. See, Live Well, the only way that I could accept that is if you didn't go through that same programming. Live Well, they went through the same programming that I went through. Again, it is difficult to take a position across the majority, but we all still have a choice. Okay, we all still have a choice. Fuzzy said, Michael, grab your flaming hot Cheetos and Capri Sun and pay attention. Chupa, you are right, but let's not bring that up if you don't mind. As a matter of fact, seeing as how that's the very first comment you said in here, I'm going to send you back to the lobby. All right? Thank you very much. I wasn't indoctrinated by like most people. Never raised as being an African. Shout out Mystic. Mystic, we love and appreciate you so much. Terry said, I got taught the same shit they did, but I never just take the word of those being paid to inform me. Keith said, Black Americans are of African descent. Keith, not only are you ignorant, but you are disrespecting your ancestors right now, all right? Every time you call your ancestors the name of a European, you disrespect them, all right? And we will tolerate none of that up here, all right? Speak for yourself. Don't disrespect my ancestors by telling them that their history is a history that the Europeans forced on them, all right? Don't you ever do that up here. Yeah, I'm ignorant. I can be ignorant all you want. But I'm not wrong, and I will never disrespect my ancestors like you. You understand? My ancestors are proud of me. That's why they empower me. All right? Yeah, you guys want to know why the ancestors empower me to do what I do? Because I'm up here defending their honor against you. The official said, gang, we not African. We are indigenous. Oh yeah, Matthew? And guess what? Nobody cares about you. And you're still alive. How embarrassing. Oh my God. Matt, imagine being alive still and nobody cares about you. That's worse. Mattis, can you please stop spamming? Please stop spamming. And this guy can actually buy a telescope and a microscope. Yeah, telescopes is how we know that you guys are lying about space. Because we look at telescopes and they never resemble what NASA shows us. Greg said, morons with a phone, a tale as old as time. Well, seeing as how phones don't go back to the beginning of time, morons with a phone cannot be a tale as old as time. All right? You guys are so stupid and your jokes don't even make sense. It's very sad, very sad. DSR said every image of space is CGI. Nisi said, are crocodiles a kind of water dragon? I would accept that that explanation, sure. If you want to consider crocodiles to be a water dragon, I will accept that. I show sped. That's not bad. That's not bad. No, I don't consider myself to be a flat earther. No. I'm just talking about whether or not the earth has scientific evidence that it's a globe, and it does not. GB said, I wish people would stop insulting because they're showing how low in intelligence they really are. Right? And it's like, especially when the jokes aren't funny. If you make a joke and it's funny, then that's one thing. But if you make a joke and it's just dumb, then come on. I mean, come on. Homeschool said, we have books about dragons that are a few hundred years old, but no mention of dinosaurs ever. Deuce said you could pass as Ethiopian. Yeah, Deuce, but that would be Western Ethiopian. Okay, go do your research on Western Ethiopia. Have you ever thought America was actually Tartaria? Yeah, I think that's possible. Yeah, I think it's possible. But Tartaria usually is related to places around the Russian, Asian area. So if there was a worldwide civilization called Atlantis and it spread all the way around the world, maybe before it was called Atlantis, it was called Tartaria. And then the people in America changed the name to Atlantis. Or maybe it was called Atlantis and then the people in Russia changed the name to Tartaria. You know, like different places might have different names that mean the same thing. A said there are maps that have America as Tartaria. I don't know if I've seen those, but I'm sure they exist. And I'm sure they're serious maps. I also have maps that show America being called Atlantis, multiple. Doyle said, see the point here. He's willing to debate if you actually know your topic. When he says provide proof or research, that means he'd like you to go actually do it instead of just Google AI. Yeah, absolutely. But really, I want them to validate their own opinion. You know, even if they use Google AI, you know, I will accept that. But at least give me the reference though. Ask Google AI for the reference, at least. You know, if they don't even have a reference, then as far as I know, you're just making all this up out of your ass. Again, like the video, please, if you guys don't mind. Like the video and sub if you like the content. Mystic said double tap the screen to hit the like button. Shout out DSR, I see you down there, man. This land has many names depending on which language you speak. All Native Americans have artifacts that go back 10 to 15,000 years. I don't know if I believe that. Keith said Tartaria is where the tartar sauce was invented. That actually makes sense, Keith. That makes sense, actually. Terry said there are no opinions here. All historical documents and scientific experiments are used to come to these conclusions. We are the guardians of the scientific method up here, and we are protecting it from science-denying religious zealots like you. The native one says, show them maps, boy. Why are you calling me boy? Oh. Okay. Okay, so the native one, are you an Asian native or are you a white native? I mean, same thing basically, but I'm just curious. The native one, are you an Asian native or are you a white native? All natives refer to this land as Turtle Island. Yeah, I do believe at one point this land was referred to as Turtle Island. Where did native one go? Native one, where'd you go, bro? Are you an Asian Siberian native or are you a European native? James Walker, what's up, James Walker? Smelly said the music is nice. Smelly, I'm glad you enjoy it. The native one said, I'm Southern Ute, bro. We have proof of being here 20,000. What does Southern Ute mean? Southern UTE? The two Utes? Are you talking about from My Cousin Vinny? The two Utes? UTE is Native American. DSR said we call it Turtle Island amongst many other names. Ugh. The native one said we claim Colorado and Utah and proof of it. Yeah, if you are currently classifying yourself as a Native American in America, then you are either Asian, Siberian, or European. I have actually shown documents that prove this, not just some random artifacts that allegedly go back 20,000 years. Yeah. You may have an artifact that you think goes back 20,000 years, but what I have is actual Native American registries where white people and Asian people were classifying themselves as Native American when they clearly weren't. So, more than likely, that's who you are. Yeah, you are either an Asian person, that's why you look like a Mexican, or you're a white person. That's why you look like a white person. And you're classifying yourself as native because that's what you guys do. You go around places, you take people's land, then you pretend to be them. You go around the places, you take people's land, then you pretend to be them. Very disgusting. Yeah, very disgusting. But yeah, that's probably who you are. Slurp, such a weird name. If Earth isn't a globe, then what shape is it? Nobody has ever proven the shape and the size of the Earth. Danny said, so you can disapprove someone else's heritage, but you don't show any proof of anything you're saying. I don't show proof of what I'm saying? Are you sure you want to do this with me? Who said I don't show proof? Who said that? Oh, that was Danny, right? This stream is straight slop. Well, Danny, I'm going to go ahead and send you back to the lobby, right? And then I will provide proof to the people that actually care. Bully said all facts. Let's see it then. Yeah, all right, as long as you promise not to get mad. Yeah, I'll show it to you, but don't get mad. All right, don't get mad. Wow, they're already getting mad. Watch this. Don't get mad. Shout out my boy Samuel C. What we got here is we have a registry of the population of the 5 civilized tribes by their blank and blank. Right, so right here, you have people that are registering for these tribes, but, you know, the good thing about white people is white people are so proud of themselves that even when they are pretending to be Indian, they want to make sure that you know that they're white. Yeah, they want to make sure. So you can look right here, right? You can see you have the Chickasaw. The Chickasaw have 50,000 registered natives. Out of those 50,000 registered natives, only about 10,000 to 11,000 consider themselves to be Indian. You understand? Like 10 or 11,000 consider themselves to be Indian, and then over 45,000 of them consider themselves to be white. Do you understand that 45,000 of these 57,000 Chickasaw check the box for white? Yeah, that's right. They're too proud. They're too proud not for you to know that they're white, even though they're pretending to be native, right? Oh, but that just means they're mixed. No, that just means they're mixed. Oh, that just means they're mixed. Oh, really? Well, let's look at the actual registration forms. Does this look mixed to you? Place of birth, England. Father's place of birth, England. Mother's place of birth, England. That don't look mixed to me. Yeah, that is not mixed. Place of birth, Ireland. Mother's place of birth, Ireland. Father's place of birth, Ireland. Place of birth, Texas. Mother's place of birth, Mississippi. Father's place of birth, Oklahoma. That's a Native American. Born in Texas. Mother born in Mississippi. Father born in Oklahoma. Let's go down. Born in Pennsylvania. Oh, that must be a native. Hold on. Mother was born in Ireland. Father was born in Ireland. Is this an anchor baby? Is this an anchor baby? What the hell is going on? What's the name of that document? You can see it right here, idiot. Comanche Reservation. All right, District 0252. All right, this was the population of the 5 civilized tribes by S&R. All right, go check out my boy Samuel C. if you want to see this information broken down further. All right, go check out my boy Samuel C. Anyways, all right, let's see who's mad. Who's mad? Look at Toltec. White and black Americans are not from North America. Yeah, I know you want us to not be from North America because we have evidence that you aren't, but it's not gonna work, homie. All right? Yeah, we're on to you and your stupid MO. You guys come to a land and you steal the people's land and you pretend to actually be the people on some weirdo, ever so talented Mr. Ripley shit. Absolute gross. And you don't shower. Look at Brian. That says England, not Ireland. That says England, not Ireland. As long as we both agree they're from Europe and not America, I don't really give a damn where you say they from, homie. All right? You can say England, Ireland, Kaviland, Russia, Asia. I don't give a damn. As long as we know they ain't from America and get your dumb ass off my live talking about who was and not from here. My bad. I'm sorry. My bad. Let me calm down. All right, let me calm down. Buddy said that says England, not Ireland, as if that changed the. What does that change? That don't change nothing. You're a liar. All right, that's the point. You're a lying. Toad said you are not from here. What do you mean here? Yeah, what do you mean here? Are you in America, Toad? Why are you talking about here? All right. Yeah, Toad, don't speak about my land. All right. If you ain't from here, if you ain't here, don't worry about it. It ain't none of your business. Talking about you ain't from here. Where the hell is here? Who are you? Who is this idiot?
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyways, like I said, the black American slaves were all from America, period. Every single last one of them. The black American slaves were all from America, every single last one of them. That's right, you don't see the introduction of an African into America until like the 1800s. So if your family was here before the 1800s, you did not come from Africa, you were native to this land, and the Europeans are over here right now, till this day, trying to get you to accept that you came from Africa. That way you don't know that they're living on your land.
To this day. To this day.
Yeah, anyway, so that's what's really going on. That's why all these Europeans are so sad about the fact that I'm telling you you're not from Africa. All right, if you see a European in here, they're like, you're not from here. The reason why they don't want you to be from here is because they're not from here. And if they're not from here, but you are, that means that you have a more say about what goes on here than they do. And they can't handle that. Nah, they don't want that, Jack, especially not when they going around talking about getting rid of all the people that migrated here. They can't be going around talking about all the people that migrated here when they ain't even from here. That don't make no damn sense. You not from here, but you want to get rid of all the people who aren't from here? Well, start with yourself. How about that? Start with yourself. Where are you from? Because you ain't from here, so you ain't got to worry about where I'm from, homie. That ain't got nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with you. Jason says, start with yourself. Jason, number one, you can't be talking to me because I don't care about getting rid of people who aren't from here, number one. And number two, I can't start with myself because not a single member of my family is ever from another country, ever. How many people in this chat can say that? How many people in this chat can say that if you look at every member of their family forever, they're all from America? Every single person. Do you understand? So if you're talking about take yourself back, I will take myself back to North Carolina, fool, because that's where my fucking family comes from. Yeah, my family traces back to the Carolinas. So you want me to go back to Carolina? All right. As long as you gonna go back to where your family's from. If you go back to where your family's from, I'll go back to where my family's from, which is Carolina. Huh? Yeah, can you trace your lineage and every single member of your family be from here? No, you cannot. So shut your dumb ass up. Yeah, Mystic. Most of us are actually from the Carolinas. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, most of our, like the Carolinas, Virginia, Maryland, and New York areas, these were the areas that we inhabited, obviously, because of the ports. When the Europeans came, they made their way down. That's why after they took over New York and the Maryland, Virginia area, most of the black people were in the Carolinas. That's where most of us settled after we were pushed out of New York, pushed out of Maryland and Virginia. That's why a lot of us can trace our heritage right back to Carolina. Southern said, how is history 100% lies? Southern, the reason why history is lies is because of history textbooks, okay? History textbooks. Shout out Front Room. From Room said, explain how it's not a globe. No problem. 1 second. Okay, so the reason why I say the earth is not a globe is because there are no direct measurements of the ground showing the earth, the ground, being a globe or a sphere or anything even remotely resembling that, okay? Talking about direct measurements right now. Also, if we talk about experiments, there have been many experiments that have been done to test the actual circumference of the globe, and these have debunked the globe time and time again. The first one is in 1901. Okay, there was an experiment that was done in 1901 by Marconi and his assistant. They sent radio waves across the Atlantic Ocean. It went over 10 times the distance that it was supposed to go on the globe. So this debunked the globe. And this is how you know that I'm correct, all right? The reason you know for a fact I'm correct about this is because they invented something after this called the ionosphere. You understand? The ionosphere, if you look it up, it will tell you in, not so many words that it was invented to explain why Marconi was sending radio waves too far. You understand? That's when we discovered or invented the ionosphere. So after they invented the ionosphere, which only blocks radio waves up to 40 megahertz, this experiment was done over 100 megahertz. So the ionosphere doesn't actually work when it comes to this experiment when you're doing it over 100 megahertz. So this is actual scientific experiments that have been redone over and over and over again. I mean, like thousands of times this experiment has been done, and it debunks the earth every single time. Again, when it was first done in 1901, they invented the ionosphere, and the ionosphere only blocks frequencies up to 40 megahertz. So as that experiment was done with higher frequencies, it was debunked again. All right. So that's just one reason. That's just one reason. But there are like probably over 10 that I could name off the top of my head reasons why we know for a fact the earth cannot be a globe. It is physically impossible that the earth is a globe. Thank you for that question. Do me a favor, please like the video if you don't mind. Like the video and sub if you like the content, okay? I love and appreciate you guys so much. How many dragon species are there? That's a good question. I don't know for sure. Probably a whole lot. As many dinosaur species as there are, that many plus a few more. What's up, Christopher Robinson? I just got here. Did he say the earth got debunked? The earth isn't. No, I'm saying the globe was debunked in 1901. And in order to remedy this, they made up the ionosphere. The movement of the earth was debunked in the 1800s with Michelson and Morley. In order to remedy this, they made up the theory of relativity. All right? Michael, you can say that I'm a dummy, but if you can't prove me wrong, then what does that make you? What does that make you, Michael? Imagine being so dumb that you can't even prove a dummy wrong. If I'm a dummy, you should be able to prove me wrong so easy, but you can't. Guys, like the video, please, if you don't mind. Sub if you like the content. What's good, Shy? Check the laws of gravity. There are no laws of gravity. IDK said, I get so angry when people attack the person and not the argument. Well, IDK, that's all they have up here at this point. They cannot attack my arguments, and so they spend most of their time trying to figure out how to attack me personally. And it usually doesn't go well for them because they don't joke as well as I do. My jokes are so much better than theirs. Like, you guys aren't even witty. You're not witty enough to come up here and attack the person. So that's why I tell you, it would be in your best interest to just try to attack the argument. Because attacking me is just a lose-lose. Can you explain the we not African? Of course, with pleasure. By the way, IDK, it's only called an ad hominem if you attack someone in lieu of an argument. If I give an argument and then I make fun of you, that's not an ad hominem. I just want to be clear. Okay, so us not being from Africa. The out of Africa theory is a lie that can pretty much be traced back to a man named Melville Hershkovich. The reason why he came up with this lie is to justify the colonization of America. You understand? This is what this certain group of Europeans do. They go around the planet, they take people's land, they take their name, and then they pretend that they came from Africa. That way they never have to give it back or acknowledge the fact that they took it. All right? Schoolie said Nipsey Hussle if he was Somali. Almost. This is Nipsey Hussle if he was an American. Yeah. No, this is Nipsey if he was born and raised in, well, he was born and raised in America. This is Nipsey if both of his parents were from America. Yeah, close but no cigar. What's up, Tiffy? How you doing, love? Good to see you, gorgeous. DJ said, your DNA will tell you that you have African DNA. DNA does not tell anybody that they have African DNA. There's no such thing as African DNA. Stupid.
Stupid. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I'm not gonna let you get the chance.
Yeah, you are ignorant as hell. There is no DNA that spells out African. There's not a single DNA sequence that translates to African. Not a single one. All right? Shut your stupid ass up. You are moronic. John said African DNA absolutely exists. Oh yeah, it absolutely exists? Okay, which DNA sequences translate to African then? Stupid. Yeah, and I'm not moving off this either. I'm not moving off this. I'm gonna sit here until you answer this too. Who said that? Josh? All right, fine. Josh, name me the DNA sequences that translate to African. Go ahead. I will wait for the rest of today. All right, I'll wait for 24 hours. All right, go ahead. Do whatever research you need to do. Take as much time as you need. Yeah, no. That I know, Slash. I know. That's what I'm trying to tell them. Yeah, DNA, but listen. Josh, tell me what DNA sequences translate to, oh, every time you see this has to be Africa. Go ahead. Figure it out. I'll give you time to Google it, for real. I know you don't know off the top of your head, so go ahead and Google it. See if you can figure that shit out. Which DNA sequences know for sure that you come from Africa? And how do they know? Go ahead and attempt to prove that. Moron. Blair, stop trolling, right? I want to respond to you, but if you're spamming, then I'm just going to send you back to the lobby. Jeremiah said, give us the DNA sequence, stupid. What is the specific DNA sequence that you can look at and you know for a fact somebody comes from Africa?
Stupid. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I'm not going to let you get the chance.
Haplogroups A, B, and E are African. Okay. See why? I don't like the fact that you guys are answering for him. But all right, fine. How do you know that? DEC, haplogroups A, B, and E are African? How do you know that? What about haplogroups A, B, and E means that you know for sure they come from Africa? How do you know that for sure? Please let us know right now. G from the Bay, thank you. I appreciate all your hard work. I see you down there, G from the Bay. Thank you so much, man. Christopher said there is no such thing as African DNA. DEC said they're found in African populations. You're saying haplogroups A, B, and E are only found in African populations? That's what you're saying? They're literally only found in African populations. Is that what you're saying? DC, I want to know before I respond. You're saying they are only found in African populations. Okay. Oh, so not only. Okay, right. So if they're not only found in Africa, you don't know that they came from Africa. Idiot. Yeah, you have no idea. It's not African DNA if it's not only found in Africa. And even if it was only found in Africa, that still don't make it African DNA, stupid. Y'all are dumb as hell. You see? Is it only in Africa? Well, no, but shut up. I need to stop yelling. All right, I'm going to stop yelling. Okay, I promise, I'm going to stop yelling, okay? Listen, like the video. Like the video, please. Sub if you like the content. Obviously, this is my most passionate subject. You guys are just so stupid, okay? You're so stupid, it hurts. It physically hurts. Mr. True History, what's up? Mr. True History just sent the 2 gold coins. I appreciate that, my brother.
Donations. Gifts.
David said, Earth curvature laser tests. Those laser tests prove that the Earth's surface is flat, not curved, okay? This is why I tell you guys that history, This is why I tell you guys that history is 100% lies, because you guys think that certain experiments prove that the Earth is curved, when in actuality, it does the opposite, all right? It literally does the opposite. Jacob said, can you explain GPS? GPS just teaches you how to GPS just shows you how to get from one point to the next. All right, GPS has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth or the movement of the Earth. How is the Earth not moving? I can't tell you how the Earth is not moving. I can only tell you that all scientific experiments that have attempted to prove the Earth is moving have failed. The theory of relativity was supposed to give us an explanation for this. However, the ring laser gyroscope and the Sagnac effect debunks the theory of relativity. So if the ring laser gyroscope debunks the theory of relativity and the theory of relativity explains why we can't prove the Earth is moving, then the ring laser gyroscope proves that the Earth is not moving. There you go. The ring laser gyroscope is how we know the Earth is not moving. Fact. I don't care how mad you get in the chat right now. That's a fact. You're wrong. I'm right. Suck on it. Nacho said this is the American education system. Actually, Nacho, this is the opposite of the American education system, because I am suggesting that you treat everything that we learn in our American education system as false historically. So this would be the opposite of the American education system. Thank you for the laughing disco, Terry. Terry, I appreciate you, dog.
Bang up, Terry. Put it in reverse, Terry. Put it in reverse. Oh, Lord. Lord, Jesus. Oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus.
I appreciate you guys so much. Third Coast, thank you for the $10, my brother. Hold on, I got to send somebody to the lobby. Ozman, back to the lobby, Ozman. Third Coast said there are 3 billion characters in human DNA, and they only use the letter A, C, T, and G. Good luck spelling Africa when you don't even have an R. Right, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, dude, you guys are going to have to be specific. What DNA sequences map on to the geographic location of Africa? I told the dude I would give him all day to come back with this answer. Literally all day. All right, let me know. Because like he said, DNA sequences are just letters and they use A, C, T, and G. So let me know which combinations of A, C, T, and G mean that you come from Africa. What are the actual combinations? All right, you're gonna have to do some real research today. All right, you're not gonna be able to just bring up some shit you read on Google and I'd be like, okay, hell nah. Show me the actual sequences. How do they know that it only comes from Africa?
Stupid. I'm not gonna let you get the chance.
Thank you, Third Coast. I appreciate that, man. And thank you for that $10.
Donations. Gifts.
Yeah, Buddy said explain night and day and the sun. Well, night and day and the sun work exactly how we view it. Huh? Hello? Huh? Yet night and day and the sun work the exact way that we view it scientifically every day.
So wait a minute. What you're saying is that you want us to put water on the crops.
Yes.
Water. Like out the toilet?
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be out of the toilet, but yeah, that's the idea.
But Brondo's got what plants crave.
It's got electrolytes.
Shout out Bernie. Bernie sent the $10. I appreciate that, Bernie.
Donations. Gifts.
Bernie said, real offended. You got to send some of those documents from the 1800s on the Discord. They sound interesting. Absolutely, Bernie. You just got to remind me, okay? Because I forget, and I don't usually look at the Discord that often when I'm not streaming. So, yeah, I will post them in there. You know, like, of course, you know, the book that I was reading today about how the Anglo-Saxons were originally black, right? This book right here, how the Anglo-Saxons in Europe were originally dark-skinned. You guys got to remind me, and I'll post these resources in the Discord so that way you guys can look at it. But most of the people in the Discord aren't serious. They're just in there saying a bunch of bullshit. G from the Bay said, like the video. Mirror said, thank you guys for the donations. Bernie, G from the Bay also said, double tap that screen. Yeah, you guys, sub if you like the content, all right? If you don't like the content, please don't sub to me. But if you do like the content, we would love to have you. We would love to have you. Biblically. No, I mean spiritually, okay? Spiritually, not biblically. Unheard. Thank you for the 2 jewels, Unheard.
Donations. Gifts.
Shout out G from the Bay. Shout out Noble Fishy. I'm glad you guys are enjoying this. Jeremiah said, biblically, pause. Terry said, you're one of the few that don't want the haters subbing to them. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I don't need you guys to sub to me. You know what I mean? I think there are enough positive, happy people on the planet that I will be able to do this forever, just off the backs of the ad revenue that I get from, you know, you guys that watch my videos. That's why I appreciate every donation. I never ask for donations. If you give them, I love and appreciate you so much. If not, my goal is to, you know, get my content to the point where enough people watch it that, you know, I'm able to, you know, to just build this channel off of the views alone. So it really don't actually matter how many people follow me. It just matters how many of the people that follow me watch my videos. I got enough people right now that follow me to where if everybody that follows me watched all of my videos, then that would be enough money. You know what I mean? That would be more than enough money. A farm, you are correct, a farm. We try not to talk about that on here because it's a heavily censored topic, but you are correct, and I really appreciate your comment and your contribution. I really do. Kirby said, hello, brother. Kirby, what's up, dog? If all of history is a lie, how about the things recorded? PP Chicken, are you up here to troll us? I'm going to see how many messages you have added on this channel. What about all the other round planets? They literally spell Africa in the code. Africa, right. PPC, you're kind of dumb. I'm not going to lie. I'm not gonna ban you for that, but let's not bring up any mass unaliving events, if you don't mind, okay? When I say all of history is lies, you can rest assuredly that I mean everything that's in the history textbook. It was told pretty much in reverse. All right, we're not going to get into the gory details if you don't mind. If you do mind, then I'll just send you back to the lobby. But if you don't mind, I would appreciate it if you could, represent your ideas without bringing up censored topics. Jeremiah said, yeah, he got a degree, all right. He got a degree in whooping your ass. Tiffany said all of it. Like, that's what I'm saying. You don't have to ask me about a specific event. All of it, okay? And if you want to talk about something specific, I got some things up here that we can talk about. Tiffy said compulsory education is a lie. Kirby said, I'm good. I'm glad to hear that, Curb. Sonnet said, I am Afrayan. Afrayan?
What the hell is even that?
I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. Happy said, couldn't agree more. History we were taught, lies, lies, lies. We got bullshit. Exactly. I'm only talking about the history we were taught, guys. The history that we were taught in history class. That is the history that's a lie. The history that you don't know about, the history they didn't teach you in history class, the history that is written down in documents that you've never seen, I'm not talking about that because you've never seen it. Do you got a video on America being Atlantis? Never heard the theory. History's a lie, though. America not gonna teach the truth. Yeah, I do have a video on America being Atlantis. Hold on, let me see it. Should I play it? I've never actually played not never, but I hardly ever play my own content on here. But I have posted some videos like that. Let me see if I got a quick one. Mystic said, just because we are telling the... Devon said, water proves the earth.
Cause said, tell me how Earth isn't. First and foremost, the Atlantic slave trade was told in reverse. First and foremost, the Atlantic slave trade was told in... Cause said, we're going to find evidence of dragons. Go look at the... Saints said a lot of flags had dragons on them.
I don't have any shorts about Atlantis. I do have some longer videos though. This one is like 4 minutes.
All right, Yearly said, okay, I guess my brain cannot process Atlantis, but I think that your claim that history is 100% lies may be a bit of an overstatement. For example, stating things that happened in our past is history. Yeah, when I say history is lies, I'm basically just talking about history textbooks. Yeah, I'm not suggesting that everything that is written down is lies, but I am suggesting that everything that is written down in a history textbook is a lie.
Oh, this is hilarious.
Yeah, now on the Atlantis thing, listen, the reason why America was or is Atlantis is because of 4 things. Ancient stories, ancient maps, of course, gold, and technology. So if you read any primary documents of anybody talking about Atlantis, listen, I'm going to wrap this up for you right here, all right, Yearly, after this, Yearly, after this, you'll understand what I'm telling you, okay? Listen closely. So if you read any primary documents about Atlantis, it's very obvious that they're talking about America, okay? Based on the geographic location, the size of it, you understand? And the golden technology that they expected to find when they got here. As a matter of fact, a lot of these explorers flat out, when they were coming to America, flat out said they were looking for Atlantis. And when they got here, Fluffy back to the lobby. And when they got here, in their mind, they had found Atlantis because of the gold and because of the technology. And also because of the people here that called certain places Atlantis and the people that consider themselves to be Atlanteans, okay? You have to understand that if you look up the etymology, right? Is it etymology?
Yes.
If you look up the etymology of the word,
Damn.
the letter grouping ATL, all words with the ATL grouping have their inception in America, period. Do you understand? The ATL word grouping is an American word grouping. The word Atlantis was incepted in America, period. That is the only possibility. That's why we have so many different cities and names in America with that letter grouping, okay? The fact that it has the name Atlantis is the number one sign that it's American because that letter grouping don't exist in any other languages. You understand what I'm telling you right now? That letter grouping does not exist in any other languages. So it's not even Quake, back to the lobby. Yeah, so it's not even up for debate whether or not the name Atlantis came from America. But now we're talking about the place, right? The technology and the gold. When you read the ancient stories about Atlantis, like I said, it's very obvious that they're talking about America. And when they got here, they found everything that they wrote about in those stories. All right, so again, the name itself, it's impossible that the name itself was made on any other continent.
Yep. That's a fact. Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah, I pretty much have at least one video on everything. I got a lot of videos on the Earth not moving for some reason. Yeah, I got a lot of videos on the Earth not moving. If you want to look up the other subjects, like I said, I think I have at least one on each subject. So there you go. Raven said, are you saying there isn't one African gene or there's none that direct to Africa? There is none that direct to Africa. I don't know what you mean by that first one. I mean that DNA sequences don't map on to any geographic location. Okay, if you actually understand DNA, not just reading it on Google, but if you understand what DNA is, it don't map on the geographic location. DNA is just a sequencing of proteins. It's an order of proteins. It don't say nothing about geographic location. All right, it might be able to tell you, and this is not even all the way a hard science. You know, some people are phenotypically the same, but their DNA sequences are different. Did you know that? Did you know that there are people that have the same red hair, blue eyes, but if you look at their DNA sequences, it's still different. So you don't know anything about DNA. All right, you personally, take this personal. You don't know anything about DNA to be commenting on it like that. You don't. Nas said, what about haplogroups? What about haplogroups? What does that prove, Nas? You're using the word haplogroup, but do you know what that means? Do you know what that matches onto in a DNA sequence? Explain the haplogroup as it relates to what you're seeing in a DNA sequence. Connect those dots for us right now. What is a haplogroup as it relates to a DNA sequence, and how do you know when you're looking at a haplogroup based on what you're seeing in the DNA? I dare you to try to explain that to us. Go ahead. Raven said, a little rude. Raven, I'm a lot rude. I'm more than a little bit rude, okay? I'm incredibly rude, and I have every reason on the planet to be that. I have literally every single reason to be rude to you and everybody else in my chat on the planet. I have every reason. Jeremiah said, bro, when you expand to the other platforms, you are 100% filling a much needed niche. Honestly, Jeremiah, after this next month, I'm planning on getting a new computer. It might not be a gaming computer all the way just yet, but I'm going to at least get a new, cheaper computer. That way I can simultaneously stream on here and the other platforms. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to have enough to get a gaming computer just yet, but I'm going to get a regular, cheap computer that will allow me to multi-stream. Vay said, move your head, my bad. AOX said, how do I call you on the Discord? Why are you trying to call me on the Discord? What is it that you want to talk about so badly? Let me know. Disma said, I also want to call in. All right, Disma, I guess I'll open the Discord if you want to call in. You know, I guess for you, I can open it. All right. If you game, what are you going to jam? Honestly, Jared, whatever you guys want. Yeah, whatever you guys want. I'm not a big gamer like that, so I don't have a preference on video games. Oh, shit. Yeah, the only game that I actually play right now is Super Smash Brothers. Most people know that. I only play Super Smash Brothers right now. But I'm willing to play any game, you know what I mean? Whatever game you guys suggest, I'm gonna at least try it, you know? As a person that did not grow up being able to play video games, you know, like in my house when we grew up in a military household, so we weren't allowed to play video games during the week. You know what I mean? Like for real, like my brother had a video game, I never had a video game. We couldn't play during the week. So we would have to sneak and play when my parents weren't home, or we would have to play only on the weekends. And so now I'm like a little kid that never got to eat candy. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm like a little kid that never got to eat candy. And so when I play any video game, I get really into it, you know, because I was never able to do it. So I could pretty much play any video game. Yeah. Jeremiah said most people are talking politics. No one is sharing the OG knowledge. Absolutely, Jeremiah. For some reason, everybody is transitioning into talking politics now, which is ironic because none of them know anything about it. But it's because it gets the most views, because politics, you know, everybody can relate to politics in some way, whether you like it or you hate it. Oh, that's right. You guys said you wanted to call in, all right? I'm going to open the Discord so you guys can call in. Here we go. All right, guys, if you would like to call in, the Discord is on my page. Hop in the live show tab, and I will bring you up at my own discretion, all right? Hold on, let me connect the speaker. Yeah, like the video, guys, if you don't mind. Double tap the screen, sub if you like the content. If you want to call in, the Discord is on my page. Again, jump in the live show tab, and I'll bring you at my own discretion, okay? Yeah, Swirl, are you up here to troll us?
No. In fact, I was the one who asked you a genuine question on the second claim.
What was your genuine question?
I just want to know from like your brief explanation. I'm not even here to debate. Just your knowledge on the second part, like we equal not African. Just want to know your idea.
Where are you from? America? Huh?
Yeah.
What part of America are you from?
Midwest.
Okay. And your family is European, I'm assuming, right?
No, not European, African.
Your family is African?
Yeah, like they immigrated here.
From where?
Ethiopia.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. That's what's up. Oh, so what year did they migrate from Ethiopia?
Speaker on my phone. Give me a second. All right. All right, go ahead. I can hear you now.
What year did they graduate from Ethiopia? I mean, did they migrate from Ethiopia?
90s.
The 90s? Okay, no problem. All right, so the reason, well, before I go into that, do you ever talk to your older ancestors or not really?
My grandparents?
Yeah, or your great-grandparents if they're still alive?
Yeah.
You do?
It's been years though when I talked to on my mom's side, my grandmother.
Have you ever talked to them about what they considered the continent of Africa to be called?
I never really asked that question at all.
You never asked it and they never told you?
No, I never asked that question.
Okay, well, have you ever heard them call themselves African?
No, they never call themselves that. Even my parents, they just refer themselves as Ethiopians or
Exactly.
Habashas.
Right. So, okay, so I appreciate you for, yeah. So I asked this question to every single person that's from Africa, and they all say the exact same thing. Their ancestors never called themselves African. So do you know where that term African came from?
I've asked this question. I believe you said like some European guy that justified like colonialism. But go ahead. Where did
How did South Africa get called South Africa? Who are the South Africans?
Oh.
You know who they are. Right. The dark-skinned South Africans. Right. The dark-skinned South Africans never named it that. So who named South Africa South Africa? Do I need to say it?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, the Europeans. So the Europeans came to Africa and they started calling it Africa. So just by off that alone, I would never call myself that. Ever. I'm not European.
Wait, sorry. So I guess it's an interpretation fault that I'm doing here. So I thought like what you're saying with the prompt too was that like the out of Africa theory.
I am saying that. I am saying that. But we're taking it one step at a time. We're taking it one step at a time.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, we're starting off with the name Africa before we get to whether or not we're from the word Africa at all. You know what I mean?
No, I understand your point.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not saying you can't call yourself African. You can call yourself African. Whoever wants to call themselves African, more power to you. If we're speaking accurately, though, that term African refers to some Europeans. Them ain't my ancestors, even if I did come from that continent. I wouldn't call myself that. If I came from Ethiopia, then my ancestors would call themselves, like you said, Habesha or whatever, whatever group they're from. If you're from what's known as Nigeria, they call themselves Igbo or whatever it is. You know what I mean? I put up a video from somebody from Ghana, and the older people in Ghana they don't even know where Africa is. You know what I mean? So that's disrespectful to the people there to use the term African, number one. And then moving on to the out of Africa theory, the out of Africa theory is a lie because this same group of Europeans that went to South Africa and renamed it, they literally do that exact same thing all over the planet. They go to Australia, Asia, Europe, North and South America. They steal these people's land and then they rename it and they pretend like they're the ones that were actually from there, which is a complete lie. So the out of Africa theory, you can go look up a man named Melville Herskowitz, and you can trace the out of Africa theory pretty much right back there. There's no evidence. There's no actual finding of fossils. They just came up with the theory to justify what they were doing in America. And then like 100 years later, they mysteriously found one fossil in Africa. And now that one fossil in Africa means that we all came from Africa. Hell no. All right? Hell no. This is all nonsense.
Yeah, I guess so. Okay, I guess the clarifying question I want to ask you is: so, like, are you like making the definitive statement that you know that we didn't come from Africa, or are you saying that we don't have any evidence?
I'm saying there's not a single piece of geological, geographical, biological, no scientific or verifiable evidence whatsoever that humanity started in Africa. Most of the time,
So it's just
go ahead.
yeah. So what you're saying is like the consensus are just ultimately speculating, basically.
Correct. Well, no. Let me clarify. It would be speculating. It would be speculating if they were legitimately trying to figure it out. But they're not trying to figure it out. They're trying to lie on purpose. Like that's why I brought up Melville Herskowitz. They were coming up with this idea before there was any evidence that they came from Africa. They're literally sitting there like, how do we convince these Native Americans that they're not from here? Well, they all have the same skin color in Africa and in Asia and in Europe. So we'll just tell them they came from Africa. That's what they do. That's what they did. They wrote it down.
I thought their justification on like expanding like westward into America was the manifest destiny. I'm pretty sure that's what they used, but okay.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means?
Yeah, manifest destiny is basically like, you know, the idea like there's like this divine or like ontological like entity within like the white Europeans to expand outwards to create a better nation.
So why would you bring that up? I don't get how that helps your point. That doesn't help your point. It helps my point. Yeah. Listen to what I'm saying. That helps my point. They literally believed that we were ordained by God to take this land. All right. You think that, and if there are people already there, then what? God wants you to get rid of those people? What? So instead of telling you there were people there, they say no, there were no people there. That's why God ordained us to take it, because nobody was there. But there were people there. I was there. All right, me personally, I'm that old. I was there, and they tried to tell you guys that we came from Africa. So you won't even think twice about them removing me from my land. I'm saying that manifest destiny shit is just like, that's just like the biggest, like, exactly. They didn't have a reason. So they're just like, oh, God wants us to do it. Yeah, God don't want you to go over there and steal stuff from people.
Oh, by the way, when I was using the manifest destiny, I wasn't using that to like reduct like what you said about like, you know, like these Native Americans came from Africa. I was just telling you like what I understood.
Yeah, well,
about the reasons.
Right, and you're not wrong about that, because that's what we get taught in school. But that is my point. They were looking for a justification to why they were taking people's land. So, I mean, I believe they believe the manifest destiny thing. I don't think the manifest destiny thing is a lie, because that shit, like, how can we know that? That is just their opinion. They believe that God wanted them to take the land. All right, fine.
Yeah.
But there were people there already is the one thing that they're not telling you. There were people there already. And what happened to those people? They will tell you that they weren't there and that they came from Africa. No, they were there and they did not come from Africa.
Thank you. And I guess I have like one question before I leave. I believe it. I just want to know if you believe it. Are Ethiopians the real Jews?
We say Jays up here, all right? We say Jays.
Oh, the Jays. Sorry, the Jays. My bad.
Are you familiar with the history of the SJs throughout Europe, America?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
The SJs. The SJs.
No.
All right, go look up who the SJs are and look up the history of them building up Europe. These are the dark-skinned Jays. All right, go look up the dark-skinned Jays. All right, this is not just exclusive to Ethiopia. It's honestly represented in almost every dark-skinned population around the planet. You have SJs that are popping up in the 1200s, 1100s, 800s.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't say it out loud, but go look it up. All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much.
Of course.
Thank you for.
Of course. Guys, like the video, please, if you don't mind. Like the video and sub if you like the content. Tiffy said people want to be African so bad. That's because they're in love with Europeans, Tiffy. They love Europeans. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, Europeans are great people very often. But, you know, they're in love with them. They want to be, they want the Europeans to give them the stamp of approval. Attaboy. They want the Europeans to look at them and go, oh, this is one of the good ones. Oh, he's not like the other blacks. He's not like the other blacks. That's what they want. You know what I mean? That's what they want. And more power to them. Hey, more power to them. You know, I'm not a boot-licking ass kisser. But if they want to be a boot-licking ass kisser, then look, who am I to judge, right? Who are we? Hey, he without sin cast the first stone. RTH, are you coming up here or not? JC said, I'm so sick of these people. You see that? Like, imagine being the type of person, like, I know JC is a part of that group of Europeans that are evil, right? Because imagine seeing somebody on their own page, right? Imagine seeing somebody on their own page, not talking to you or about you, don't even know who you are, but you feel emotional about it. Just imagine that. I could never imagine that. Bro, I could never imagine that. But imagine that. This is you guys, right? You're like, oh my God, he makes me so sick. The idea of me having free speech makes you sick. And this is how they justify colonization. This is how they well, I don't like what they're doing. I don't like what they're saying. So now I get to come and be violent. You are evil. And that was disgusting, by the way. Yeah, I saw that. That was nasty. Minus 5% aura. But you're evil. All right? You're evil. As nasty as that was, that's how evil you are. Oh my God. See, that is the definition of a Karen. And I don't like the term Karen because I had an auntie Karen growing up, and I love my auntie Karen. You know what I mean? But in a small way, she embodied that, you know what I mean? Look, her name was Karen, and I love her, but she wasn't not a Karen. Let me just put it like that, all right? Listen, she was certainly not a Karen, all right? Yeah, we went to a restaurant, and our food was bad. She was the one asking for the refund every time. Do you understand? And was she a white lady? Duh. Duh. Absolutely. You know what I mean? I was saying, my uncle married a white lady named Karen, and she certainly acted like one. But I loved her, though. She was one of the first people that told me that I was Native American and not from Africa, you know? But my point is, absolutely. But my point is that, absolutely shout out Auntie Karen. She's here with us right now. She's guiding me every step of the way. I guarantee that. Like I said, she's the one that put me onto this. Now, I'll tell you like this. Listen, this is the reason why we use that Karen term. Because you guys are always in other people's business. How come y'all don't mind your business? How come you don't know how to mind your business? Buddy is literally watching me like, oh, he makes me sick. Well, I don't have to make you sick if you minding your business. Yeah, if you minding your business, then I won't make you sick. Mind your damn business and you'll get better. What's wrong with you? Oh my God, I can't believe he's doing this. I can't believe you watching me, weirdo. I still love you though, all right? I still love you. Jeremiah said, let me speak. Jeremiah, that's what I'm telling you. I'm like, even though the term Karen, like, it kind of like gives me a feeling sometimes, when I think about my auntie Karen, boy, she was the queen of taking shit back. She'll eat a whole meal, go back and be like, I didn't like it, give me a refund, and get it. And get the refund. Oh my God. She would literally get the refund after we ate the whole meal. Only white people, I swear to God. Only white people. But that's why I love y'all though, you know what I mean? That's why I love y'all. When you got a white person on your side, you know what I mean? It's a good thing. It's a good thing. Why do you keep spamming the mid key? Why are you doing that? Yeah, no. White people are fantastic when you're on their side. Remember that Dave Chappelle joke? Dave Chappelle was like, I was riding with my friend. We was both in the car smoking and drinking. They're like, my white homie had the nerve to be like, oh, I'm sorry, officer. I didn't know I couldn't do that. He's like, I was so surprised. The officer was like, well, now you know, all right? Get out of here. Go. Keep going. That boy Dave, like, I sat to look at him like, what the hell was that? He's like, that was pretty good, right? Because I didn't know I couldn't do that. Oh, I didn't know I couldn't do that. That was pretty good, wasn't it? Oh my God. Yeah, guys, do me a favor. Please like the video if you don't mind. Like the video, sub if you like the content. I love and appreciate every single one of you, all right? You really think the earth is flat? I never said the earth was flat. I said the earth is not a globe. Oh.
Hey, what up? Can I say one?
Oh my God. Oh, you finally came up, bro, huh?
I was just gonna say, if you ever challenge somebody, like you tell them something they haven't heard or they don't agree with, they never ask why you believe that. They just tell you you're wrong, right? That's one of the things that I've tried to do. If somebody's like, "Hey, I don't think yada yada," I'd be like, "Oh, you're stupid. That's wrong." You're just like, "Oh, well, why do you think that?" Notice how nobody's asking you really why you think what you think. They're just telling you you're wrong.
Absolutely. And that is surely the difference in between me and them. When they tell me that I'm wrong about stuff, 95% of the time I say, where did you get that from? How do you know that? Can you prove that to me? Teach that to me. Enlighten us. And then they end up failing. When, like you said, when they approach me, they don't even attempt to give me meaningful pushback, right? Like they're never saying, I think you're wrong because of this. I think you're wrong because of this. It's always like, you're an idiot. You're this, you're that, you're this. And then after I ask them, then they try to give us some information. But you are correct about that.
Designed that way.
Go ahead. My bad, you were breaking up a little bit. RTH, you still there?
My internet's just not great. I was just gonna say that that's part of the. You can just see it. It's like a part of the system, right? They become like when Agent Smith would take over the body of a normal person. It's like they act normal, right? Oh, you're at a barbecue. Oh yeah, how's the wife? How's the kid? Everything's great. And then you're like, yeah, I'm not really political. I think it's all just smoke and mirrors. You can see them turn into Agent Smith. What do you mean? You have to be political. You got to know what's going on out there.
Right. No, I agree 100%. The most recent video that I just put out on my YouTube was called GTA NPCs in Real Life. And it was because somebody came in the chat and they basically were like, you guys believe anything. I'm like, what do you mean we believe anything? Like, you guys are the idiots that don't have any independent thoughts past what you were taught in school. Like, we were all taught the exact same thing growing up, all of us. There's a small group of us who have decided to independently verify what we believe. That small group now believes something different. The rest of the group never looks anything up, and we're the ones that believe anything? That's crazy. I mean, you guys are literally real life NPCs. And like I said on that video, I didn't even really realize that was actually real like that until I started watching those GTA videos. Because I don't interact with people like this in real life. You know what I mean? When I walk around, people like that don't come up to me. Are you serious? I never talk to these people. And so when I started watching those GTA RP videos, and I started watching people who would legitimately play GTA as an NPC and get mad to the point of complaining and trying to get people kicked out of the server for stealing their car in GTA. Do you understand what I'm telling you right now? That there are people right now in GTA servers all around the planet sending complaints to admins because people are stealing their cars in GTA. You see my point? It's just absolute, like, it's like, what I can't even understand the thinking of this type of person. You know what I mean? Like, I don't get it. I literally don't get it. They're NPCs. And they legitimately play the game so they can own a pizza shop and serve pizza to people. Literally. It's beyond me. It's literally beyond me. So that's why I'm like, when I see people come in here and they're just like, oh, you're dumb. These are the NPCs that went to school and they don't have a single independent thought that was not inserted into their tiny brain while they were in school. If the thought wasn't directly inserted into them, they don't have it, period. Barrett said, if you are content with parking lots everywhere in real life, then you are an NPC. I don't know what that means. RTH, are you still there? I think RTH might have some service issues.
Sending out at where I live.
It's all good. I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Parking lots just saying how, we're paving over everything. We're just making everything a carbon copy.
Okay, in that case, I agree then. Yeah, I do agree with that then. The fact that they do put so many paved parking lots over actual earth, yeah. I'm not okay with that. So I do agree with what he's saying. If you are okay with them just paving parking lots all over the place, yeah, that's some NPC shit. That's some NPC shit. Yeah, when I see all that gravel and black tar being laid over, the actual dirt that we're supposed to use to grow stuff, we're supposed to use the dirt to grow food. You know what I mean? Like the dirt is everything to us. Like it gives us everything we need, and we're covering it up with tar. Absolutely disgusting. I agree with that. Barron said it means civilization is boring and the streets are ugly. I agree with that. I do agree. Again, I didn't understand what he was saying at first, but now that it was explained to me, 100%. Yeah, 100%. I don't even think that we should be using cars the way we use them with rubber tires and shit. At this point, we shouldn't even need wheels on cars, let alone rubber tires that require us to literally damage the physical earth that we live on and need to continue our civilization. It makes no sense that we destroy nature to keep up with a product that's outdated anyway. That product is completely outdated. Anyway. Anything else, RTH? I never said flying car. I said cars should be at the point where they do not need wheels. Now, if you want to take the flying car, I'm okay with that, but that's not the only option there, okay? Shout out RTH. RTH.
Yeah, we did take the...
My bad, bro. My bad. I couldn't hear you. Hold on. I'm going to bring you back up. My bad. I couldn't hear you until the end. I'm going to bring you back up so you can finish what you were saying. Go ahead, RTH.
Say, trains used to have wheels. Remember that?
Right.
They're not flying now, but they don't have wheels.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, there are...
It's like when somebody...
Go ahead.
When all they want to do is prove you wrong, they're not going to think outside the box, right? That's why I could see what you were saying, because I'm not trying to just think, oh, you're stupid, you're wrong. Yeah, we had cars that had wheels. Now they just float along on the trains. Why are we not doing that? Yeah, because there's so much, like you said, there's money to be made off selling fuel
Right.
that they lie about, how much there is. They've been running out for 70 years.
Correct.
But, it's all just control bullshit.
Well, and to me, it brings me back to the thing about the parking lots, because it all goes hand in hand, right? If you keep cars with this inefficient tire wheel system, then you sell a lot of wheels, you sell a lot of tires. Not only that, it's an excuse for you to tar up the ground. You know what I mean? Like the minute that we stop using wheels and tires, people are going to start carving up these parking lots. And they're going to start putting vegetation back there. And that's not what they want. They want to control the places we can live, the food we can eat, the amount of technology that we have access to. These are the keys to your slavery.
Good talk.
Absolutely. RTH, you're welcome up here anytime, my brother. I appreciate you, all right? Listen, guys, do me a favor. Please like the video if you don't mind. Like the video, sub if you like the content. Nomadic Arc, are you up here to troll us?
No.
All right, hold on one second, bro.
You said,
Yeah, hold on one second. Hold on.
Alright.
I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and then I'm going to bring you back up. I'm going to bring you up, all right? Just hang tight, hang tight. If you guys want to call in, you call in from the Discord, all right? The Discord is on my page right now. You join the live show tab, and then I'll bring you up after Nomadic Arc. Give me a second. Robert Clement. Not that I think you are wrong, Robert, but let's try to keep the conversation positive if we can. You know, just if we can. Because, you know, where attention goes, energy flows, Robert. Disma said, hi, Foxy. What's up, Disma? What's up, Big Sassy? All right, Nomadic, you're back, bro. Are you up here to troll? No?
I'm not here to troll. I'm here to talk.
What's on your mind, my brother?
Could I ask about the history equals 100% lies?
Yeah, I'm talking about history textbooks. What we're taught in history textbooks is 100% lies. No need to bring up anything specifically, all right? Because whatever you bring up, I'm going to say yes.
Kind of. Because I'm pretty sure history usually dictates the winner.
Oh, well, yeah, the winner dictates history. The winner dictates the history, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
However, I do know some things found to be true about specific areas, right?
Don't bring up anything specifically, all right? Let's just put it like this.
All right.
Let's just put it like this. If we're talking about slavery, is it true that there were slaves in America? Yes. But is it?
Yes.
But the story about how those slaves got to America is a lie. The story about how they became slaves, it's a lie. The story about who the slaves were, who the slave owners were. You see what I mean? The entire story is a lie. But the fact remains, yeah, there were slaves in America. But again, the history around the slaves is lies, though.
All right. Like, I see what you're saying. I don't particularly agree with it, but I do see what you're saying.
But that's all I expect from you, Nomad. I expect you guys to at least understand what I'm saying. I don't expect you to agree. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, dragons dinosaurs equal dragons. You want to tell me real quick about that?
No problem. When I say dinosaurs equals dragons, I'm talking about the fact that the idea of dinosaurs were made up in the 1800s. Nobody ever saw a dinosaur ever. Plenty of people spoke about seeing dragons. Does that mean they actually saw it? Not necessarily. But we know for sure nobody saw dinosaurs, though. We know that for sure. So dragons having historical context, I'm going to err on the side that everything that we find in fossil records or in terms of bone records, while we're classifying them as dinosaurs, that's an incorrect classification because it is made up by a person that never saw the animal. The correct taxonomical category is dragons. And it always was up until like the late early 1700s when people started trying to figure out how to hide these things.
If they're extinct as hell, why would you want to hide them?
I never said they were. Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to say every year, but every so many years, we discover a new species that we either thought was extinct or that we had not seen. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Coelacanth. It was, I think, 100 something million. Nah.
You know what? I think I might even have a list. I got so many screenshots on my phone. It's ridiculous. There's a good chance that I have a screenshot in here that might even show some of these animals that we used to think were extinct, but then at some point we rediscovered them.
Yeah, coelacanth. It lived
Here we go.
in the Devonian.
I got a list of it right here. I can't see them all the way. I can't see it because this screen is kind of small. But this is a lecture I was watching where this guy was going over a bunch of these different animals. I guess some of them are insects that we thought at one point were extinct, but then we rediscovered them. Exploring different lands, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't think that dragons are completely gone. I think, the Komodo dragon is still here, right? I mean, we know that there's a Komodo dragon, so that's at least one type of dragon that still exists here in our known lands. Yeah.
Oh, I got a question. What defines like a dragon?
Well, let's go with what the dictionary says.
You got a lot of stuff. Wyverns.
Yeah.
And what was it? Wyverns.
Yeah. Those are just the animals that we used to think are extinct. Those aren't anything relating to dragons. I just brought that up as an example of these are all the animals we thought were extinct at one point, or we thought didn't exist, and then we rediscovered them. Huh?
I'm not talking about that they're extinct. I'm just giving an example. Like, how do you define a dragon? Because there's so many.
I have a dictionary. I have a dictionary definition up here for you right now. So this is right out of Webster. So the definition of a dragon, it says, now rare, a huge serpent, a fabulous animal, generally with wings, generally winged, scaly serpent, generally with wings. It doesn't say always with wings. All right, generally with wings.
But you said serpent.
I'm reading the dictionary. It says serpent, comma, lizard. Serpent, comma, lizard.
All right.
That's literally what it says.
I kind of see what you're saying. It's a bit iffy, all things considered, but I do see how you'd interpret that.
I just want to be taxonomically accurate. That's it.
All right.
Yeah.
I do remember. I don't remember where I heard it from, but apparently some guy suggested dragons did exist. But you know what bird bones are? Like those.
Yeah, like
really light.
Yeah, like brittle, frail bones that they have in their wings.
Yeah, basically those bones could not survive as well, so we just haven't discovered any yet because they've all rotted away.
Well, I mean, I haven't done these discoveries myself, but if somebody found a T-Rex skeleton, right, and then they found the skeleton of a pterodactyl or whatever, how do we know that? Like, how do we know that these are different things? You know what I mean? The pterodactyl could have just
bone
been.
structure typically.
Yeah, but, but they're not finding complete pterodactyls. They might find like a piece here or a piece there, and then they piece it all together. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, you take the pterodactyl's wings and you put it on a T-Rex, that's literally a dragon. A flying dragon.
We have found complete skeletons before of certain species.
Certain species. Of a pterodactyl?
certain.
Of a pterodactyl?
I think a pterosaur, as
Right.
in the family where it comes from.
Right. Well, again, I haven't done any of these discoveries myself, so I don't make claims on it either way. But I'm just suggesting that when they allegedly find a T-Rex fossil and it looks exactly like a dragon, and then they find a pterodactyl which looks exactly like a dragon's wings, I just don't know, is all I'm saying. I don't know. Yeah.
Biomechanics, like how you attach a pterodactyl's wings to a T-Rex, that won't work out because the sheer weight behind it, right?
Well, I mean,
Like how's that
based
gonna
on
work?
what, though? What is that based on?
The skeleton itself. Like, I'm not talking about like the theoretical muscles, just the skeleton itself.
Right. So we don't know. Right. So
Like
I'm glad you brought that up.
the weight.
We don't know what the muscle systems or the cartilage or any of this stuff look like. We just have the skeletons. And again, I haven't seen a full pterodactyl skeleton, so I don't know how much of it they actually find. All I'm
We
suggesting,
do have some preserved skin.
well, that would suggest that these are 100% dragons, because if dinosaurs existed millions of years ago, that skin could not have been preserved that long. So this, and not only that, if you are able to carbon date these fossils at all, you can't carbon date fossils past like 80,000 years. You know that, right?
That's why they use other elements, I believe.
I believe. Yeah, a lot of people say that when they come up here. They're like, well, as far as I know, well, you should go look this up a little bit more.
Let me search how it works real quick.
Well, let us know what you find, all right? And I'll bring you back up. Shout out him, all right? He seems like a nice guy. You're welcome up here anytime, Nomadic Arc. Guys, like the video, please. Sub if you like the content. I love you. I love you so much. Mirror said double tap the screen and like the vid. Absolutely. Harris Seed, those skeletons are off limits to the public. Another trust me, bro scenario. That's what I'm saying. And I'm open to accepting that what he's saying is true, but I'm going to need to see some literature. That Irish, are you up here to troll us? That Irish. Irish. Bueno. Huh? Hey, are you, real quick, that Irish, are you, when you call yourself Irish, are you one of the black Irish that was conquered and sold to the West Indies, or are you one of the new Irish?
No, I am South Irish Republic from
Oh.
County Louth.
Oh, okay.
Not sold, I'm not black.
Okay, my bad then. All right, go ahead. What's on your mind? That Irish?
I just wanted to talk to you about some of your beliefs here that I see up
No
on the
problem.
screen. I love debate myself, so
No problem. What's on your mind?
of course before we start, I'd just love to establish everything said here. It's not in bad taste, it's not anything. I just like a debate and I kinda wanna talk to you.
Hey man, I'm excited. Let's
Cool.
go.
Sorry, let me pull up your screen in case you pull up any pictures.
No problem. The Hounds said dinosaurs existed 165 million years, but blanked with brains the size of walnuts. Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about either. 165 million years? That seems a bit much. But yeah, there's no evidence that anything existed 165 million years ago. There is no evidence that anything existed 165 million years. All right? That is a preposterous amount of time to claim. My bad, go ahead.
To go back 165 years, to know how far it's been back, you've got to look at the present. So by using elements such as carbon-14, which is a nice type of carbon, we can identify that through the radioactive decay of carbon, we can determine how old it is.
How far does
Based
carbon
on
for how far
how
do
decayed it
how
is.
how far do carbon-14 readings go back?
You can definitely go back to 165 million years if you get the right sample, if you get the right look, as we said. It can definitely be done. However, carbon's not the only isotope. We do have other radioisotopes.
All right, I just Googled it. Yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
just Googled it, bro. You're wrong. All right.
Along with it.
I just Googled it. You're wrong. Carbon dating is generally reliable
Yeah,
for
yeah.
testing organic materials up to 50,000
No matter what.
years
Sorry.
old.
Nice. As Nomadic Arc said in the chat just there, uranium lead, yeah, absolutely, 10k billion years. I'm not sure if it's 10k billion, but I do know it's long.
Okay. Well, since you're not
Yeah,
sure,
it is
listen. Since you're not sure, let me help you out. Since you're not sure, let me help you out. It doesn't go back even 1 million years, let alone 100 million. All right. The furthest it claims to go back is 80,000. That's the furthest it even claims to go back. And I am on the side that it doesn't even go back that far because carbon dating is based on decay rates. Decay rates are based on environmental factors that are unknown to us. So you can't even date carbon-14 back 1,000 years under my estimation, but even under the mainstream estimation, they don't claim to go back more than 80,000 years. So why are you the only person on the planet claiming that they're dating carbon-14 samples back to 100 million years? Where are you getting this from?
Absolutely. Carbon-14 absolutely has limitations. The only thing it can really be used for is dating ice samples, which is its main use right now at the moment. However, as Nomadic Arc said in the chat, uranium lead, absolutely. Uranium lead has a much slower decay rate and can be dated back much further. I'm not entirely sure on the dates it can date back to, but I am aware it has significantly longer dates than, carbon-14. As long as mainstream science is true, which, of course, is, I'm assuming, what we're debating here. Which, I mean, my theory is, if you don't know and you don't trust, go.
Okay, real quick. How do they do uranium? 'Cause you're saying you're abandoning the carbon dating and you're going to uranium dating. Is that what you're saying now? They don't date the carbon. That was a misspeak. And now you're claiming that they date the uranium. Is that what you're saying? Irish, is that what you're saying? Yo, are you still there?
I guess. Yeah, I'm still there.
Okay.
I guess we can move to another point.
No. Jesus Christ. Are you listening to me?
No? Sure.
All right, we're still on the first point. You brought up carbon dating. I debunked carbon dating.
Okay.
I debunked carbon dating right before your eyes. And then you read somebody's comment and you said, oh, my bad, uranium lead dating. Are you moving your argument to uranium lead dating? Or are we staying on carbon dating? What the hell is your point here?
My argument is that you can definitely date using radioisotopes. Now, carbon is only one example. However, it's not the only example.
Okay, how do you know this? How do you know this is a fact? How do you know this is a fact? This is what I want to know. How do you know that we can...
It's my other point.
Listen. How do you know... How do you know that we can date things over 1 million years using isotopes? Please explain this to us. Go ahead. How do you know this?
That brings me to the other point I just said right after it, if you were listening. It is that my theory is you can never truly know something until you do it or find out yourself. Now, because I've not...
I just want to know how you know. Oh my God.
So I do not know the ins and outs. I do not know exactly how it works.
Why are you wasting
I do
so
not
much
know that
time?
even though
Why don't you just say that
all I
in the
can do
beginning?
is take it at face value.
All right, why don't I just say that in the beginning so we can move on? Listen, he doesn't know.
Based
He is
on
basically...
that
All right, shut up now. All right, I'm muting you, okay? Shut up. Jesus Christ. He does not have any idea how any of this works. He has no idea. He's never done it himself. He's never seen it himself. He read it on Google, and now he thinks it's true. That is literally his entire position. All right? I don't want to hear anything else. All right? Go ahead. Now that we know your position, listen, now that we know your position is based solely on Google and no physical evidence, tell us some more of your religious opinions. Go ahead.
Okay. It's not a religion. Well,
Oh, no, it's very much a religion. No, by definition, definitionally, it's a religion.
That's fine.
Yeah, if you believe stuff without evidence, that's faith.
if you wish to use that nomenclature, then
I do wish to use that. I do wish to use that. That's why I said it. But it's not a matter of my own personal opinion. If you believe stuff without the evidence, that is the definition of faith. So you just admit it. I don't actually know how this works. I've never seen it myself. I'm just taking it on face value. I'm pretty sure you used the word face value. I think you used the word face value. So that's all right. So that's what you said. Okay, so you don't actually know. You believe it on face value, on faith. You're a religious human being. You should be very proud of this.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You are absolutely correct in what you're saying.
I'm
I can't
redundant.
argue with it because it's true. You're absolutely correct in your.
If I had a dollar,
around it.
if I had a dollar every time somebody came on here and told me I was correct.
I know, yeah. I'm sure you get a lot.
I'll be a billionaire. I'd be a billionaire. Literally. I'd literally be a billionaire. Literally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, very sorry to distract the main point. So my counterpoint, I guess, is what I should say, is I admit I've never done it. I admit I am no scientist. I am no carbon dater. However, neither are you. So you debunking my knowledge is completely fine.
I didn't debunk. Technically, I didn't debunk it. All I did was point out the realities that are easily Googleable.
Sure.
If you Google everything that I said, you will find out that it's all correct, and I will have $1 billion and $10.
My other point. I cannot know because I have not done. However, you cannot know because you have not done. So it appears to me that
right, you're the only one that's claiming that you know.
Yeah,
you're the only one claiming you know. So there you go.
No, I don't.
Yeah, well, yeah, you do. You came up here. Yeah, you came up here. You came up here and said that I know that we can date things past 1 million years because of whatever reason. And I said I don't necessarily believe that. Yeah, I don't believe them just because they say that. So I'm taking the position. Listen. I'm taking the position that I don't know. And I'm not taking their word for it. You're taking the position that you do know because you are taking their word for it. All right? Don't misrepresent this conversation. That's what you're doing.
All right. Thank you for clearing that one up. Sorry. I thought you were on the opposition for it.
No. I'm saying I don't know. And I'm not taking these random scientists' word for it. Who the hell are they? They lie about everything. So I would never take their word for it. If I haven't seen it or I can't look at the process and understand it myself, then I'm not accepting it as a fact. You are accepting something as a fact without you having the information yourself.
Oh, we are absolutely of the same mind. I agree. If I can't see it working in front of my very own eyes with nothing stopping me, then I can't truly trust it either. You're completely right. However, you can't claim something's not correct just because you don't know.
Just did.
Now,
I can. I can and I just did. Yeah, I can and I just did.
Oh yeah, no, you can absolutely claim. However, I just think it might be somewhat unfair.
Well, I mean, life isn't fair. Yeah, life is not fair. So I don't really care about that like that. All I care about is whether or not things can be shown scientifically or are things written down in primary documentation. That's all I care about. Fair, that's not exactly the topic of conversation up here.
I just think that's your position as like an influencer of many people. That maybe the in-between route is perfect.
I'm not an influence of anybody, man.
Being in between, it is.
I don't influence anybody. Sorry? I don't influence anybody up here. The only thing that I influence people to do is to come up with their own opinions. All right? I do not influence people to believe anything that I believe. I tell the people up here all the time, especially when you guys come up and like, I just want to understand where you're coming from. I just want to know about your opinions. Don't I flash on people every single time, chat? Right? Every single time somebody comes up here and is like, tell me about you. I'm like, for what? We're not going on a date. This ain't about me. I'm like, figure out what the truth is. Figure out what the truth is. This ain't about me and my opinions. All right? I never come up here and give my opinions on anything. So I cannot sway people. I tell people the truth, where to find it, and then they come up with their own opinions. Most of the people that agree with me, these people thought this long before they ever met me, and a lot of times long before I even thought this. A lot of these people knew about this before me, so I cannot be influencing them. Okay, they are influencing me by dropping that knowledge on me. So yeah, I come on here and I tell you about what I've read and what I have seen in scientific experiments. People in the chat correct me, and that's what influences me. It's not the other way around. All right, I'm not up here giving lectures. I don't do that.
My apologies.
It's all right. Hey, don't apologize, bro. Hey, don't be sorry, bro. Be careful. All right. I'm just playing, bro. Go ahead.
I'll try to. Yeah. I think it's very noble that you're forcing, or you're not forcing, completely wrong word, that you're helping people to form their own ideas. And I think that's very, very noble. People should do it more.
Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that.
I do also fear that, well, it's not really fear. I mean, we're debating out. So I just like to give my 2 cents of whatever I can, anything,
Yeah,
and
well,
perhaps, I can learn something from today also.
yeah, no problem. Well, this is what I want to comment on. And maybe you really didn't mean this, but I'm going to respond to what you said about the fear thing, even though you took it back, okay? This is not directed at you. This is just directed at society in general, okay? There's only one thing that you should fear in society. The thing that you should fear in society is people that want to shut down other people's free speech, people that want to take away other people's freedom. And you know what that often looks like? Again, I'm not claiming this is you, but what that often looks like is it looks like people having fear of people saying stuff that they don't agree with. You know what I mean? Like I can go on the corner and preach about Islam all I want. If you don't agree with me preaching Islam, at no point should you think that now you need to physically force me to stop exercising my free speech. And if you do think that, right? If you think somebody's exercising their free speech, so I need to stop them, well, now you're opening the door for this person to be aggressive toward you. You see what I mean? And this is the beginning of violence in the world, in the whole world, in all of the world. There is only one thing that causes the negativity that we have today. And it is people who allow their fear to get the best of them. And then they turn that fear into action against other people's free will. All right. There's a group of people that is particularly known for this around the planet. I'm not saying you come from them. I'm just saying you got to be careful of that kind of thinking. Okay, as long as I'm not bringing physical harm to your family or to you, you have nothing to fear with me talking on my own channel. You understand? I'm on my own damn channel right now. If I am not on your channel trying to propagandize you, then you have nothing to fear with me speaking freely. Again,
cutting out of it. Sorry.
All right. Well, again, it's not exactly directed at you. All right. I'm just directing this at people in general.
Yeah.
If you think your job is to shut down. If you think your job is to shut down the free speech of other people because they disagree with you, you are the problem in society, and every issue that you have in society and that we have is incepted at your fear that if you don't control other people, then something negative is going to happen to you. All right?
Absolutely. Again, if you had $1 for every time, I guess now you'd have 1,011,000,000.
Donations.
Correct.
Gifts.
I think fear was the wrong word in that.
Well, and again, that's why I preface it by saying, I know you walked it back, and so I'm not going to assume you really meant that. I'm just going to use that as an opportunity to make this point to society, because that is the issue that we experience in society. People have fear about what other people do, and so now that fear turns into action. That fear turns into action, and that action turns into reaction. And now you have an entire group of Black people in America that are very aggressive and very, they're not nice people. You got people like me who are not nice to anybody, no matter what color they are. I'm not nice to nobody, and it's because I am the product of other people's fear being acted upon me. People fear me, and so they come and do stuff to me, and so now I have to be aggressive.
I'm afraid I can't speak on any American subculture or culture itself because I'm, of course, not from America. I've never been to America, so I don't know.
It's all good, man. I just wanted to take a moment to make that point. Go ahead.
I certainly do think, yes, fear can breed very unnatural and often not positive like you say, I guess circumstances for people to live in, or environments for people to grow up, people to develop. I think to an extent, people are definitely a product of their surroundings.
Correct.
Yeah. Would you like to move on to the next point? Or?
Yeah, what's on? Yeah, go ahead.
It's okay.
Yeah, no,
Whichever one.
you know, go ahead, bro. Whatever's on your mind next. I'm responding to a text message. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. All right. Let's go on to the dragons one, because I see the chat are spamming pictures of dragons or dinosaurs there. So yeah. Well, I'm just spamming, but yeah.
You want? All right. Hold on 1 second. I gotta apologize to my brother about yelling this morning because there was a mouse in my room.
So I feel
Yeah, I was like screaming at like 5 a.m. Anyways, okay, so the reason why I say dragons are dinosaurs is because the reason why I say dinosaurs are dragons is because dinosaurs are a fake animal that was made up in the 1800s, never to be seen by anybody, and dragons are a real animal that was seen by a bunch of people, talked about by a bunch of people, some of them that never knew each other and lived in different time periods. So this is how we know that the fossilized evidence that they think they're finding for dinosaurs are actually just fossilized evidence of dragons. Some people believe that they're fossil evidence of giants too. I'm willing to accept that. But like Charles said, dinosaurs never existed and dragons did, clearly.
In fact, you know what? I think you certainly might have a point there. However, the only thing I would say is perhaps if they are both the same, then why is there one without the other? Maybe they both existed and they both are the same.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
So
perhaps even.
Right. So it's like this. Let's just use the Africa thing, for example, right? So if the people who are in Ghana, right? The people who are in Ghana. Let's use Ethiopia because this is an easier example. Okay, if the people who are in Ethiopia, if their ancestors called the continent that is now called Africa, Ethiopia. I'm not saying they did, but let's say they did, right? The Ethiopians, their ancestors considered the entire continent of Africa to be called Ethiopia. So nowadays, if you were to look at an Ethiopian and you were to say, that's an African, I would come up here and say, you're wrong. I would say, nope, that's not an African. Somebody named them African later. You see what I mean?
I see exactly what you mean.
Yeah, somebody named it. All right, yeah.
New Shakespeare, what's the name?
Yeah. Somebody named them. Right.
Would a rose, any other names, that was sweet.
Yeah, so I'm just staying true to the actual name. If you go back in history, you realize that, this name dinosaur was made up just like the name African. Before they made that up, they used to just they would call them dragons. They would refer to them as dragons. Sea dragons, land dragons, and flying dragons. It's a fact.
I think I have 2 points on that one, if I may. One is, I think the root of the point here is nomenclature. It is, they might be the same thing. We just call them two different.
They are the same thing. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying they are the same thing. One of the names was made up after the fact. Okay, after the fact. While they were alive, they were called dragons. And so that's the name we're going to go with. Because that's the proper name. You know what I mean? Like, you don't just get to make up a name for like Ethiopians, and now you're telling the Ethiopians that they're actually Africans. That's ridiculous. No, they're Ethiopians. And it's disrespectful to call them Africans.
I think the other thing is, of course, I think neither of us could speak towards the dragon situation, except for text we've seen or stuff like this, because, of course, we weren't in the time where dragons were supposed to be being seen. However, we're also not in the time where dinosaurs were being seen, because,
nobody was in the time when dinosaurs were being seen. Nobody. You understand? Not a soul. Zero references. Zero. Okay, for dragons, we have hundreds.
Yeah. However, I think the other thing is, with your Ethiopia example, it's again the known of Israel. But however, I think my other point would be that scientists around the globe, without knowing what they were, also found evidence of dinosaurs.
No, they
However,
didn't. No, they did not.
They didn't know what they
No,
were.
they did not. No, they did
I
not.
believe
That's a lie. No, they
the
didn't.
names failed me. I'm trying to think of the names. They completely failed me.
Yeah. They never did. That's a lie.
No, yeah, I can't think.
Yeah, that's a lie. Anyways, listen.
Okay.
Listen.
So-
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I'm gonna wrap this up for you right now. All right. Listen. What I'm gonna pull up right now
Go for it.
is a list of over 30 different dinosaurs that, when they were found, they were actually named dragon. All right. These dinosaur fossils were not dinosaur fossils. They were found and called dragon fossils. And then what they did after the fact was they changed the name of this dragon to the name of a dinosaur. All right? The name of this dinosaur means dragon. So that means when the person found the fossil, they named it dragon. And then after the fact, somebody said, well, that name dragon, that's the name of a dinosaur now. All right? I'm not doing this with you, bro. I'm not doing this with you at all. Okay? At all. All right? So that's what I'm saying. It's not even up for discussion. They found the fossils and named them dragons. Nobody ever found a dinosaur fossil ever. There's only dragon fossils, period. All right?
So, I think in this case, again, it's just a rose with any other name would smell sweet.
Right. All right. Well, I'm going to be accurate to history. Listen. This is going on too long, all right? I'm going to be accurate to history. If you want to make shit up or believe what other people have made up, that's your prerogative, bro. We're not going to argue with you. Believe whatever you want, all right? But, again, I get it. Well, I just think that it's... All right, we know that already, all right? Again, we're not learning anything else from this conversation going on further, all right? Nobody ever found a dinosaur fossil. They found dragon fossils, and then in the 1800s, they started calling these dragons dinosaurs. Before the 1800s, every single time they found a fossil, they named it dragon. Period. So that's where we are. All right?
So I think with that, yeah, absolutely. I'm not trying to argue that point. I'm just saying, what's the point of it? I mean,
if you can't see the point, bro, if you can't see the point, why are you up here trying to distract us?
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to.
All right, listen. I already told you what the root is: being accurate to history and taxonomy. If you don't want to be accurate, if you can't understand that point, then don't focus on it, bro. I don't know why you would even be here talking to me if you don't see the point.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I was just trying to.
It's bro, I know what you were trying to do, but I already answered that question a bunch of times, and you're just trying to talk now. You just want to have the conversation. I already answered that. All right, being taxonomically and biologically accurate. That's why.
Okay, so that's fine. Would you like to move on to another?
Yeah,
point?
sure. Yeah, if there's another point, we can do one more. Go ahead.
Absolutely, go for it. It's dealer's choice. Go for it.
Huh?
Choose a point if you wish to discuss with that.
Which one do you disagree with? I don't know what you disagree with, bro. What do you disagree with?
I think the history. Let's go with the history being lies.
Okay. All right. When I say history is lies, I'm talking about. When I say history is lies, I'm talking about history textbooks only, exclusively what we are taught in high school history class. That's it.
So scripts, biblical scripts, or religious, all that.
This is religion now. This is not history. All right. I don't know I don't know what you guys learn in Ireland, but in America, church and state are separate. So we don't learn about biblical text in history class.
Same.
All right. So that I'm not talking about biblical text. I'm just
which ones are we discounting? Is it scriptures that came from the time?
Why are you still talking about biblical text?
No. I'm talking about maybe like the Bay of Tapestry or.
I am talking about history textbooks, dog. History textbooks only.
Textbooks.
My God.
Okay.
My living God.
Okay.
Oh my God, bro. Oh my God.
You score infuriating.
Oh my God.
I'm just trying to.
I know, but I'm having to repeat myself like 100 times to you, and this is getting ridiculous. This is getting absolutely ridiculous.
Well, only text was nothing. Okay, we can go. So, I think with that, textbooks are obviously based off. They're not just well, I mean, my argument is that they aren't just based off nothing. They are seen through scriptures off the time and counsel off the time. People who live through those experiences wrote it down and never come good. I do agree there's probably a lot of inaccuracies there. No. However, I don't think it's all I do think it has grounds. It has certain realistic elements. I think the main practice of canon certainly sheds light on what happened. I do agree there might be some inaccuracies, and this is with everything because we were not there.
All right, listen, bro. We're gonna move this on, okay? Like I said, I recognize that you believe that what we were taught in school is true because, I mean, some of it has to be true. I mean, it can't all be a lie. For those of you that didn't hear him, that was his entire argument. It can't all be a lie. Some of it must be based on. Well, listen, I understand. All right, I understand that is your opinion, and you're entitled to that opinion. As a person that actually reads primary documents, I am claiming the opposite. I'm claiming that what we're taught in history textbooks are not based on historical documents, and they're not accurate. Your opinion is that they are. Great, bro, that's your opinion. We're not learning anything from that other than what your opinion is. And if we're not going to date you, then that's not valuable to us. All right? So I get it. Your opinion is that the history textbooks are not 100% lies. My opinion is that they are. We agree to disagree. All right? Shout out to you, bro. Listen, you seem like a nice guy, so you're welcome up here anytime, all right, Irish? Irish, you're welcome up here anytime. If you're still here when we come back around, I'll let you come back up. But yeah, that conversation has gone on way too long. Maelstrom, I tried to invite you up, but it wouldn't allow me to invite you up. So you're going to have to go out and come back in, Maelstrom. LaShawn, are you up here to troll us? LaShawn.
Yes.
Are you up here to troll?
Yeah.
You are up here to troll.
Oh, wait, can I say one thing real quick?
Go ahead.
You're so dumb to make flat earthers look like geniuses.
Guys, please like the video if you don't mind. Like the video and sub if you like the content. Boof, are you up here to troll us?
No.
Are you up here to troll, Boof?
No. I'm just here to see what you have to say.
Well, you can see what I have to say without calling in. Why did you call in?
Because I think it's bullshit. But
if you think it's bullshit, then why don't you, if you think it's bullshit, why don't you turn it off?
Well, no. I mean, let's not get like a confrontation or anything. Let's just talk about the claims.
Sir, no. We're gonna talk about this. No. We're gonna talk about this. If you think it's bullshit, why not just turn it off? Why not go watch something that you agree with or that you actually find valuable? Why would you watch something that you think is bullshit?
You can't just put yourself into an echo chamber like that. You can't just.
We're not talking about me. We're not talking about me right now. We're talking about you. Why would you? Why would you watch something that you think is bullshit? Why would you do that to yourself?
you might convince me otherwise, and
You're
it's important.
you're up
engage
here.
yourself.
You're up here because you want to be convinced by bullshit.
No, what I'm saying is that my initial belief, at first glance, I'm looking at these very outlandish, very extreme claims that I've never heard of any evidence for, and I'm convinced of the conclusion that it is BS. But I'm willing to hear what you have to say, and maybe I could be educated on that. But at this moment in time, I'm not particularly believing it, and I'm sure you can understand.
No, I can't understand. You're a closed-minded person. You think that what I believe is bullshit. It sounds like you're trying to come up here just to waste our time or to maybe see if you're smart enough to make me look dumb. That doesn't actually help anybody. So I get it that you think it's bullshit, and listen. I get it that you think it's bullshit, and you like watching meaningless content that you don't find interesting or entertaining. But the people who watch me, we're not like that. We only like to watch stuff that is interesting and educational and entertaining to us. So you coming up here trying to waste our time, trying to catch me up on something when you already think it's bullshit, nobody's going to gain anything from that. So I really don't see the value in this conversation.
I'm sorry, we must have gone off the wrong. I don't mean to cause trouble.
We must have gone off on the wrong. Do you hear these gaslighters? Do you hear these guys? We must have gone off on the wrong foot. The first thing he says out of his mouth, I'm like, oh, what's on your mind? Why'd you call in? I just want to see what you're going to say. See what I say about what? Well, because you're bullshit. We got off on the wrong foot. This is what y'all do. This is what y'all do. And this is why I'm a rude asshole to you. All right? I just want to let you know, for the rest of this conversation, when I'm being a rude asshole, you won't have to wonder why, right? You know exactly why I'm being an asshole to you, right? Right?
I don't know. I think it's for a sensible conclusion.
Hold on. Why are you so confused bro, why are you so confused about this? Why do you think it's okay for you to come up, the first sentence out of your mouth is everything that I believe is bullshit, but you can't understand why I can be an asshole to you? This is that weird hierarchy thing you guys have going on. You're like, well, he's wrong in my opinion, so I should get to say whatever I want to him, but he has to be nice to me. Bitch, you out your damn mind, all right? If you think somebody is talking bullshit, listen, if you think somebody is talking bullshit and you don't have a physical mental disorder, then your dumb ass should turn it off and go watch something else. All right? You weirdo, emotional. I almost called you the B word again, but that's not right. All right? I called you the B word one time. I think you get it. All right? I think you get it. But if you think this is bullshit, bro, like a normal human, turn this shit off and go read a book. All right, moron? Don't come up here trying to troll or communicate with people that you find fascinating because you can't understand what the hell they're talking about. All right? Anything else, bro, before we move on? Anything else before we move on?
Yeah, okay. Let's move on.
No, before I move on. I'm going to move on from this conversation. Do you have anything else you want to throw in? I'm about to move on to somebody else. Huh?
Okay, fine.
Yeah. Listen, you're welcome up here anytime, bro. All right? You seem like a nice guy, but just don't come up here with all that pretentious shit. If you think that what I have to say is bullshit, take your stupid ass home somewhere. All right? Bye, bitch. Anyways, shout out him, all right? Shout out the young brother. You know what I mean? Like I said, you're welcome up here anytime, man. You're welcome up here anytime. All right? Just watch what you say when you come up here. All right? Because you will get checked. It's a fact. Okay? It's an absolute fact. Every single word that comes out of your mouth. Woosah. Woosah.
You alive?
Yeah, what's up, bro? You up here to troll us?
No, it's me from earlier. Well, you probably don't remember.
I remember. I remember. All right, what's on your mind?
All right. So, I got a question. So you know what sauropods are? Long necks?
Sure. Yeah. What's your? Just get to the point, bro.
Or something like that.
Yeah, just get to the point, bro. What are you getting at? What's up?
All right. So I'm just going off what you say of dragons, like wings and... No, what you didn't say. How would you think a sauropod turns into a dragon? Like,
What do you mean turns into a dragon? What does that mean, turns into a dragon?
I'm getting myself confused with my word. Hold on.
All right, you want me to bring you back up after you do some, get yourself together? All right, take 5, bro. Take 5. The Maelstrom said they won't let me up because I won't verify my age. All right, well then you gotta go, bro. I don't know why you're in here then. If you're not gonna come up, go to the YouTube chat and type in the YouTube chat. Chris said you didn't check him. You just had a temper tantrum without providing a single strand of evidence about your supposed belief. Get your crybaby ass up. And yes, I did check him. Absolutely. You know what I mean? All right, this is California, homie. No offense, but you come around here talking crazy, we're gonna check that temperature every single time. All right? Shout out Flacco. Flacco calls it the Great West Coast Press. All right, that's what that's called right there. All right, the Great West Coast Press. And if anybody knows me, I'm the literal definition of it. Everything that I do is a press. I'm constantly pressing. Well, everything you say is bullshit. It's bullshit, man. It's bullshit, man. All right, if it's bullshit, then take your ass on. Why the hell your stupid ass still standing here? All right, let's see what's up with the chat. Listen, like the video, guys, if you don't mind, all right? Like the video and sub if you like the content. If you want to call in, the Discord is on my page. And the live show tab is open. All right, that's how you call in, the live show tab. Maelstrom, I'm going to invite you. Bro, if you are not going to come up on the Discord, bro, go watch from the YouTube. Okay, if I kick you from this again and you come back up, bro, I'm going to ban you. All right? I don't want people in here that aren't going to come up on the show. All right? I don't want that. Yeah, I don't want people in here just kicking it. Why can't we go to Antarctica? That's a good question. Chat, what do you guys think? Why can't we go to Antarctica? The Gnostics were right. We are in a world of suffering and reincarnation. I disagree with that. The blank under the ocean and on the moon have been monitoring the experiment. I disagree with that totally. My life is full of wonder, excitement, beauty, ecstasy, everything. Yeah, my life is full of everything that's good. So I disagree that we are in a world of suffering and reincarnation. If I'm reincarnating in the good situations. All my reincarnations are in positive situations. You know what I mean? Yeah. Even with my hair looking like this. You know what I mean? Even with my hair looking like this. Yeah. I don't think life is suffering at all. I think that you guys suffer because you focus too much on stuff you don't like. That's right. All the energy that you spend thinking about things you don't like, you could just as easily spend that time thinking about things you do like or things that you are hopeful for, and the suffering will go away. Yeah, the suffering will go all the way away. Anyway, yeah, I disagree with that. Colton, why do you keep asking how old I am? We ain't going on a date. EDD said if history's lying, that means George Washington wasn't a real person. Nope, that's not what it means. What it means is that George Washington was not the first president of the United States, and George Washington was a black man. Hey. Bust a move. Go ahead, bust a move. Bust a motherfucking move. I dare you. What was Atlantis' culture like? Atlantis' culture is the culture that you guys still copy and try to imitate all around the world till this day.
To this day. To this day. To this day. To this day.
Yeah, what culture is all around the world being copied right now? Whose music is all around the world being copied right now? Whose clothing is being copied all around the world right now? Oops, sorry.
To this day. To this day.
How was George Washington black? I don't know. DNA and phenotypes, I'm assuming. Yeah. I would be lying if I was like these people and said, that phenotypes can be explained perfectly by DNA. I actually don't know. So I'm just assuming. Mother. John, I'm going to need you to calm down on the rhetoric, please. As a matter of fact, go ahead and go back to the lobby if you don't mind. Chris said, like this guy is pulling chats out of a hat and reacting to them? Are you mad because I'm not reading your dumb comments? What's wrong with you guys? Can you explain how the earth is not moving? Absolutely, Robert. I can do that. Okay, the reason why I have up here that the earth is not moving is because of all the scientific experiments ever that have been done to prove the earth is moving. They've all failed. And then they came up with an explanation as to why the experiments failed. That explanation was called the theory of relativity, okay? But then the theory of relativity was debunked by ring laser gyroscopes and the Sagnac effect. Do you understand? All scientific experiments prove the earth is not moving. The theory of relativity explains why it is still moving. Another experiment, the ring laser gyroscope, debunks the theory of relativity. So now that we have that clear, the ring laser gyroscope and all experiments ever, the Michelson and Morley, Airy's failure, they all show the earth to not be in motion. So scientifically, if we were speaking scientifically, the earth is not moving. KTP said, like and subscribe, guys, if you like the content only. If you don't like the content, please leave me alone. What do you mean we equals not African? Thank you for that question. So when I say we equals not African, I'm talking about the fact that a certain group of Europeans who are still colonizing the entire world, they use the out of Africa theory as a means to justify stealing the land from indigenous people. They did it in America, Australia, Europe, and South America too, okay? They come to a land. They take these people's land. They take these people's name. Then they tell these people they came from Africa. You can go look up a man named Melville Hershkovich if you want to see where this theory is incepted from. Okay, go look up a man named Melville Hershkovich. All right? Disma said, legit curiosity, why is the channel logo a goat? That is a good question. Shout out my boy T. Some of you guys know Reality Productions in the chat. Sometimes he's in the chat as But I'm Real Though. He's our only other mod in the Discord. So you guys know Reality 2 times in the mod. If you in the Discord, if you've been in there, he's the one that made this logo for us. Hold on. Now, honestly, I don't know why he necessarily chose the GOAT. I don't think I told him to choose the GOAT. I don't think so. But we were like, workshopping a bunch of different stuff. We had like 10 or 11 different logos. And then when I saw the GOAT one, I was just like, that, you know what I mean? It just fit. It was the GOAT with the stars. Like if you look at it, it looks like the GOAT is literally like looking at the stars. I don't know. It just connected with me. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know if he threw the GOAT in there because he knew that one day, very soon, that I would be the GOAT. I don't know. Like maybe he thought that. He's like, honestly, that boy the GOAT. So I need to just, you know what I mean? I don't know if that's what he thought, but yeah, he came up with it though. I don't remember asking him specifically for that. But he had like 12 different options, and that was the best one. Swank said, is anything you speak of grounded in actual studies, proof beyond any reasonable doubt? I don't know if I could go so far as to say proof beyond any reasonable doubt, but the fact that the earth is not moving, the fact that the earth is not a globe, the fact that dinosaurs are dragons, those are pretty much not debatable. Yeah, these things are not debatable. America being Atlantis, that's more debatable. The out of Africa thing is not really debatable. Yeah, not debatable. I would say that the Africa thing, the dragon thing, and the 2 topics about the earth are completely not debatable and grounded in every piece of documented evidence that ever exists. And there's not a single piece of documented evidence that suggests the earth is a globe, the earth is moving, that dinosaurs are real, or that we're from Africa. These other 2 things, more of an ambiguous conversation. But those 4, they're all rooted in every single piece of fact that you can find on the subject, period. Disma said, I'm just a crazy fangirl and not a mod. Well, Disma, we love and we appreciate you. If I see you in here more than like 2 or 3 days, I'll add you as a mod, you know what I mean? But, I gotta let it sit at least for a day or 2. What is your opinion on Christianity? My opinion is that Christianity has been psyoped and is used to enslave the masses and keep them basically dumb and ignorant. Disma said, I love being a regular civilian. Well, all right, well then, well, maybe we'll keep you as a civilian then, Disma. It's all right, Disma. We love civilians too. We're invested. I fully agree with the stats, bro. Swank said, I want to see evidence. Well, Swake, if you want to see evidence, then why don't you go look for it? I'm just saying, if I wanted to see evidence, I wouldn't be on YouTube. Doliman, accurate facts. Hunt said, if dinos are dragons, then birds are too. I don't know where you get that logic from, but you're welcome to believe whatever you want. TT said North America was a giant turtle that turned into a rock. Maybe that's why people call it Turtle Island. Why do people get banned from the Discord when the rules are not broken? Because I feel like it, and I don't want to see your dumb name in there anymore. And I reserve that right, point blank period. Yeah, there aren't even any rules in Discord like that. There are no rules in Discord. I mean, there are rules when you call into the show, right? But those rules that are on the Discord, those aren't the rules for messaging in the Discord. Now, I get rid of people in the Discord when I'm tired of seeing their face. Yeah, when I'm tired of seeing your face and your names. Again, those rules are for when you call into the show. Those rules are not for the Discord. Tay said, is that what that says, Tay? Oh, TSA. TSA said, actually, Earth equals not moving. It's very debatable. No, it's not, Tay. There's not one scientific experiment that has ever proved the Earth to be moving around the sun. This is a fact, period. Dream said, if America is Atlantis, why aren't we underwater? Dream, how do you know we're not underwater? New Era, thank you for the $2, New Era. I appreciate that.
Donations, gifts.
Okay, the laser tests that prove the curvature are non-existent because there are no laser tests that prove curvature. There are laser tests that prove that the Earth is not curved. I mean, that's a fact. But even so, right? Even so, let's say I accept what you're saying is true. If the laser tests prove that the Earth is curving in between 2 points, does that prove that the entire Earth is a sphere? The answer is no. All right? Think about it. My nose is curving in between these 2 points. Is my nose a sphere? No. All right? Curvature does not equal sphere, number one. And number two, those laser tests don't even prove curvature. This is a fact. Those laser tests do not prove curvature. Stop lying. Sorry, I thought I played the music when I walk away. Minus 5% aura. CJ said, stupid troll, I'm blocking this channel. Imagine calling somebody and say, hey, I just want to let you know I'm blocking you. Hey, I just want to let you know I'm not going to answer your call anymore. But I didn't call you. So, That's what you sound like when you try to hang the phone up. Hey, I just want to call you to let you know that I won't be calling you anymore. Who is this? What's up, Anish? How you doing? J. Cole said, if history is untrue, what makes you so sure? Because I read primary documents. That's why I read primary documents and I don't base what I know about history solely on history textbooks. New Era music, incorrect. The laser tests were done over a large body of water by flat earthers. Huh? Oh, so no legitimate scientists ever did this test? How ironic. So your only info about the shape of the earth comes from flat earthers. Listen, bro, if you are a flat earther and you get your info from flat earthers, more power to you. I am not a flat earther and I do not get my info from flat earthers. I get my info from actual scientific experiments. No offense, because you guys know I love all my flat earthers. Listen, I love all my flat earthers. I really do. Disma said, I'm a fat. Disma, let me find out you got something back there. Hey, let me find out that thing poking out. Anyways, yeah, like I said, I'm not a flat earther, okay? Not that I have any problem with my flat earthers, but I would not rely on flat earthers as my end all be all to the shape of the earth. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. By the way, CJ said the flat earther who was proving the earth is the globe has been debunked. That guy, Jaron himself, went there during the daytime and showed it wouldn't work either way because they were not in a flat area. Again, even if you measure some curvature of the earth, that does not mean you've measured the earth being a globe. Why are you guys so stupid?
Stupid, I'm not gonna let you get the chance.
All right? If you measure curvature between 2 points, that's not the same thing as measuring the entire earth to be a globe. All right? Listen, if you measure the earth to be curved in between 2 points, is that the same thing as measuring the entire earth to be a globe?
Hell no, to the no, 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 hell to the no, hell to the no, to the no, 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 hell no, no.
I love you guys so much. For real, like the video, please. Like the video, sub if you like the content, okay? Double tap the screen. Matthew said they were in a studio, not in Antarctica. What's up, Matt Hakeem? Hey, everybody go follow Matt Hakeem right now, all right? Under the sound of my voice, unless you are a hater, go follow Matthew Hakeem ahora. Matthew Hakeem was one of the first people that I did a debate with on Modern Day Debates. New Era said they paid $20K to surveyors who weren't flat earthers. Great, a surveyor got paid $20K and now the earth is automatically a globe. What? A surveyor got paid $20K and now the earth is a globe? All right, how about this? Send me $20K and then the earth will be a globe, right? Yeah. Send me $20K and then after that, the earth will be a globe. Buddy is sick. Phil said the earth is a bowl. Star B, thank you so much for the what is that? Thank you so much for the star, Star B.
Donations, gifts.
I love and appreciate you so much, Star. Swake, back to the lobby. New Era, thank you for the $2 again, New Era. New Era said the $2. Surveyor had to raise one laser 6 feet higher to match. Shout out that surveyor. That still don't prove the earth is a globe. It still don't prove it. It's still not proof. You did all that work and you still don't have evidence that the earth is a globe. What do you know? You are behind the eight ball, my friend. All right, I'm going to need you to pick this up. Mirror said, thank you guys so much for the donations. Yeah, no, shout out the surveyor, man. He got paid $20K just to do that. He got paid $20K to prove nothing. New Era Era, thank you for the $2 again.
Donations, gifts.
Anish, thank you for that, Anish.
Donations, gifts.
Thank you for the 100, Anish. New Era said it proves curvature. Once again, even if that's true, which it's not, but let's accept it is, right? It's not true, but let's say it is. Even if it's true that he proved curvature, does proving curvature prove the entire Earth is a globe? No. If you prove curvature between 2 points, that don't mean you know the shape of the entire Earth now. You understand that the Earth curves when there's a hill, when there's a valley, when there's a mountain? The Earth curves all the time. It's topographical, idiot. That don't mean the entire shape is a globe. You see, my nose is curving. Look, you see this big hump in my nose? My nose is curving from here to here. Is my entire body a globe? No. All right? Shut your dumb ass up. Get that corn out of my face. I serve Christ alone. Ha, he's calling other people dumb. Ha. This guy doesn't even believe in Christ. How dumb is he? Shut your stupid ass up. Lemon, why are you in here if you're not going to come up? Lemon, if I invite you to come up and you don't come, I'm about to ban you from my entire Discord. All right? New Era said, stop using land as an example. Was done over water. Stop using land as an example of what size the land is. You see what they've resorted to? Do you see what they have resorted to? Lemon, go listen from YouTube, please. All right, go listen from YouTube. Thank you. All right, thank you. I don't get no ad revenue from you guys watching me here, okay? Yeah. Stop using land as an example of what shape the land is. Look at what they're resorting to. Look at what they're I'm running. How am I running? I'm bringing up measurements of the land. He is telling me stop focusing on the land when we're talking about the shape of the land. And now I'm running. I'm running, right? You know what? I am running, New Era. No, New Era. I'm running from you, bro. I'm totally running from you. I'm scared of you. Take your ass back to the lobby. All right? Thank you. Yeah, no, I'm so scared of you, bro. I'm so scared. Now, that was close. Now I don't have to be scared anymore. Matthew said refraction can raise the water line, so New Era is wrong about curvature. Oh. Yeah, no, that's why I said, even if I accept that he's wrong about curvature, which I do not, all right? You did not measure curvature. But even if you did measure curvature, that's not the same thing as you measuring the entire Earth to be a globe. Thank you, Disma. I appreciate that. Mystic, thank you so much, love. I appreciate you. Kilo said, what do you believe? I believe in the scientific method. New Era, why did you delete that message? Are you ashamed of your messages now? Oh no, I deleted the message because he sent all those super chats. Just out of curiosity, if I delete his messages, do they resend the money from the super chats too? I don't really care that much. It's only $2 a piece, but I'm just curious. I just want to know for the future. The T in me said dinosaur equals dragon seems like a weird one to include. I will admit that it seems like an outlier. Yeah. It definitely seems like it's an outlier based on the conversation, but it fits right in if you really get into the historical context of how all these things, you know, hook together. Yeah, especially like, okay, here you go, for example, right? I'll give you an example. So, you know, the name America, a lot of people say it came from an Italian explorer. It did not. The name America came from the term Amaru Khan. Amaru Khan, which means land of the plumed serpent, right? Or land of the dragon, land of the feathered serpent, right? Hold on, that's not the one I was looking for. No, not that one. Hold up. This one right here, look. Okay, so this is a quote from Pliny the Elder, 77 AD. Africa produces elephants, but it is India that produces the largest as well as the dragons, right? Now, when he says India, is he talking about modern day India? Is he talking about modern day India? Well, no, he's not. And the reason why is because in 77 AD, modern day India was not called India. Do you understand? It wasn't called India at the time. You know what was called India? America. That's right. America was called India amongst a bunch of other names. So when you read something like this and they're talking about how Africa produces elephants, but in America, right? But in America, they have the largest elephants. You know, the giant mastodon. Yeah, you know, all those giant mastodons that are found in America. Right. America has the largest elephants as well as the dragons. All right. So if you are going to conquer an area, America, if you're trying to conquer America, right? You see how this dragon thing is a huge asterisk. Are you going to be able to conquer a land that has a bunch of dragons in it? No, you are not. So that's why I say the dragons really, it does fit into this puzzle when you start putting it all together, although it seems like an outlier. It does seem like an outlier. Matthew said, New Era, stop with all that crybaby shit. New Era said, it's crazy how even when you give them money, they won't have an actual debate. Yeah, New Era, I'm not controlled by money. You understand? Money don't control me. And it was only $2. Buddy gave me $2. Even though I gave him $2, I responded to every single super chat that you put, all right? Every single one. All right, and just because you give me money, that don't mean that I won't ban you or get you out of here. Who cares? All right, I'm not ran by money, homie. Camden said Earth is moving, by the way. Camden, you have no physical evidence that proves this, no scientific experiments that prove this. And so if you believe the Earth is moving, you are what is technically considered to be a science denier, all right? Just technically, all right? Just based on the literal definition of the term, you are a science denier. New Era said, I gave you $11 and you didn't even attempt to look up what I saud to prove. Yeah, I didn't need to look up anything that you said because everything that you said was super basic. All right, you're a basic level thinker. Nothing you said was that deep. You think you be saying deep shit? You don't. All right, you don't be talking that deep at all. Okay, nothing you say is critical. All right, you said basic level shit, and I repeat the exact same responses to 1,000 other people that say the same shit you said. The only difference is you sent it in a super chat. I thanked you for that. I said I appreciate it. I responded to it. After that, I don't owe you shit. What do I owe you after that? I don't owe you shit. Shout out you though, all right? B said the real offended is a clown. Well, if I'm a clown and you enjoy watching me, then, you know, what does that mean about who you are? Clarify what you believe the shape of the earth is. I don't know of any one person or group of people that have actually claimed to map the entire shape or size of the earth. All right? Do not say Eratosthenes, because I have shown many times on here how the Eratosthenes experiment does not prove that the earth is curved. All right? The Eratosthenes experiment does not do that. So you don't know of anybody, I don't know of anybody that has ever, and by the way, Eratosthenes never claimed to map the shape of the entire globe. He only mapped, allegedly, the curvature in between a few points. All right? Eratosthenes, even if he mapped the curvature between here, that don't prove that the earth is a globe. But he didn't do that because we don't have parallel rays. All right? So nobody has ever mapped the shape or size of the entire earth. All right? All that is a fairy tale. Lala said, hey host, I like your hair. What are you mixed with? Honestly, yeah, on both sides of my family, almost everybody is from America. Yeah, on my mom's side, my mom is half black, half black, half Mexican, right? So my grandmother's father, my grandmother's great-grandfather. My grandmother's great-grandfather is from Spain, I guess. But my grandmother's great-grandmother, my grandmother's grandfather, everybody else in my family, we're all just from America. Yeah, on my mom's side, that's what I'm saying. My mom got a little bit of Mexican because her great-great-grandfather came from Spain and impregnated a Native American woman. So my mom is mixed a few generations up. My dad, everybody in my dad's family is from America. All black people from America on both sides. Lala said, I'm American, although both Ethiopians and Indians try to claim me sometimes. Well, what if I told you that the original word Ethiopia referred to people in America, and so did Indian? That's right. The term Ethiopia and Indian predate modern day India and Ethiopia in America. This is a fact. New Era said again, what shape do you believe the earth is? I genuinely just answered that question. So I don't think you're genuinely asking because I just answered. Nobody has ever proven the shape or the size of the earth, period. All right? Thank you for that $5 though. I appreciate that.
Donations, gifts.
Guys, if you want to call in, the Discord is on my page, all right? Join the live show tab when you get in there. Also, please like the video if you don't mind. Sub if you like the content. If you don't sub. And double tap the screen, all right? I'll be right back. Give me a second. Ugh. Music and ideas gather in the air. Shout out Disma. Tom said they are not like us. Tom, big facts. Did I miss a super chat? Okay, here we go. New Era, thank you for the $5 again. New Era said, so if you admit no one has proved it one way or the other, how can you confidently say it's not? Because the people that say that they know what shape it is are lying, because I admit no one has proved it one way or the other. So if you say you know for a fact what shape it is, I know you're lying because nobody has proven it. Turn your brain on. You can figure this out. I believe in you. Disma said, I want a donut. Look at New Era. This guy will dodge my question, guaranteed. New Era, you are the crybabiest of the crybaby. Baby back bit, baby back bit, baby back bit, baby back bit. That's you, bro, all right? You up here crying like a baby back bit. Stop that crybaby shit, bro. You're a grown man. All right, cut that out. True said most chatters have never heard of pressure gradients. New Era said, but it's your position that it's not in the globe. How? How is it not in the globe? Thank you for that $2, New Era. I appreciate that, bro.
Donations, gifts.
With your crybaby ass. The reason why it's not a globe, like I said, is because nobody has ever mapped the shape or the size. Earlier, you tried to trip me up. Well, if you admit that, how can you say it's not a globe? Because you guys come in here and say, I know for a fact it's a globe. You're dumb if you think it's not a globe. You're an idiot if you think it's not a globe. He's race baiting. He's race baiting. All right, if it's so easy to prove that the Earth is a globe, then prove it, idiot. Give us the evidence. You never do. So it can't be that easy. It can't be that easy because you don't ever come in here and prove it. All you do is deflect. It's your position. Shut up. And I love you, okay? I do love you. All right, I promise. All right. I don't mean to get all aggressive with you, but for real, shut up. Mirror said, thank you guys for the donations. We love and appreciate you.
Donations, gifts.
Star B said, okay, tell me this, globalist. If the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour and orbiting the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, then why the hell do the stars and clouds in the sky pass by so slow? It's a good question. This is a question for you guys in the chat, by the way. Thank you, Mirror. I appreciate you. Kim said, because of gravity.
But Brondo's got what plants crave.
It's got electrolytes.
Okay, look. The plants aren't growing.
Listen, even though you were taught that Brando or gravity has got what plants crave, Brando or gravity does not help plants grow. And likewise, gravity is not a scientific theory. Even though you were taught that Brando's got what plants crave, gravity is not a scientific theory. But I was taught it's a law. I know you were taught that Brando's got what plants crave, but the plants aren't growing. All right. So I know you were taught gravity is a law, but it does not work. Mathematically, it is not observed. It is not confirmed scientifically. Even though you were taught that Brando's got what plants crave and that it's got electrolytes, it doesn't.
Wait a minute. What you're saying is that you want us to put water on the crops.
Yes.
Water. Like out the toilet?
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be out of the toilet, but yeah, that's the idea.
But Brondo's got what plants crave.
It's got electrolytes.
Yeah, no, gravity was debunked in 1933. That's why if you don't have dark matter, then you do not have a theory of gravity. Dark matter is not a scientific theory. It's never been observed or confirmed, even less than gravity. So you're completely debunked. I can't believe you guys are even taking this seriously. Matter of fact, this is exactly what you sound. Here you go. This is what you sound like.
So wait a minute. What you're saying is that you want us to put water on the crops.
Yes.
Water. Like out the toilet?
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be out of the toilet, but yeah, that's the idea.
But Brondo's got what plants crave.
It's got electrolytes.
Yeah, no, that's not my source. I said it was first debunked in 1933. If you do not have dark matter to this day, then gravity as a theory is debunked. You don't have dark matter, gravity is debunked. If you don't have gravity, you don't have a globe. Because that's your whole thing, right? We have a globe because gravity. Isn't that your whole thing?
Brondo's got what plants crave.
Isn't this you?
But Brondo's got what plants crave.
It's got electrolytes.
Okay, look. The plants aren't growing.
New Era said, last message and I'll leave you alone. New Era, as long as you're sending these super chats, you can ask me as many questions as you want, man. Ask me 1,000 questions as long as you're sending it via super chat. Fuzzy said, boss, you were meant for this. Keep going. Fuzzy, I love and appreciate you so much, my brother. New Era, how can you say no one has ever mapped the Earth while simultaneously saying it's a fact that it's not a globe? Because we have tested the actual shape and size of the Earth and it's been debunked. All right. So that person asked me, what shape is it? So my answer to what shape is it is nobody has ever tested it. Now, if you're asking me, how do we know it's not a globe? That's a different question. The way we know it's not a globe is because of long-range radar tests, long-range radio wave and microwave tests, the long-range laser experiments that they're talking about. Yeah, these are actual experiments that have been done that debunk the globe. The first time it was debunked is in 1901. That's why they invented the ionosphere. The ionosphere was invented because the globe was debunked in 1901. But the ionosphere only blocks frequencies up to 40 megahertz. So when we do the exact same test that Marconi did in 1901 with frequencies over 100 megahertz, that debunks the globe. That experiment has been done over 100 times. I've showed the physical data of those experiments on this live. That's right. I've shown the physical data of those experiments on this live. So there you go. I never said that the fact that nobody knows what shape the earth is debunks the globe. I never said that. All right. Thank you for that question. And you can ask as many as you want. As long as you don't start with the crybaby shit. All right, that's the only thing we don't like. All right, stop crying. By the way, like the video, guys, please. Sub if you like the content and double tap the screen. How are dinosaurs dragons? Dinosaurs are fake, dragons are real. Real Comer. It's crazy how you guys think that you be eating with these comments. That shit is so funny. All right, here you go. Where'd that comment go? Real Comer. Also, what's the point of lying about the earth being round? What do they gain from it? Yeah, what do people that steal everything gain from lying about the world? Yeah, I don't know. Go ask your evil ancestors why their entire history is filled with them stealing stuff from other people and then lying about it. I don't know, bro. Yeah, I honestly can't relate. I don't spend my life taking over other cultures and pretending like I'm them and lying to them, so I can't even understand the mindset of somebody like that. The only way I come to understand it is this. Yeah, because y'all are evil. I don't know. Yeah, y'all some lying ass evil bitches. Shout out Yakoban. What's good, Yakoban? Grant said, do you have any proof about your claims? Yeah, Grant, every piece of evidence ever supports my claims. Have you looked at any of it? Nope, you haven't. That's why you don't know. OSR said, great, good comments. None of you actually know the things you're speaking about. That's why you're asking all counter questions rather than providing your globe-based model. Matthew says, refraction can raise the apparent water line. So you're just confused. How about when the water is flat for miles in every direction? Right, Matthew. See, what New Era is trying to do is he's trying to take an experiment from some flat earthers that allegedly showed curvature, right? But he wants to ignore all of the other measurements that never show curvature. Again, maybe the earth is only curved in that one spot. Did you ever consider that? You know the earth is topographical, right? So sometimes it goes down, sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes sideways. You never know what the earth gonna do. It's a cave. Sometimes you stumble upon a cave and you're like, what the hell is this? All right? Even if you found out that the earth was curved between those 2 points, what about all the other times we tested where it's not curved? You see, you're an idiot.
Stupid, I'm not gonna let you get the chance.
My bad. I meant to do that a while ago, but my phone dropped. Indian Summer basically said, I think they lie because they are... Christian said, Lala, have him address Earth equals not moving and explain what does move then? The sun, moon, and stars, and have him disprove Hubble's law, which proves, I guess he's still writing there. All right, well, number one, the Earth is not moving based on all scientific experiments ever. And then Einstein attempted to explain why we can't prove the Earth is moving from Earth with the theory of relativity. And then the theory of relativity was debunked by the ring laser gyroscope and the Sagnac effect. So the Sagnac effect debunks relativity. Relativity attempts to explain why we can't prove the Earth is moving from Earth. So basically, we're just left with we can't prove the Earth is moving from Earth based on all scientific experiments. That leads us to believe that the Earth is not moving. Now, obviously, if the Earth is not moving, then yeah, the sun and the stars move. And that's consistent with what we witness every single day. Every single person that goes outside and looks at the stars witnesses them move. Everybody that witnesses the sun sees it move. So we all see the sun and stars move. Nobody sees the Earth move. We can't test the Earth is moving. It's not moving. Thank you for that question. Now, I don't know why you had to send it through. Who were you trying to send it through? Yeah, I don't know why you didn't just ask me that question instead of trying to send it through somebody else. But trying to send it through Lala. Yeah, I don't know what that was about. Are you sure dinosaurs are fake? I can't say that I'm sure they're fake. All I can say is that nobody ever even claimed to see a dinosaur. Nobody ever even claimed to see one. So if there is anything that's fake, dinosaurs would fit the category. If there is anything that's fake. I just want to know why you think America is Atlantis. Shout out Chris. Chris, I would be happy to answer that. Corey said most people don't know. Deep history, extensive. True said mammoths are real though. I can agree with that. Yeah, I can agree with that. Okay, so the reason why America is Atlantis, number one, and the most important reason, is because of the etymology of the ATL letter grouping. Okay, that word does not exist in non-American languages. I know people like to say that it comes from a Greek name. It does not come from a Greek name. That Greek name also is a reinterpretation of ancient American languages. All right, that name Atlas comes from Atlan. Atlan. That is the name of a Mesoamerican deity that predates the history of the Greeks. This is a fact. So again, the most important thing is the etymology of the word Atlantis. Okay, the etymology of the word Atlantis traces back to America, period. Now, on top of that, you have the ancient stories about Atlantis that point to it being America geographically. Okay, the ancient stories about Atlantis point to it being in America geographically. The ancient maps of Atlantis show America physically, geographically. The ancient maps of Atlantis. You look at an ancient map of Atlantis, a lot of them flat out have America on it. Because this is what the Europeans thought when they were looking for America, or India, as you guys say. They weren't looking for India. They were looking for Atlantis. All right, they were looking for Atlantis, period. And when they got here, in their mind, they believed they had found it. Because they found the gold and they found the technology. Again, those are just additives to the etymology point. Okay, once you understand the etymology of a word, it is impossible to lie about where this word was incepted from. Okay, so that's the main thing. The Atlantis word comes from America, denotating American people and places, and the stories and maps confirm this. I appreciate that question. No, my source does not trust me, bro. Like I said, my source is the ancient stories and the ancient maps, all right? Why are you like this? Here, why are you like this? Why are you so stupid?
Stupid, I'm not gonna let you get stupid. I'm not stupid, 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 stupid.
stupid. I'm not gonna let you get the chance.
I'm sorry. I be wilding. You know what I mean? I thought it was funny. You know what I mean? Hey, it was funny to me. All right, it was funny to me. Hey, when I watch this part back, I'm about to be crying. All right, when I watch this part back, I'm literally about to be crying. Ragnar said, like the live, guys. Yeah, a sub if you like the content and double tap the screen. All you people who get off on astronauts lying and manipulating our children's minds are weirdos. Disma said, like the video. Disma, thank you so much, love. I appreciate you. Pay said, please explain to me the shape of the earth. Nobody has ever proven the shape or the size of the earth, okay? Nobody knows the shape or the size of the earth. They just tell you that because they want you to stop investigating. All right, payroll. And stop spamming. Monitor said carbon dating only works about 2 million years. Sir, you are wrong about that. Yeah, you're completely wrong about that, Monitor. Carbon dating don't work back to 2 million years. Carbon dating works back to 50,000 years. So what happens now? Now that you know that, now what do you think? Yeah, now that you know that carbon dating only goes back 50,000, now what? How do they know dinosaurs are millions of years old if carbon dating only goes back 50,000? See, bunch of bullshit. Christian said gravity is proven by math.
But Brondo's got what plants crave.
It's got electrolytes.
Okay, look. The plants aren't growing.
I'm just saying that is spot on. When you guys say, no, gravity is a law. No, the earth is a sphere because gravity.
But Brondo's got what plants crave.
It's got electrolytes.
Okay, look. The plants aren't growing.
That's literally what you sound like. The best Faust ever? You just made that up, bro. Yeah, you just made that up. Party CD said the earth isn't flat, gang. Well, apparently your brain is, because you can't read. The word flat is not up here, gang. Fuzzy said, y'all come to Texas and I'll give y'all a free ride in my moon buggy. By the way, this is the moon buggy he's talking about right here. Look. He's talking about this one. He got one of these at home. It cost him $38 million to make. just to leave it on the moon. What do you know? The best, and I got one of those on my house. Hilarious. Look, travel instruments, $3,500. Radio equipment, $2,200. Moon tires, $2,400. Jeep Wrangler frame, $1,500. NASA lawn chair, $37,999,000. They don't even call it rain. Do you understand? They don't even call it rain. It's just you guys are in love with urine. Pause. My bad. Pause. All right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And they don't even call it rain, Terry. They don't even call it rain. Shout out my boy Terry, though. I'm always happy to see you down there, man.
Bag up, Terry. Put it in reverse, Terry. Put it in reverse. Oh, Lord, Jesus. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys so much for tuning in. Do me a favor, like the video, and of course, sub only if you like the content. Curved shadows on the moon during a lunar eclipse. It's funny how you guys always want us to look up at the sky to confirm the shape of the ground. It's funny that we always have to look up at the sky to confirm the shape of the ground. How come we can't look at the ground to confirm the shape of the ground? At any point, can we look at or measure the ground to confirm the shape of the ground? Can we do that, please? Master said, explain to me how the F Earth isn't moving. Master, since you're so aggressive with it, let me tell you like this, okay? All right, when you went to school, you were indoctrinated to believe lies because they knew they could do it. They knew they could do it on people like you, but people like me, they would just have to accept that we're gonna, have our own minds anyways. Everything you were taught in school is 100% lies. They never ever proved the Earth was moving, ever. All right, ever. And as a matter of fact, they've designed so many scientific experiments to prove it that the fact that all of them failed is the reason why Einstein came up with the theory of relativity. But the theory of relativity was debunked by the ring laser gyroscope. The ring laser gyroscope debunks the theory of relativity. So that leaves us with the fact that the scientific experiments that have been done to prove the Earth is moving have all failed. So if you believe the Earth is moving, you are a science denier. Period. All right, full stop. All right, if you believe the Earth is moving, you're a science denier because no scientific experiments confirm this ever in the history of Earth. But you can still believe that, okay? It's up to you to believe whatever you want. All right, it's up to you to believe whatever you want. I'm just telling you what is consistent with the scientific method. If you believe in the scientific method, you cannot think the Earth is moving. If you think the Earth is moving, you are antithetical to the scientific method. You're a science denier. That is the final word on that, all right? Thank you for that comment or question. Y'all the Boa, thank you for the $5. I appreciate that.
Donations, gifts.
And I have no thoughts on that either, all right? Thank you for that question. Thank you for the $5. I have no thoughts. I can give you this, though. All right, here, this is for you.
Ain't no way, boy. Boy, 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 ain't no way, boy.
Yeah, I appreciate that. JC said, well, hey, to each their own, JC. All right, to each their own. Let's let people spend their money how they want. You know what I mean? Let's you know, they can spend their money however they want. You know, it's not not for us to judge. Bonito said, I can see the earth is round. Bonito, but you cannot see and understand English because the word round is not up here. I'm glad you can see the earth is round. I just wish you could see English. Master said, explain why the earth is spherical in your background. The earth is not spherical in my background. Nice try, though. Yeah, as a matter of fact, here you go. Disma said, Lala, hugs to you. There is nothing that I love more than you know what? Let me not go there. Shout out Lala and shout out Disma. I love the both of you. I really do. Anyways, does my background look like this or does it look like this? It does not look like this. So I don't know why you guys are back there lying, saying that my background looks like a sphere. No, it don't. It looks exactly like the bottom picture. Yes, the hell it does. All right, shut your lying ass up. There's no curve on my photo. The photo looks exactly like this one. All right, cut it out. P said, what books contain the truth? Peace, I would never trust a book for determining what I think is true. What determines truth is physical reality. All right, it doesn't matter what they say in a book, all right? If they say in a book that the earth moves but the sun doesn't, what matters is what we see in real life, not what's in the book. In real life, we see the sun move. That is what matters, okay? You should never take what's written in a book over what you see in physical reality. That is preposterous. Bonito said, how is the earth not a globe? Bonito, the earth is not a globe because of physical measurements of the earth. And airplanes, and long-range radio wave tests, and compasses, and lighthouses, and long-range military weapon systems, and the electromagnetic field that we have on the earth. Christopher said the magnetic field does actually protects us from solar winds from the sun. Yeah, that's all made up. You don't have any evidence of that whatsoever. And the stars in the sky that we see year-round that don't change. Shout out Tragedy. Yeah, Tragedy is cooking y'all, maybe unintentionally, but The fact that we have stars that are in the same exact position every year, this is more evidence that the Earth is not flying through the galaxy, all right? It is impossible. Yeah, Nick, I did see your messages. I'm just ignoring them because they're really stupid, Nick. All right, Nick, this is my response to your messages. Here you go. I was trying to let you live, but you wanted me to read them, so here you go, bro. This is my response.
Stupid, I'm not gonna let you get the chance.
Thank you. I appreciate that, bro. Oh. Stu Mocker said, how does wind happen if the earth doesn't move? Stu Mocker, are you suggesting that the wind patterns follow the movement of the earth? Are you suggesting that, Stu Mocker? That the reason why we have wind is because the earth is moving? That's why the wind patterns follow the movement of the earth? Is that what you're suggesting, Stu Mocker? Let us know. Yeah, Nick, I read your dumb messages, Nick. You said that there were a group of flurfs or two flurfs that blah, 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 blah. Why would I take you serious if the first word in your sentence is a group of flurfs? You're not having a serious conversation. You're a moron. That's what I'm saying. This is my response to that, Nick. Here you go.
Stupid, I'm not gonna let you get the chance.
Period. Seth said, bro got real worked up about the wind. Seth, why would you say that instead of responding to my point about the wind? Why are you saying I got worked up? Why not just respond? I asked, is he suggesting? Stu Margaret said, I'm kind of dumb, my bad. Okay, well, I appreciate you for admitting that, right? You see, Stu Margaret probably looked it up and realized, nope, the wind don't follow the movement of the earth. So this don't have anything to do with me being upset. I want to know if you're going to say that the movement of the earth is the reason why we have wind, you are going to have to let us know that the wind follows the movement of the earth. Does it do that? Let me know, Seth. If it does, then let's have that conversation. Telling me that I'm spazzing out because I'm responding to his point? You see, this is why I just block you guys, right? Yeah, let me just block him now. Yeah, I'm just gonna block you now. You know what I mean? See, clearly I don't need to respond to people like that, right? Shout out Seth. Hey Seth, back to the lobby. Yeah, I'm sitting here having a conversation with the guy. He said something. I respond. He's like, "Oh, why are you getting all worked up?" We're only going to block Nick if he is saying out of bounds stuff or trying to take us away from the conversation we're having, like the last guy. You see how I'm talking to the guy and he's trying to take me away from the conversation? Zainel said, you use common sense. You just got to calm the energy, my man. Number one, I'm not your man, weirdo, all right? And number two, you don't know me to be in here telling me how I need to act, all right? That's the first message you ever put in this entire chat. The first message you ever left on my entire channel is that I need to calm my energy down. You need to take your ass back to the lobby, all right? Grand opening, grand closing. Yeah. Yep. Grand opening, grand closing, buddy, on you. Hey, now you don't got to worry about me and my energy. You know what I mean? You can just be in the lobby, shutting your ass up. Thank you, Bonito. I appreciate that. You can go back to the lobby too. Who else thinks I need to calm down? Please let me know in the chat so I can send your ass back to the lobby. One press man to address my comments. Let me see what your comments are. Our whole galaxy is rotating and flying through space. You have no evidence of that? That's a fairy tale. Why would I trust some random internet guy? Nobody's telling you to trust a random internet guy, all right? I don't know why you think because I am talking freely on my channel, that means that I'm suggesting that you should trust me.
Stupid, I'm not gonna let you get the chance. Stupid, I'm not gonna let you get the chance. Stupid, I'm not stupid, I'm stupid, I'm stupid, stupid, I'm not gonna stupid, I'm not gonna let you get the chance.
Anyways, you're an idiot. All right. And who else thinks I need to calm down? Let me know. Shout out Tin Top. Tin Top, I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm going to get calm when I feel like being calm. And when I feel like turning up, I'm going to turn up every time, bro. Terry, thank you for the turn it up and the 800 joules. Terry, I appreciate that.
Donations, gifts. Bag up, Terry. Put it in reverse, Terry. Put it in reverse. Oh, Lord. Lord, Jesus. Oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus.
No, Cosmic, I don't know nothing about that. Yep. Said if history we were taught is a lie, do you know what our real history is? I have a basic outline of what the primary documents show. You understand? Like that is the only reference that we physically have to what happened in the past is when people wrote stuff down. So we have to go based on the primary documents that we have available. These history textbooks are not primary documents. Okay, history textbook is just somebody's made up story. And they are claiming that they got stuff from the primary documents, but when you go read the documents, it is not consistent with what they tell us. That's how I came to this conclusion. They're just making shit up. Most of the time, it's intentional. It's not accidentally misrepresenting something or accidentally remembering stuff wrong. They're physically making up lies like the out of Africa theory. They know for a fact the people in America didn't come from Africa because when they got here, they were already there. But they needed to steal their land. So they came up with the out of Africa theory. That's not accidental. That's intentional. Intentional, purposeful lying. How is the earth not moving? Because of all scientific experiments ever, okay? I've already went over that like 20 times today. I literally have. All right, all scientific experiments ever. If you are interested, go look it up yourself, all right? If you're not interested, then don't look it up. Well, I'm asking you. Well, too bad, all right? Too bad. Charles said, what is the possibility of us being in a simulation? Charles, I would say the possibility is high, very high. Jack said, why lie? Jax, you must be new to the world. Here you go, Jax. Yeah, that's why. Fuzzy said, y'all are no match for Boss Man here. Just wake up to all the lies. Shout out Charles. Charles said, you dropping bars, family. They not ready or worthy of the truth. Charles, I actually agree. Yeah, I agree. This is why I tell people all the time, it's not my job to teach you nothing, okay? If you ask me a question honestly, I will humbly answer the question. But you coming here demanding anything from me, I don't owe you shit. As a matter of fact, I sometimes prefer that you guys stay dumb. I don't care if y'all learn a damn thing. All right, I'm up here to connect with the people that already know this so that way we can be empowered together. All right? If you don't know it, you don't want to know it, I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Why do you think the earth is flat? Why do you think I think the earth is flat? Did I ever say that? Oh. Peace said, can you share a link to primary documents? Peace, hit me in the Discord after this and be specific, and I may send you some links. Finding the truth. We're not going to talk about any censored topics up here. Yeah. As a matter of fact, bud, I am just going to block you. Yeah, finding the truth. I think I'm going to block you, bro. I'm looking at all your comments of all time. All of your comments are troll. Yeah, all of your comments are troll shit. What's up with you, bro? Yeah, what's up with you finding the truth? I click on his activity. 4 out of his top 5 comments are about censored topics. Like, what's wrong with you, bro? And the same censored topic. Bro is a real life bitch, huh? I see what you said, love your information, bro. Keep it up. If you love my information and you want me to keep it up, why would you come in here bringing up censored topics? Like over and over again, too. Like multiple times. You keep bringing up the same shit. You see why I don't trust you assholes? I don't trust you and I don't like you. All right? I really don't. And it is what it is, bro. What? I don't discriminate over here between people. It's important. Right, but you're not smart enough to know what we can and can't talk about on here, right? And think about it, and your only response is, it's important. Not like, oh, you know what, maybe I should figure out how to censor that better. Oh, you know what, you're right, maybe I should figure out how to, no, you're arguing back with me. It's important. Yeah, just know that regardless of whether or not you agree with me, this is why I don't like you, bro. Used to like this guy. I don't like you, okay? I don't care if I don't like you. I just told you that. I read all your messages. I'm like, this guy's just trying to troll me the whole time. He's an asshole or he's stupid. And either way, I don't like that. I'm just saying, I don't like that, bro. You're saying that you want me to keep doing what I'm doing, but the only thing you do when you come in here is bring up stuff that will stop me from doing what I'm doing. That's the only thing you do. Day Game said, don't cry. All right, I won't. My bad. Go back to the lobby, though. Have a good day. I'll enjoy from the side. Yeah, I wish you would do that if you're just going to bring up censored topics and you don't even know how to represent it the right way. People have come in here and said, what do you think about the same situation you asked about, but said it in a way where the algorithm won't pick up what we're talking about. But you're not smart enough to do that, right? You see? So if it's between them and you, I like them better. Terry said the Trolls is out today. Terry, that's a fact. Yeah, finding the truth. And again, if you don't mean it intentionally, I do apologize for jumping to conclusions, but the alternative to that is that you're stupid. That's the alternative, though. If you're not doing it on purpose, then you're doing it on accident. And that means that you're dumb, bro. Yeah, I'm sure you do have a brain, and that's why you're in here intentionally trying to bring up stuff to get me to talk about things that will shut my live down. Right, you're a very slick troll with a brain. Let me pretend like I'm on his side, then when I ask an honest question, he won't think I'm trolling him. Bitch, no! Shut your stupid ass up. Terry said it's the same thing as trolling through super chats, right? Yeah, most of my super chats are people trying to troll me. But I gave you money, so that means I'm not trolling. Bitch, no! I'm sorry, I need to stop cursing so much. I really do. I love and appreciate you guys, all right? I really do. Like the video. Some of you like the content. Please stop trolling me. Like, stop trolling me. Christian said, America equals Atlantis. People are spamming it. That's why I'm ignoring them. Yeah, I'm not reading your guys' dumb spam comments. But I'll respond since you asked the question, all right? I already talked about this like 6 or 7 times today, all right? The reason why America is Atlantis is because of etymology, ancient stories, ancient maps, and of course the gold and technology that was found here by the original European explorers that came to America thinking it was Atlantis, all right? So they came to America thinking it was Atlantis. They found what they were looking for along with people that physically use that word and name. Fuzzy said, boss, you good. We got your back. Just worry about your front. Well, shout out you, Fuzzy. You know what I mean? I wish I could, but, you know, with some of the people that I got as mods in here, you know, I can't not watch my back. Truth to Peter said, how long you going to be on? Honestly, Truth to Peter, I have no idea. I've been on for 386 minutes already. What is that? Was that like 5 hours? I've been on for 5 hours now, so I don't know, bro. Whenever I feel like winding down, you know what I mean? I'm just gonna go. How's everything going with you, though, man? How you been? Free said the dragon thing, though, you're just gonna ignore. See, this is the shit I'm talking about, right? You ask a question and then you tell me I'm gonna ignore you? All right, fine. I am gonna ignore you. I mean, listen, don't cast spells on me if you know, unless you want that to be the reality. You cast a spell on me and I was receptive. Oh, I'm gonna ignore you? Oh, you're right, it worked. Oh, I can't help it. I gotta ignore you now. Oh well, you said it, all right? Hocus pocus, right? Hocus pocus. What's your argument on history? Why is it 100% lies? Why not 20% or 50% lies instead? That is actually a good question. Number one, my argument on history is that the history textbooks are 100% lies. Solely history textbooks. Number two, why is it 100% lies? Because it does not match up with primary documents, all right? The history textbooks do not match up with primary documentation. The third question, why not 20% or 50%? Because, well, number one, the history textbooks are 100% lies, not 50%. That's why I don't say 50%. But even if they were 50% lies, a 50% lie to me is a complete lie. All right, I do not differentiate between somebody lying 50% of the time and 100% of the time. If somebody's a known liar 50% of the time, then they are a liar, period. All right, they don't deserve the respect of, well, he's being truthful the other half. No, he's a liar, and we don't trust anything that he says ever for any reason. All right, thank you for that question. I appreciate it. Yo, are you up here to troll us, flat earther?
No.
Okay, what's on your mind, flat earther?
How much of the measurements have you looked into?
How much of what measurements?
The measurements that we base, like, for example, the Clark's ellipsoid or NAD 27.
What measurements? What measurements are we basing the ellipsoid off?
There's 6 different pairs of measurements that the Clark's ellipsoid was based off of.
Are you gonna give me one, or
If you've ever looked into this at all.
what looked into what? What are the measurements? What measurements? Tell us. What are the measurements? What did they measure? Where did they measure? What did they use to measure? What was the data?
Steel rods and chains, and basically what they did is they got like exact distances between certain degrees of latitude.
And who is they?
Earth.
And who is they, by the way?
And what they
real quick, I got questions. Hold on. Hold on. First of all, you said they measured the distance between certain lines of latitude. This is hilarious already. So first of all, who are we talking about? Who is they? Who did these measurements?
Surveyors.
Who?
Surveyor.
What are the names?
I don't know their names off the head.
Okay, so this is just all right. So you don't
to know their names.
Why do I need to know the name of the person who did the work that you're claiming had been done? Because if you don't know the name of the person, then I think you're lying. That's why. So number one, you're claiming that these surveyors use the data that they measure on the Earth to assume the Earth parabolic shape. That was a paraphrasing. I know you said more than that, but essentially that's what I'm responding to. Okay, so I asked you.
It's incorrect.
Okay, what are you saying then? What you saying that they use the data from the surveyors to map what?
To create the ellipsoid.
To create it. So this is just an imagination in their head.
No, it's based off of mathematics. and physical measurements.
It's not based off any physical measurements. You're claiming that's what you claim, but again, you can't tell us who did these measurements or anything like that. So I don't know if these measurements have been done. What I can tell you for 100% fact, though, what I can tell you for 100% fact,
Hang on a
what I can
second.
tell you, I'm not going to hang on. I'm still talking. All right. What I can tell you for 100% fact is that surveyors, right, the ones that actually put their name on their work, when they measure the earth, they never measure it to be curved. Every single surveyor on the planet measured the earth to be flat. All right. So if you know the name of some surveyor who's like his data was, whatever, then I guess that's something that we can talk about. Now, I wanted to move on to my second point. My second point is the minute that you say that they are mapping the distances between lines of latitude, that is you admitting that these are flat earth measurements. All right. There is no way around this. Admit that they are measuring the distance between lines of latitude. These are flat earth measurements because you cannot take lines of longitude and latitude without assuming a flat base. All right, lines of longitude and latitude are created taking angular measurements of the stars. Angular measurements assume a flat base. All right, so yeah, that's that, my brother. That would be literally that. Harrison, are you up here to troll or what are you doing? Harrison. Guys, I'm finna start winding down, all right? Listen, I'm finna start winding down. Okay, put your name in the chat if you want to shout out. If you want to call into the show, you got less than 5 minutes to do it. Like the video, please, if you don't mind. Sub if you like the content, all right? Like the video, sub if you like the content. Chris, are you up here to troll?
No. I have a question.
What's your question?
See, if the Earth is flat, are the moon and like the sun flat as well?
I don't know. I never said the Earth was flat, Chris.
Okay.
Anything else?
Yeah, you're really retarded.
Oh. All right. Thanks. Harrison, are you up here to troll us?
Hello, you hear me? You hear me?
Yeah. Are you up here to troll?
No. And my name is pronounced Arisen. I just have a few questions.
Is that your the name that your parents gave you?
It's like a name from a game called Dragon Dogma.
All right, I'm gonna go with Harrison for now. All right, yeah, you gotta gain me pronouncing your name right.
No, just say Arisen. It sounds cooler that way. It's like a title.
Yeah, it takes more energy to say it like that. All right, what's on your mind,
Are you
bud?
sure?
What the hell do you want?
Okay, sheesh, calm down. Anyway, you've been ignoring my comment for like the past 4 hours.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably for good reason. Probably for good reason. Watch.
Okay,
Go ahead.
look,
Watch.
look.
Watch.
I'm asking.
Watch.
I'm just asking the correlation between the Dark Ages and the book you were showing us.
What
Is there
book?
any
What book? What book was I showing you?
The origins of I don't know how to pronounce it.
And why are you correlating it to the Dark Ages? Why are you doing that?
The origins of the Anglo-Saxon race.
Yeah. Why are you correlating this? Why are you correlating this to the Dark Ages?
No, I'm asking you. Is there any correlation?
Where's that question even coming from?
Because I've heard people basically claim the Dark Ages it's called the Dark Ages because it was a time period that the emperors were majority black during that time period. And I want to know if you believe in the same thing.
I don't know what any of this has to do with the Dark Ages. Okay, most of this history is made up. I don't like to lean on colloquial tropes that don't have any real significance in the physical text that we're reading. Okay, what I showed was evidence of the original charters of the Anglo-Saxon group in Europe or in the British area, and how the people who were there before them were dark skinned, and how most of the people who were in that group were also dark skinned based on the etymology of their physical names. All right. So Europe was mainly dark skinned all the way to the mid 1700s. All right. All the way pretty much to the 1800s.
That's what I was asking. Is there any correlation?
I don't-
That's why the Dark Ages is known as the Dark Ages. That's my.
You have to ask. You have to ask the people that made up the Dark Ages about that. All right, I'm not up here making up time periods, and I already said that everything that we were taught in history
No, I
classes.
didn't say that. I didn't say you were making up time periods.
I never said you were, bro. All right, just relax and try to
I'm
understand what I'm saying.
I'm basically just asking you a question, and it feels like.
And I'm basically just answering it.
No.
I'm basically just answering it, but you're too emotional to hear my answer. You're an emotional little bitch.
I'm not. I'm just.
You're
asking
yes,
a
you are.
question.
You are an emotional little bitch, and so while I'm answering, you're like, I'm just asking a question. I'm just asking a question. I'm just
I'm the
asking.
guy. I just wanted to hear your side.
Well, you were hearing it before you interrupted me, weren't you?
Well, I didn't
Right. Yeah, so stop crying. All right? Lick them tears off your face. Open your ears, and maybe you'll hear my response.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Shout out you, bro. Okay. Like I was saying, I'm not up here spouting any weird time period that these other people are claiming. All right. I'm just telling you what is represented in the documents. Like I said, everything that we were taught in history class is 100% a lie in my estimation. So if they're talking about the Dark Ages, I'm saying that that's all made up. Whatever they told you in the history book is all made up. So I'm not making any correlation to what we were taught in history class. I am debunking what we were taught in history class. All right? All right, go ahead, Arison.
Okay, I feel like you misinterpreted my question.
Well, if I were you, listen, Arison, if I were you, I would not spend any more time focusing on the meta of what came out of my mouth. I would ask a question or give a response and go with that. Because I'm trying to tell you, I am the pettiest person you're ever going to come across, all right? So if you come up here and you want to have another conversation, like this is a therapy session, I promise you I'm never going to let this go, all right? So just please.
Okay, all right, I want to know your worldview now. Let's change the subject.
Why? Why do you want to know my worldview?
It's
Why?
interesting. That's why it's interesting.
Well, we're not going on a date, bro. Yeah, we're not going on a date. I don't like to talk about my worldview up here, okay? I like to talk about the facts. Now, I'll give you one nugget, all right? This is my worldview. My worldview is that everybody should be happy, and if there's anything that doesn't make you happy, you should not focus on it or look at it, period. So all the people who are watching me, if I make you upset, you think I'm rage baiting, or you think this, that, and the third, stop watching me. Problem solved. That's my worldview. Yes, sir. Thank you, Arison.
I have nothing against that. Nothing against that at all.
Hey, and I have nothing against you, bro. All right, nothing against you, man. Even though I'm aggressive and I'm a mean person, all right? I'm just a mean guy. It's not personal. I'm just.
So I appreciate what you're doing. I'm just more so curious. Like, yeah, it's possible that history is 100% lies. I'm just curious.
History textbooks only. I'm only talking about history textbooks. Are you from America? Are you from America?
Yeah, I'm from America. Yes.
Your family is always from America, right?
Yeah.
All right. So
I actually don't know.
Right.
That's another question. I don't know where my ancestry leads. They claim we're African American, and I don't know.
Well, that's my point. That's my point. Is that if you go to European school, the Europeans are going to tell you that you came from Africa because they don't want you to know that they're stealing your land currently. All right. So there you go.
So wait, does that mean I'm not ethnically African, right?
I don't know. I don't know you, bro. I don't know you. So I can't comment on that.
I just know I'm a black man. That's all I know. And apparently our history and traditions were erased.
Is your family from the South?
No, Florida. I don't know if that counts as the South, but Florida.
Okay. Your family's from Florida. Are they from the islands? Are they from the islands anywhere, or there's no Caribbean in your family?
There's like no trace.
There's no Caribbean. All right. If there's no Caribbean in your family and your family's from Florida, yeah, that means you're from the South, bro. It's literally the South.
All right. I do have another question. So, is there a possibility that my family like originated here in America before it was America?
If it is true what you're saying about your family right now, that they're from Florida and they're not Caribbean, then it is 100% fact that they were here before this land was quote unquote called America. Now, there were other pieces of the land that were called America, or there were people that were referred to as the Amaru Khans. So that term was here already, but the entire landmass was not called America. That's correct.
So are you saying before this continent or whatever was called America, there were home of like other indigenous races too, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Was Africa the same way?
Yes. Yes. Africa was the same way. The
So
term
then
Africa.
why do everyone claim blacks are just automatically one big race called Africans?
Because-
it was also home of different ethnicities as well.
Because the people, all of this information comes from one source. What source do you think I'm talking about right now?
The American textbooks.
There you go, right? Or the European textbooks, not the American ones. Because when they got here, the first thing they did was shut down the Native American schools. I can show you record of this. These aren't the American textbooks. These are the European textbooks. So the Europeans come over here to a land they're not from, and they steal the identity and the land. And then they tell everybody that they came from Africa. They do that everywhere. Asia, Europe, Africa, Australia. Like I was talking to a white South African the other day in here. He legitimately came in here and said, even though his people colonized South Africa, the black South Africans weren't there at the time. This is what he says. All the black South Africans, no, they came from the north. When we got here, they weren't here. They migrated here after us. You believe that shit? You believe that?
No, I don't believe that.
That's my point. All right. So they do the same thing everywhere. That's what they do. So in America, they will take people from South America and they sold them to North America. They take people from North America and they sold them to South America. And then they tell these people that we sold you from Africa.
I thought of it like this. You know how over time, since whites basically conquered many places, they pretty much
Well, that term,
made history themselves.
what, yeah. For all intents and purposes, let's say they did conquer, right? By the way, if they conquered legitimately, why would they not just name it after themselves? You see, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm telling you. South Africa, they conquered South Africa. You know why? Because they changed the name. You see what I mean? They changed the name after themselves. If you conquer a land, then you put your stamp on it. In America, did they change the name to Europe? No. All right. They lie and say that they named it after Amerigo Vespucci. That's a bold-faced lie. No, they came here and they pretended to be Americans so that way they could diplomatically put their offspring in control of the government system that was already active here in America. So they didn't actually conquer anybody here. Yeah.
Where do you think whites originated?
I can't answer that, man. I don't know. There was a baby that was born in India a few months ago that was born with blonde hair and blue eyes and complete pale skin to two dark-skinned Indian parents. This just happened a few months ago. Yeah, they borderline have a religion after this baby over there right now.
That doesn't sound natural.
Well, no, this happens all the time, my brother. Black people give birth to light-skinned, blonde hair, blue-eyed people all the time. So that's all I can confirm. Listen, I can't confirm no genetic splicing. I can't confirm no alien invasion. You know what I mean? I can't confirm no genetic engineering. All I know is that every now and then a white person pops up out of a black person, and now we got a whole bunch of them. You know what I mean?
Enough to come up here. I've been up here too long, but I appreciate you talking to me.
Of course, man. You're welcome up here anytime. All right, let's see. Guys, like the video. Some of you like the content. I'm about to wind down. Flat Earther, didn't you just call me the R word when you were up here? Huh?
No.
That wasn't you that called me the R word?
No, I definitely didn't call. I didn't say the R word. No, definitely not me.
All right, my mistake then. You're not up here to troll, right?
No, you asked for who did these measurements, right?
Right. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you found the guy that measured the Earth, and those measurements are used to create the, what did you say, the ellipsoid shape of the Earth?
Well, Clark was the one that did the mathematics to determine what the ellipsoid was, he wasn't the one that measured it.
Who measured
The
it?
surveyors that measured it.
What were the surveyors?
So-
What were their names?
So for the arc in India, it was performed by William Lambton and Sir George Everest.
Okay, hold on.
For the
Slow
one
down.
in-
Slow down. No, slow down. Slow down.
Oh,
Okay, you're saying that this measurement took place in India, and
Uh-huh.
and it was measured by who again?
That one was done by William Lambton
Okay.
and Sir George Everest. the
Okay,
one that did
all right,
the
now, all right, great,
named
great,
mountain at the-
great. Now, did you look at their data?
Did I look at all their data? No. Why?
Did you look at any of their data?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what do they show in the data?
What this data shows is that even though, like, you can go the same degrees in latitude on different parts of the Earth.
No,
you
I don't
get
want to hear your
differences in
analysis.
feet.
I don't want your analysis of the data. I want the actual data.
That's
They
not my
measured.
analysis.
That
That's
is your
what the data
analysis. That is your
shows.
analysis. Where
No,
did they
that's
measure?
what the data
They
shows.
they were at 36 degrees north, 43 degrees south. They measured elevation based on this. Boom. Then they measured at this degree. That you are giving us an analysis. You're not giving us data.
Okay, so for example, the Anglo French arc, that one in Western Europe was.
Why? No. Why are you leaving? Dude, we're still in India. I am in India still. I am in India.
Indian one.
I am in India. I'm in India.
Okay. The southern end of the Indian one was 8 degrees 9 minutes 32 seconds north in Pune near Cape Cameroon.
Right.
Cameroon, India.
Right.
The northern end of the coordinate was 29 degrees 30 minutes 49 seconds north
Okay.
in Kalyana,
Great.
India.
Great.
The total angular amplitude was 21 degrees 21 minutes and 17 seconds, and their length was 7,775,100 feet.
Okay, and how long is that in miles? Do you know?
You would divide that by 5280.
Well, I mean, if you could. Well, okay. Well, either way, however long that is in miles, you're saying that through that distance they had 21 degrees of that basically was reflected in their amplitudes or the differences between what they expect to be sea level and where they were measuring. 21 degrees is what you're claiming, right?
They claim.
Huh?
That's what they claimed, yeah.
Okay, and is that 21 degrees consistent all around the Earth? Hello? Is that 21 no, huh?
The answer is no.
Okay, right. Well, this is where it gets confusing because, when you take a few measurements here and there, if those measurements that you take are accurate and consistent around the Earth, then that gets us to the point where we can basically assume or mathematically calculate the entire Earth to be whatever shape, but it has to be based on consistent measurements that match around the entire Earth. I said this at the very beginning of the show. Even if I measure, hold on. I said this at the very beginning of the show. Even if I do measure curvature between one point and another, that don't mean the Earth is a globe now. All right, my nose has a curve. It's not a globe. All right, so that's why.
The point of comparing these 6 different arcs was to come up with the ellipsoid, because the ellipsoid involves like a flattening formula where you have a semi-minor axis and a semi-major axis of Earth, and that's what they use these measurements to come up with that ellipsoid.
Yeah, but the point I want you to understand that we're focusing on is when they say come up with. They don't measure that on the ground. They don't view that on the ground. They take measure. No,
Yes.
no, they don't.
If
they measured it, you're muted. If they measured it on the ground, then you would not need a mathematician to come up with a shape. You wouldn't need to come up with nothing because it would be reflected right in the data. It would be inevitable. All right. It would be non-deniable, but it is deniable. All right. You guys have 23 degrees of drop here. Is that consistent? Well, no, we got 8 degrees of drop here. Then we got 30 here. And then, All of these are showing that the earth is topographical. The earth is not curved in a consistent way to make a consistent shape. It don't do nothing like that. The earth goes like this. You understand? The earth goes just like this. It's a topographical plane. It curves down, then it curves back up. Then it curves down, then it curves back up. That's what the earth actually does when you look at it. All right?
The reason why there's different measurements between these arcs is because the Earth has two different, it has multiple different radii, because it's not like a perfect ellipsoid either.
Yeah, or right, but there's another option you're forgetting. There's another option that you're forgetting, or it's just not a sphere. Listen. If it's not a sphere, we don't have to make up any of this extra bullshit you're about to make up. We don't have to come up with nothing. We don't gotta make a mathematical formula, nothing like that. If it's just not a sphere, then the world is exactly how we see it. Much simpler, much more in line with physical reality.
The Earth, they're doing this to come up with the ellipsoid, to come up with a semi-major.
Yeah, that's called inductive reasoning. Yeah, that's inductive reasoning, my guy. That's inductive reasoning, all right? That's not how you figure stuff out.
Real measurements, though. Physical measurements.
Yeah, it's still inductive reasoning. They are trying to figure out how to take measurements and fit them into their idea rather than just taking the measurements on face value. I'm suggesting that we do it the scientific way. You take the measurements on face value, period. All right?
That's what they did.
No, that's not what they did. No, agree to disagree. Yeah, the minute you start telling me about how they had to do calculations to come up with some shape, no, they were not just taking it on face value.
How else would you come up with the ellipsoid unless comparing the different measurements at different locations on Earth?
No, this is an idea that they already had before they started taking these measurements.
Why is there any differences in the same degrees?
The Earth is topographical. The Earth is topographical. The Earth is topographical. It's topographical.
They're taking the topographical things out of it.
No, they're not. Yeah, no, they're not. You're making that up. You're making all that up. You're making that up. No, they're not. No, they're not. Yeah, no, they're not.
I'm not making it up.
Yeah, you are. I'm saying you are. I'm saying you are. You are.
Okay, well, you're lying.
Well, I'm saying you're lying. I don't know what to tell you.
All right.
All right. All right. You have an even better day. You have an even better day. All right, yeah. Make sure your day is 10 times better than mine. Now what? All right, listen, I'm finna take a break, y'all. Okay, I love you and I appreciate you. Okay, put your name in the chat if you want a shout out right now. Dacha, Rod, Linda, I love you guys so much. Fuzzy, OSR, Devon says radius, a straight line from the center to the circumference of a circle, a specified distance from a center in all directions. Yeah, saying multiple radiuses, it's confusing, but I wasn't going to allow him to knock me off my point. All right? My point remains the same. By the way, radius is a flat measurement. That's interesting. Devon said topographical. I'm like, why do you guys have such issues with that? If you look at the etymology of the word dinosaur, it sounds like something that flies. OSR, yeah, the fact that the measurements are inconsistent and it varies depending on all of these different factors is a red flag. As I'm like, at the very most, if they were consistent, maybe we could take these measurements seriously and start thinking about what they mean. They're not even consistent, dog. These measurements don't mean shit, all right? They're just measuring the topography of the earth. Well, I measured a mountain the other day. Yeah, how could the earth be flat if I measured a mountain? Huh? Yeah, hey, how come you can't feel the motion when you on trains? Huh? How come you can't feel the motion when you on train? I was on a train the other day and I threw a ball up and came right back down. If that's the case, then that means the earth moving. Shut your stupid ass up.
Stupid, I'm not gonna let you get the chance.
Don't Nation.
Shout out Star B.
Gifts. Gifts.
DUI said, do you play any games? No, sir, we don't play no games up here, all right? We don't play no games. This shit is all serious. I'm going to get into Twitch and stuff later on, but not right now. I hope you're on tonight. Can't wait to see you later. Linda, I can't wait to see you later either, all right? I'm not going to lie. It was a mouse in my room earlier, and so I'm about to be spending all damn day in this room trying to get this mouse out. So I can't promise I'm going to be on later. I really can't. Because there's no way I'm going to be able to even take a nap in here while this situation is going on. So I am going to be dealing with this. We'll see how long that takes me, though. Fuzzy said, boss man, tough. Goddamn. Dirty said, imagination. Shout out Dirty. Dirty, this is for you right here. Hold up. Here you go, Dirty. This is for you, and here you go.
Stop it. Get some help.
Looking for the cheese brain between your ears. Very interesting, Christian. Yeah, very interesting. Come on, shout me out. Would you, could account for, wow. Yeah, wow. Yeah, honestly, that joke sucked, man. I'm really sorry that I had to read it. I would like to know what you think about blank DNA being traced back to Africa. El Jefe, I don't know anything about that. And I want to know, El Jefe, how do they trace DNA back to Africa? All right, explain that to me. I'm getting ready to leave, so explain it next time, all right? Dacha said, do your thing, my bro. Have a good one, boss. Salute, shout out you, OSR. Truth to Peter, my dog. Charles in Iowa. Charles, we love you. DUI, what games would you stream on Twitch? I recommend Monster Hunter. Okay, yeah, maybe I'll try it out. I don't discriminate when it comes to games, you know. I don't usually like horror games or anything like that, although I'm a big fan of zombies. I usually don't play like horror games like Resident Evil. I won't play Resident Evil, probably, you know. Yeah, I have too much of a vivid imagination for that. Like I told you guys earlier, right? This is the last thing I'm gonna say. We were talking about this earlier. We were talking about people viewing alternative realities in their dreams, and I was agreeing with that a little bit because I'm a lucid dreamer, and so very often I have different experiences in my dreams that are like, you know, they're I can't. It's difficult to differentiate between them in real life. I'll just put it like that. So like when I used to play video games somewhat when I first went to college, bro, whatever video game I'm playing, I'm going to dream about it. You know what I mean? Like it's impossible that I don't dream about it. It's same thing with like whatever I do in regular life. You know, very often I have dreams that I'm in here sending people back to the lobby. You understand? Like, think about how much time I spend just sending people back to the lobby, like hiding them from the channel. In some of my dreams, I'm literally just on the computer doing that. Just click, click, click. And I have to wake myself up like, what the hell? Like, hell no. Hell no. DUI said, well, in a power fantasy game, yes. I like fun fantasy games or sports games because, you know, I love sports. All right, I love you guys so much. I'll see you later on, okay? Like the video. Again, I can't promise I'm going to be on later on today. My plan is to do that, but you know what I mean? Yeah, we might have to go to war in here, all right? So I love you guys so much. Again, like the video, sub if you like the content. Star B, El Jefe, Rod, OSR, Charles, DUI, Dirty NP. Wow. Yeah, wow. Okay. All right, I love you guys. Bye.